This page is the front cover of a SEGA Saturn magazine. It's focused on fighting games, particularly Virtua Fighter, and highlights the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix '96, where readers can vote for the best Saturn games of the year. The cover features two prominent characters in fighting stances, likely from Virtua Fighter. The text announces, Fighter AM2 research announcement, Mega Mix, and 3D fighting game port decision, suggesting news about new fighting game developments or ports to the Saturn. There's also mention of an emergency interview with Yu Suzuki, a key figure at SEGA. A special supplement included in this issue is a poster featuring Cyber Troopers Virtualon vs. Last Bronx. The page also promotes all about Cyber Troopers Virtualon, implying a detailed feature inside. Game titles mentioned include Daytona USA Circuit Edition, Enemy Zero, Virtua Cop 2, The King of Fighters '96, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter, indicating a focus on recent and upcoming releases for the SEGA Saturn. This page is an advertisement for Cyber Troopers Virtualon, the electronic brain battle machine game. It announces the release date is November 29th, and the price is 5,800 yen for the fighting battle simulation. It also highlights that the game is compatible with the twin-stick controller. There are two promotional events mentioned. First is the SEGA Saturn Digital Circus, which seems to be a series of events happening across Japan at various locations and dates throughout November and December. These events offer a chance to experience SEGA Saturn's digital technology and the ultimate human circus technology of polygonal graphics. Locations listed include Yokohama Landmark Tower, Sapporo, Tokyo Joyopolis, Osaka, and more, with dates ranging from November 9th to December 1st. It seems attendees can answer questionnaires and win prizes like New Familia or Alpha Soon model goods. The second promotion is the SEGA Saturn 2nd Anniversary Xmas Nights campaign, running from November 22nd to December 25th of '96. It states that if you buy a SEGA Saturn during this period, you will receive a limited edition Christmas Nights Winter Limited Edition software as a present. The suggested retail price for the Saturn during this campaign is 20,000 yen. This page showcases a striking image of a mech, undoubtedly from Cyber Troopers Virtualon, and the large Japanese text boldly declares, Battle Start, reinforcing the game's theme. It's likely a continuation of the Virtualon advertisement from the previous page, highlighting the game's imminent release and its compatibility with the twin-stick controller for an immersive combat experience. The SEGA Saturn logo is prominently displayed, further emphasizing the game's platform. The overall tone is action-packed and promotional, aiming to excite gamers for the upcoming release of Virtualon. This page is a full-page advert for the Saturn game Valva Battle. It shouts out that this is the very first versatile armed car action game on the Saturn. The page features a dynamic character illustration, possibly the main character, posing against a brick wall backdrop, giving off a cool, street-style vibe. The text highlights key features like a 12-player scenario mode and the ability for up to 6 players to engage in network battles. You can team up in tag matches or full-team battles, using a wild array of over 60 different weapons, including powerful attacks like black hole shots and wave motion cannons. It really emphasizes the chaotic and over-the-top action you can expect from this futuristic car combat game. The release date is listed as November 29th, 1996, with a standard price of 5,800 yen. It's clear they're pitching this as a fresh and exciting multiplayer experience for Saturn owners. This page continues the advert for Valva Battle, billing it as the first ever versus first-style armed car action game on the Saturn. The advert highlights the game's intense action, stating that the battle for victory is in your hands, with a total of 15 elite pilots participating in the fierce competition. It showcases 6 different vehicle types you can use: buggy, 4-footed gun, road roller, rally car, hover, and battle tank. There's also a separate section promoting the Victor JVC twin operator, RGVC2, A vs. Saturn/SEGA Saturn dedicated video CD and photo CD player, priced at 21,000 yen. The bottom of the page gives details about the game's features like engine, suspension, tires, and battery customization, allowing for unique vehicle builds and original characters. It mentions that manga artist Hitonari Higurashi designed the original characters, and the music is by the renowned duo Fumihito Kasagi and Kimihiro Ishikawa, promising to heighten the battle excitement. Screenshots are shown at the bottom, and contact details for Victor are provided. This page is a stylish advert for Konami games on the SEGA Saturn, presented as Konami D Mode. It features a fashionable woman dressed in black, with elegant white gloves, holding a Konami and SEGA Saturn branded game disc. Scattered around her are various other Saturn game creds, including what looks like Vandal Hearts, Saturn Bomberman Fight, and Fighters Megamix, along with Saturn Bomberman. The advert's tagline translates to, "Anyone can play, fun," suggesting Konami games are accessible and enjoyable for everyone. The overall vibe is to promote Konami's Saturn lineup as not just fun, but also fashionable and trendy. This page is another Konami advert for SEGA Saturn games, continuing the Konami D Mode theme. It's showcasing their new software lineup and highlighting games that are now on sale. Featured games include Parodius, described as the real attack, starting, and Nagashima Meijin 2, a comfortable and accessible board game. Henry Explorers is presented as an action shooting title for playing with friends, and Policenauts is advertised as a massive, 3 Candelas police science fiction adventure. Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama is also featured, described as a puzzle game where you confront the girls. Further down, the advert lists deluxe and special versions of Tokimeki Memorial, which include extras like character cards and special memory card accessories. Other games listed as all now on sale include Twinbee, Yahoo, Deluxe Pack, Gradius Deluxe Pack, Snatcher, and Mahjong Goku Tenboku, Real Pro Mahjong 95. It seems Konami is pushing a wide range of game genres on the SEGA Saturn, with special editions and discounted prices. This page showcases the classic strategy, RPG, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, by Riverhillsoft. The page features artwork of 2 characters, a man and a woman, both wielding swords in a dramatic pose, with a stylized dragon-like emblem in the background. The title Tactics Ogre is prominently displayed in an ornate font, with the subtitle Let Us Cling Together beneath it. At the bottom, there's information regarding the game being a CD release from Quest and Riverhillsoft, indicating a price of 5,800 yen, excluding tax, and a release date in 1996. There are also mentions of other related products like a Grand Repeat image album and details about distribution. Overall, it's a visually striking advertisement for this highly regarded strategy game. This page is an advertisement for Riverhillsoft's SEGA Saturn release of the strategy RPG classic, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. The impactful tagline, "Are you telling me to dirty my hands?" sets a dramatic tone. The advert boasts supercasts and hyper events, highlighting its all-star voice cast and immersive event scenes. Features such as 3 dimensions showcase the 3D map design and strategic depth of the gameplay. Further features listed include a grand soundtrack, branching scenarios, and compelling endings. It was slated for a December 1996 release, priced at 5,800 yen. A special Ogre Series double purchase campaign is detailed, offering metal figures and power memory prizes to 1,000 lucky winners who buy both the Saturn version and the original Super Famicom version of Tactics Ogre. Screenshots of the gameplay and box art are also displayed. This page is a striking advert for the SEGA Saturn edition of Samurai Showdown IV, Amakusa's Revenge, or Zankuro Musuken as it's called here. They're running a present campaign and giving away some great swag to lucky purchasers. Buy Samurai Showdown IV, and you could win a Nakoru desk pad with all her moves listed, a unique Samurai Showdown phone card, or even a demo CD of King of Fighters 96 for the Saturn. 1,000 lucky gamers are going to win something. This version makes use of the RAM cartridge for a smoother experience, a must for fighting games. You could grab the standard CD for 5,800 yen, or a better value bargain set for 8,800 yen. Prices exclude tax. The artwork shows Charlotte and Hahomaru ready for battle. Just remember, the deadline to enter the prize draw was November 30th. This page is a vibrant advert showcasing 2 awesome titles coming to the SEGA Saturn. First up is King of Fighters 96, screaming "Ready!" in big letters and promising to be available on SEGA Saturn. They highlight the enhanced RAM cartridge support, making it the 3rd cartridge-compatible title, and urging you to look forward to it. There are screenshots showing off the intense fighting action with characters like Kyo and Iori, plus a shot of the imposing Rugal Bernstein. It mentions release date of December 27th, and pricing options for both the standard CD version and a value bargain set, including the ram cart. Below that we have Metal Slug taking center stage, proclaiming, "This time the battlefield is Sega Saturn." This section features explosive screenshots of Metal Slug action, with tanks and soldiers battling it out, alongside artwork of Marco and Tarma, ready for war. It's clearly hyping up the Sega Saturn version of this highly anticipated arcade shooter.
This page is all about Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, a competitive puzzle game from Capcom, arriving on both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. It highlights the gameplay, with screenshots showing how to create power gems by connecting squares and using counter gems to launch attacks. The advert features Sakura Kasugano prominently and describes it as a new sensation puzzle game. It mentions the release date is December 6, 1996, and the price is 5,800 yen excluding tax. The bottom of the page has Capcom's company information and website address. This page is announcing a Super Puzzle Fighter 2X Championship Tournament being held at the Kokugikan Stadium. It's advertising preliminary rounds taking place in Tokyo at Shinjuku Altamae Station Square on December 14th and 15th, and in Osaka at Hankyu Umeda Station Big Man Mae on December 8th. The times for all events are also listed, and there's a phone number for inquiries. The page is visually promoting the event with the puzzle title in large letters and features the cute, super deformed characters from Super Puzzle Fighter like Ryu, Ken, Sakura, and Chun-Li at the bottom. It looks like a big promotional push for the game's competitive scene following the release advert on the previous page. This page is an advert for NFL Quarterback Club 97. It's pushing the game as final quarter, last down, and emphasizes the tension of being just 48 yards from the end zone with the fate of the game in your hands. They are really highlighting the realistic 3D stadium and multiple camera angles, including a customizable view. The ad boasts about the realistic player movements, over 500 new plays, including quarterback plays, and even the quality of the field turf. Referee calls and realistic sound effects like boos, hits, and cheers are mentioned to enhance the atmosphere. It also points out that the weather can affect gameplay, and you can freely change camera angles and utilize instant replay. The game was released on Saturn on November 22nd and was coming to PlayStation on December 20th, priced at 5,800 yen, and is from Acclaim. This page is a full-page advert for the game Iron Man / XO Manowar in Heavy Metal. It's quite a dynamic ad, using large sound effect words like whoosh and kaboom to emphasize the action. It highlights the game features two big American comic heroes arriving in Japan as invincible steel warriors. We can see Iron Man in his classic red and gold armor, and XO Manowar in his blue and silver suit. The advert also gives release dates for the game on Saturn, which was already on sale from November 22nd, and PlayStation, coming January 31st, both priced at 5,800 yen. Interestingly, at the bottom, there's a smaller section advertising WWF in your house, saying it has adrenaline pumping 400%, and is coming soon in February 97 for Saturn and PlayStation. This page is an advertisement for Taiko Rishiden 2, a historical simulation game for the Sega Saturn. It's promoting the game with the tagline, Hideyoshi's Great Success Story, and emphasizes strategic gameplay, stating, battles are decided by formations, and highlighting features like formation and special tactics. The ad also mentions dynamic game development. We see screenshots showcasing gameplay, and artwork featuring key historical figures looking quite dramatic. There's a special Hideyoshi and Nobunaga set, being advertised for 12,800 yen, which bundles Taiko Rishiden 2 with Nobunaga's ambition, Lord of Darkness. Separately, Taiko Rishiden 2 is priced at 7,800 yen, and Nobunaga's Ambition at 9,800 yen. Both are for Saturn, and were released on November 29th. The ad proudly declares, two masterpieces together at a great price. Year-end and New Year holidays are all about Sengoku games. It also mentions a guidebook for Taiko Rishiden 2 is available.
This page showcases Suikoden Oath of Heaven, a historical simulation game for the Sega Saturn. It's hailed as a highly anticipated game, described as a grand and exhilarating historical drama simulation. The game boasts 108 heroes from the Suikoden legend that appear in the game. We could see screenshots of the gameplay interface and some character portraits. The advertisement also mentions a Suikoden World Complete guidebook and a Suikoden Oath of Heaven strategy guidebook, suggesting comprehensive support material for players. The release date is set for December 27th, with a price of 5,800 yen. Though there's also a mention of Romance of the Three Kingdoms Vi, a historical simulation game and the latest in the series. It highlights its compelling historical battles and mentions a Romance of the Three Kingdoms vs. Hyper guidebook, available both in upper and lower volumes. It's advertised as on sale now for 9,800 yen. This page is all about the Winning Post 2 Program 96 game and a special in-game contest for SEGA Saturn. They're running the second Winning Cup, where you use passwords from the game to race against rival horses. If you win, you can get the legendary title and prizes, including cash for the top winners. There are 3 race distances to choose from: 1,600 meters, 2,400 meters, and 3,200 meters. First prize is the legendary title, and 100,000 yen, with prizes for second and third place too. It's running from mid-December 96 to late January 97. There's also a shout-out to Dagama magazine, which seems to have more info on Winning Post 2. Below this, there's a standard advert for Winning Post 2 Program 96 itself, calling it the peak of SLG horse racing games and highlighting the drama and realism. It's selling well at 6,800 yen. Finally, at the bottom, there's a lineup of other Koei games. Seven Mansions of the Inaba Clan is listed as an adventure game.
Mahjong Taikai 2 Special is a mahjong game, and Nobunaga's Ambition, Rise to Power is another historical simulation game, keeping in line with Koei's usual strategy and simulation focus that we saw on the previous page too.
This page is an advertisement for a SEGA Saturn word processor set called EggWord. It's presented as a way to easily create letters and cards on your Saturn, even if you don't have a computer or word processor. The ad emphasizes how easy it is to use, especially for making Christmas and New Year's cards. It shows screenshots of the word processor interface with cartoonish graphics and mentions you can create illustrated letters and cards. The bundle includes the EggWord software itself, a dedicated printer called BJC210J, and a printer interface, all for a special set price of 29,800 yen. It highlights that you can use the Saturn controller to input text with an on-screen keyboard, and that it's compatible with a 4-size paper. The ad also mentions it can print in color and is quiet enough for nighttime printing. There's a small section at the bottom with payment information, including credit cards like Visa and MasterCard being accepted. It's from a company called Kuryu Company, Limited. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Purikura Princess Clara Daisakusen, a cute and colorful quarter-view shooting action game. It highlights features like 2-player simultaneous play with mid-game joining, and mentions a bonus original desktop calendar. The game involves shooting enemies and rescuing animals to increase your pure gauge. A pure egg grows with each stage, its final form depending on player choices, hinting at multiple endings, 18 in total. The game also boasts a jewel attack system, where defeating enemies with jewel attacks causes big explosions and chain reactions for high scores. The goal is to reach the highest rank, Diamond. The advertisement features 2 anime-style girls, presumably Princess Clara and another character, along with gameplay screenshots showing the vibrant and cartoonish style of this action shooter. It's advertised as a SEGA Saturn exclusive action shooting game for 12 players and is currently on sale for 6,800 yen. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Sengoku Ace Episode 2. It's presented as the sequel to Sengoku Ace, boasting upgraded graphics and appearing on the SEGA Saturn console. The advert highlights it as a side-scrolling shooting game for 1 to 2 players, with the option for mid-game player joining. It also mentions a premium Creedrom format. The advert emphasizes the character designs, popular with game fans, and features impressive 3D rendered polygon backgrounds. There's a premium Creedrom bonus item included, and the game features guest illustrators, contest award winners, and artwork collections. Players also get to enjoy a fortune-telling element within the game. A special pre-order bonus is mentioned, a B2 poster for the first 20,000 customers nationwide. The game is currently on sale at a price of 6,800 yen. Gameplay screenshots show the scrolling shooter action, with the playable character and enemies. The overall style appears to be anime-inspired, with detailed character art. This page highlights 2 games. Firstly, it introduces Imperial Dragon Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a historical simulation game based on the popular Romance of the Three Kingdoms series, coming to SEGA Saturn in December 1996. This game appears to be an enhanced version, and the advert mentions it will feature new characters and an original storyline set in a school setting, full animation, voice acting, and a replay mode. There's also a soundtrack CD bonus from Tenchi Muyo, Gakuen Muyo, available separately.
The game itself is slated for release in 1996 as a 3-disc set.
Below, the page shifts focus to Wolf Fang, Kuga, 2001, described as a robot action shooting game that was a hit in arcades, ranking 2nd place. This section features screenshots of the game and the Wolf Fang logo. The page also includes staff and cast credits for Imperial Dragon Romance of the Three Kingdoms, listing names involved in animation, supervision, scenario, music, and voice actors. This page continues to showcase Imperial Dragon Romance of the Three Kingdoms for the SEGA Saturn. It highlights several key gameplay features, emphasizing its real-time system for all aspects like politics, war, and diplomacy, which they boast is a step above standard command-based simulation games. The page points out the freedom to customize castles, allowing players to design their own fortified cities. They also mention a China all-in map to visualize battles and territories in 3D polygon graphics. Interestingly, there's a voice command system called Chokugen, where military commanders will speak to you, adding another layer of immersion where you can judge their personalities and relationships from their dialogue. The page also excitedly announces that the popular Tenchi Muyo CD series is coming to SEGA Saturn, and the first print edition of the game will include a special original drama CD as a bonus, suggesting a cross-promotion between the two franchises, likely due to the school setting theme mentioned on the previous page. Moving down, the page then shifts to Wolf Fang, Kuga 2001 for SEGA Saturn, describing it as a robot action shooting game. It lists features like customizable mechs by combining body, arm, and leg parts, leading to 64 possible variations. The game also boasts branching storylines based on stage selection and multiple endings. They mention the inclusion of popular voice actors like Tomokazu Seki and Tesho Genda for character voices. The expected release is in 1996, priced at 5,800 yen. This page is shouting about absolutely hilarious big laugh game titles, coming in summer 97 for the SEGA Saturn. It seems to be a promotional page, declaring a focus on comedic or fun-filled games. The big text emphasizes Bakushu game title, meaning games that will make you roar with laughter, and it's a sales pitch or promotion directly to the readers. The Compile logo at the top might hint at games from Compile, who are known for titles like Puyo Puyo that have a lighthearted and fun tone. It's setting the stage for a summer of laughs on the SEGA Saturn. This page is all about a big Puyo Puyo tournament. It's the 97 Puyo Puyo Meijin-sen, or Master Tournament, planned for January 15th. This is an official event sanctioned by the All Japan Puyo Puyo Association and sponsored by Compile, the company behind Puyo Puyo. They're calling it a heated battle for passionate Puyo Puyo players. To enter, you needed to be at least a first dan rank in Puyo Puyo, certified by the association, and apparently there were 29 people qualified by October 22nd. The tournament format is going to be a round-robin league, which is a great chance for anyone wanting to get better at Puyo Puyo to see some real pros in action. They're even saying it's a perfect opportunity to witness the skills of experienced players.
The entry fee is 4,800 yen, not including tax.
The tournament is specifically for the SEGA Saturn versions of Puyo Puyon and Puyo Puyo Sun. It looks like a really exciting event for Puyo Puyo fans, and fits with the idea of fun and engaging games they're highlighting this summer.
This page is about the game panel tier, and presents it as a mysterious world where you, playing as Kelun, can freely create fields by using panels. It's posing a question about what kind of adventures are possible in this game. It lays out 3 suggested ways to play. First, you can aim to fill the entire map with panels to get your hands on various items. Second, by using pools of panels, you can travel in a straight line to where the boss is located. And thirdly, you can listen to the people you meet and try to solve the riddles that are hidden within the map. It points out that there's no single right answer or way to play, encouraging you to enjoy it freely. This page is focused on panel tier story, Kelun's Great Adventure, highlighting it as a map-making RPG, where you can create your own adventure world using panels. It poses the idea of a truly free adventure, shaped by the player. The page reminds us of the suggested gameplay styles, like filling the entire map with panels to discover items,
using water panels to quickly reach the boss, and solving riddles from characters met along the way. The game encourages a free-form approach to playing, without a single correct method. The bottom of the page indicates a release date of February 1997, and mentions a special campaign with further details to follow. This page announces the upcoming release of ZAP! Snowboarding Tricks for the SEGA Saturn, a highly anticipated snowboarding game set to launch in early February 1997. It highlights the game as a super authentic snowboarding experience, emphasizing the involvement of top pro snowboarders Katsuaki Misawa and Hayato Bubbles Maruyama, who are ranked #1 in snowboarding magazine popularity polls and are serving as supervising staff. The game features border cross-style races down dynamic mountain courses rendered in high-quality 3D polygons. Players can shred across diverse locations, including beginner Japanese ski resorts, intermediate wide courses inspired by the American West Coast, and advanced European cliff courses. Beyond races, there's also a half-pipe park to explore. ZAP! Snowboarding Tricks boasts detailed 3D animations for a wide range of tricks, from grabs like Indie and Method to spins like 360s. You can choose from popular real-world snowboard brands like Maro, Winterstick, and Avalanche, and apparel from brands like Sessions and Credit. Adding to the atmosphere, the game features Kai Grant as the in-race DJ. A replay function lets you review your performance after each race. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game ZAP! Snowboarding Tricks in action. The image is very dynamic, showing a snowboarder pulling off a trick, surrounded by electric lightning bolts, giving a sense of speed and energy. It visually reinforces the game's focus on exciting snowboarding action and tricks, as mentioned on the previous page, with its super authentic snowboarding experience and pro snowboarder supervision. The overall impression is that ZAP! Snowboarding Tricks is aiming to deliver a visually thrilling and high-octane snowboarding game for the SEGA Saturn. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game, Macross, Do You Remember Love? It's showcasing the game as a side-scrolling shooting title. You can see a prominent image of Lin Min-mei in the center, with other familiar faces from the Macross universe surrounding her, like Hikaru Ichijo and Misa Hayase. There are screenshots integrated into the page showing the gameplay, which looks like classic side-scrolling shooter action. The text is promoting the game, highlighting it as a legendary songstress Lin Min-mei game, and mentions it's a new shooting game in the SF anime world of Macross, where you take control of Valkyries. The page also gives a release date of February 1997 and a price of 6,800 yen. It's emphasizing the nostalgic return to the Do You Remember Love storyline in game form for the SEGA Saturn. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game, Battle Athletes Dai Undu Kai. The page uses the phrase, "Ready, Set," at the top, really setting the scene for an athletic competition vibe, which fits perfectly with the game's title. You can see 5 character portraits lined up in a cross shape, probably the main characters you'll encounter in the game. It clearly states, Battle Athletes for SEGA Saturn, and lets you know it was coming out on December 13th, for 5,800 yen plus tax. Judging from the title and the overall look, it's definitely geared towards sports or athletic competitions within an anime setting. The copyright information points to AIC and IPC, likely the animation studio and production company behind the game. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game, Stakes Winner. It's a vibrant advert showcasing cartoon-style horse racing action, with a bunch of quirky-looking horses and jockeys taking center stage. They are running towards us in a lively race scene. There are details about 2 special campaigns. The first campaign is a GI race prediction tournament, where you can predict the winners of 4 specific races happening in November and December to win a special original odds card. It's a lottery system for the first 100 correct entries and 500 total participants. You can enter by postcard or through the internet. The second campaign is giving away a limited edition original jumper to 100 lucky people who send in a postcard. The page also describes the game as an action racing game, where you can breed and train your horses, compete in races, and even play against friends with your own trained horses. It highlights the engaging action and breeding aspects. The price is listed at 5,800 yen excluding tax, and it's slated to be on sale from December 1996. Published by SNK and developed by Saurus, it looks like a fun and engaging horse racing title for the SEGA Saturn. This page spotlights the game Battle Athletes Daiundu Kai, which is described as a hot-blooded beautiful girl sports route SLG. It seems to be an athletics-themed simulation game featuring anime-style female characters.
The artwork shows 4 determined-looking girls in running poses. The advert announces a release date of December 13th and a price of 5,800 yen plus tax. There's also mention of a special Dai Undukai Participation Award campaign. If you participate in the Great Athletic Meet, you can get a CD single and a poster as a present. It also mentions campaign implementation stores and more details online. The publisher listed is Increment E-App.
This page is an advertisement for Aquazone Desktop Life for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting it as a simulation game where you can turn your TV monitor into an aquarium. It emphasizes the realistic and immersive experience of caring for tropical fish. The advert also announces the release of 5 option disc series to enhance the Aquazone experience, adding new fish, aquatic plants, accessories, and backgrounds. It seems these are expansion packs to further customize your virtual aquarium. The option discs were scheduled to be released on December 6th, with a standard price of 2,000 yen each. There's also a release campaign for the option discs running until February 22nd, 1997. If you buy 3 or more option discs, you can enter a lottery to win an original mug cup, and buying 5 or more gives you a chance to win a power memory. The main Aquazone game itself is mentioned as being on sale for 5,800 yen. It is stated that the option discs are data discs to add fish and items to the main Aquazone game and cannot be used without it. The advert promotes Aquazone as a tropical fish breeding simulation. This page is an advert for Cube Battler, Story of Shao on the SEGA Saturn. They're really pushing it as a game that goes beyond even OVAs, calling it digital battle animation. You've got all these colorful anime characters and screenshots presented in a cool cube design, showing off the game's visual style. It looks like you play as a debugger gamer who gets caught up in the Cube Battle National Tournament. They're really highlighting the story and event animation aspects, promising a whole new level of digital animation and battle experience. Down at the bottom, it mentions a release date in February 1997 and names some of the voice casts, including Akira Ishida and Minami Koyama. It's all about creating an immersive animation and battle experience on the Saturn. This page showcases 2 quite different games for the SEGA Saturn. At the top we have Kiwame 2, which is a serious shogi or Japanese chess game. It's touted as a powerful shogi software that even seasoned players will find challenging. They're emphasizing its strong AI, various game options like handicap matches and time settings, and a huge library of shogi problems to solve. Hundreds of them. It sounds like the ultimate shogi experience on Saturn. Below that is Gal Panic SS, which is a completely different vibe. This is a pumped-up version of the arcade puzzle game for the Saturn. It's all about using items, dodging enemies, and aiming for that angel's smile, which probably refers to clearing the stages and getting a cute reward. They're highlighting modes like a 200% powered-up battle mode, a single-player mode that sounds more story-driven, and Girls Select mode, where you get to pick from 10 cute girls, which is a typical feature in these types of games. Lastly, at the bottom there's Mahjong Hanafuda Tengai, a mahjong game. They're talking up the deep gameplay, various modes, and even promise 5 cups to win in tournaments. It sounds like a comprehensive mahjong title, with lots of replayability. This page is all about the high-speed thrills of ice hockey coming to SEGA Saturn and PlayStation with NHL Powerplay 96. Right at the top, we see icons that suggest intense action and speed, which is perfectly captured by the game boasting puck speeds reaching a blistering 193 kilometers per hour. The ad copy talks about the realistic speed and intense play, emphasizing how this game brings the thrill of pro NHL hockey to life. Looking at the screenshots, we can see the game in action, team selection screens, and even cool replay angles. It's clearly packed with features like real NHL teams and players, a variety of gameplay modes, and replay options. The game is launching on December 13th and supports up to 6 players using a multi-tap. This looks like the ultimate ice hockey experience for SEGA Saturn and PlayStation gamers. This page showcases Night Ruth, Explanation of the Paranormal, a title focused on paranormal investigations. The main visual features a striking anime-style woman, presumably the character Maria, central to the game's mystery. The text highlights the game's premise, revolving around paranormal events in London, hinting at a narrative-driven adventure. It mentions mysterious events occurring in London, focusing on themes of dreams and the supernatural. We get a glimpse of the game through screenshots, showcasing what appears to be dialogue scenes and possibly investigation gameplay. The page also promotes Making of Nightruth 2 voice selection, indicating that voice actors from Nightruth Maria have contributed to MPEG-quality video footage included in the game, which is currently on sale. The game is slated for a December '96 release, priced at 5,800 yen. A website for Sonnet is also advertised, and we can see a list of voice actors lending their talents to the game, including Miyazaki Yuko, Wakamoto Norio, Ueda Yuji, Orikasa Ai, Kamata Haruna, Miki Shinichiro, Kanai Mika, Fuyuma Yurika, and Shinozuka Keimi, and Hayashibara Megumi, among others. This promises a strong voice cast for this paranormal mystery title. This page is an advertisement for Yoyogi Animation Academy, promoting their various courses related to animation and game development. They are running a special campaign tied in with the movie Virtual Wars 2, offering a poster and press sheet set to 50 lucky people. The Academy highlights its high employment rate of 98.62% and emphasizes a creative learning environment. They list various departments and courses, including game designer, game character moving designer, game sound director, and junior novels courses, among others. The advert mentions features like free introductory lessons, open campus days, and provides contact information for inquiries. They also advertise a free audition for discovering new voice actor talent. Essentially, this is a full-page ad for the animation school, trying to attract new students interested in animation and game-related careers, using the movie Virtual Wars 2 as a draw. The next page is an advertisement for Sankyo Fever, a real pachinko simulation game for the SEGA Saturn. This game promises an authentic pachinko experience right on your console. It's packed with popular Sankyo pachinko machines to simulate, including Crossing Fever Beach, CR Fever, Big Powerful FX, Fever Ninja Imaki SP, Missile 776D, and even Akudaman SP and Carrot Boy. It was slated for release in January 1997, with the price yet to be determined at the time of this advert. You can check out Sankyo's website for more info, and even contact their customer support if you are really into pachinko on your Saturn. The page also uses images of women in bikinis, likely to highlight the Fever Beach machine or just to grab attention. This page is showcasing the game Funky Head Boxers. It's described as a funky series and a 3D polygon game. The advert is for the Sega Saturn version, stating it's a remake of a Sega arcade game. The page is visually striking with images of boxers who have square box-shaped heads. It seems like a comical boxing game. The ad highlights two characters, Toma the Tank, who is ranked second in the world, and Monkey Python, ranked first, who is described as a human weapon. The game title itself is prominently displayed at the top, with a dynamic, cartoony font. Below the main image, there are several screenshots showing different aspects of the gameplay, like ring views and close-ups of the box-headed boxers in action. The bottom of the page provides release information. It's launching on January 10, 1997, Friday, and will cost 5,800 yen, excluding tax. It also lists copyright information and contact details for inquiries and customer support. The page is clearly designed to be an exciting and attention-grabbing advertisement for this upcoming and humorous boxing game on the Sega Saturn. This page presents a very different tone from the previous one, diving into darker territory with the tagline, Innocence, Beauty, Insanity. It looks like we're being introduced to a suspenseful psycho-thriller game. The text talks about chasing a bizarre serial killer and labels it a forbidden psycho-suspense. There's mention of a multi-site system that will reveal a shocking truth, hinting at some kind of unique game mechanic or narrative structure. Visually, the page is dominated by three striking anime-style character portraits, set against a fiery, almost hellish backdrop. The overall impression is definitely leaning towards a mature and intense gaming experience, a stark contrast to the light-hearted boxing game we just saw. This page is clearly setting the stage for a game that promises a deep and unsettling mystery. This page is dedicated to the adventure game Eve Burst Error. Continuing the darker themes hinted at previously, this page highlights it as a multi-site adventure game, emphasizing a unique system where the story unfolds from multiple perspectives, revealing a shocking truth. The game is described as a forbidden psycho-suspense, where you're chasing a bizarre serial killer, fitting perfectly with the Innocence, Beauty, Insanity tagline. The page lists the release date as January 24, 1997, and a price of 7,800 yen. It also mentions it's a Kydrom for SEGA Saturn, and that Imagineer is responsible for the making of Eve Burst Error, while Seasware is the publisher. It's clearly presented as a mature title, indicated by the age rating label. Overall, the page maintains a strong focus on the suspenseful and psychological thriller aspects of Eve Burst Error, promising a deep and engaging mystery for players. This page spotlights Private Idol Disc, a game themed around cosplayers. It's highlighted as a special edition release on November 29th. The page excitedly proclaims, "From today, you too, on the cosplay path," and features images of women dressed as cosplayers, both in promotional shots and in-game. The game is described as a photo studio and cosplay-going experience. Screenshots show gameplay with cards and what appears to be minigame elements. The pricing is mentioned as 3,800 yen for the special edition and 3,000 yen for volumes 1 to 3. It seems like a lighthearted and fun title focused on the cosplay culture, promising players the chance to dive into the world of cosplay themselves within the game. This page showcases 2 adult games. Firstly, there's the baseball special, highlighted as a last chance reprint. It's advertised as the definitive edition of a stripping game featuring 12 beautiful women as opponents. The price is 6,800 yen, and it lists a cast of names who are likely the actresses involved. Secondly, we have Haunted Casino, described as an adult RPG casino game, newly released and priced at 7,900 yen for a 3-disc set. This game boasts 3D surround sound and features casino games like poker, blackjack, roulette, and a game called Hell or Heaven. It also features 8 beautiful women, and the page lists the voice actors for these characters. Both games are clearly aimed at an adult audience, as indicated by the prominent 18+ only age restriction warnings and suggestive imagery. This page showcases Planet Blue Myth, Red Horn, advertised as a CG art collection by Kazuhiko Tsuzuki across 2 Kshedrums. It's highlighted as a first press edition with a bonus illustration data present, proclaiming, "The legend revives!" The page lists a cast of voice actors for the radio drama included, featuring names like Yuriko Fujizaki, Shuichi Ikeda, Kaneto Shiozawa, and others. It also details the system requirements for both Macintosh and Windows PCs, covering things like OS, memory, display, and Kydrom drive specifications. The description mentions that this Kydrom set digitally compiles Kazuhiko Tsuzuki's CAG artwork from his collection, including original full-color illustrations. It also features a super-long radio drama exceeding 120 minutes, starring the listed voice actors. The price is 6,800 yen, excluding tax. This page is an advertisement for a Gateway 2000 Christmas campaign. If you buy a Gateway 2000%, you get a free Mumu 5-item set as a Christmas gift. The ad is themed around cows, featuring a cow print design and the Mumu branding. The gift set includes a Mumu doll, sticker, palm rest, cushion, box, and a 1997 calendar, all with the cow print design. The advertisement also lists the price for a P5133 professional PC at 178,800 yen. The campaign is running from November 15th to December 31st and applies to all Gateway 2000 desktop and portable PCs. It mentions that the Mumu box is a Christmas special gift filled with cow pattern goods. It's a pretty quirky and festive way to sell Psyox back in the day, with the cow theme being quite memorable for Gateway 2000. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Crazy Ivan. It's a high-octane action game where you play as Ivan, a Russian soldier with a seriously crazy mission. You'll be piloting a massive steel Cossack power suit, standing 40 feet tall and equipped with a ridiculous arsenal of weapons, from 30mm cannons all the way to a tsunami earthquake generator. The advertisement promises an over-the-top, blasting experience like no other. Crazy Ivan is scheduled for release on December 13th and will retail for 5,800 yen. The page also shows off the game's powerful-looking mecha and a portrait of the character Ivan. This page is the second issue of SEGA Magazine, priced at 300 yen and released on November 13th. It's packed with SEGA news, kicking off with a special feature on SEGA AM2's latest arcade game, currently under the development codename Supercar Race, marking its first public reveal. The Arcade Express section highlights a bunch of arcade titles including Sega Touring Car Championship, Wave Runner, Die Hard Arcade, Dynamite Baseball, and Last Bronx in Tokyo. Moving to Saturn Express, there's news about the Christmas Nights Winter Limited Edition, confirmation that Die Hard Arcade is coming to Saturn, plus mentions of Virtual On, Virtual Cop 2, and Victory Goal Worldwide Edition, amongst others. There's also a special feature on AM6 Research Institute's new metal games like Royal Ascot 2 and Bingo Party Phoenix. Finally, an ATP special feature discusses another way to enjoy Joyopolis with the tagline, "It's fun to act with," and a prize press section with a popularity vote special asking, "Who is Kaoruko?" This page showcases some exciting strategy guides coming soon. First up, for Sakura Wars fans, there's the original art and setting material collection, billed as essential for any Flower Division captain. This book dives deep into the game's art, featuring tons of unreleased design documents, not just for the heroines, but also the villains from the Black Nest Society, and even the mecha. Expect interviews with the development team, and a look at rare merchandise too. As a bonus, it comes with a special poster and cosplay patterns for the Flower Division's combat uniforms, all for 2,000 yen, and slated for late November. Next, fighting game aficionados will be pleased with the Fighting Vipers Perfect Guide. This guide promises a complete breakdown of the Sega Saturn version, fully analyzing the game's systems. It's packed with character info, including hidden fighters like Pepsi-Man and Kuma-chan, with detailed move lists and in-depth strategies for every character. Hidden features are also covered, all for 1,400 yen, expected in early December. Lastly, for strategy RPG fans, there's the Master of Monsters Neo Generations official guide. This officially endorsed guide offers detailed map strategies, complete monster data for over 130 creatures, and full insights into the new magic and monster fusion mechanics. It's aimed at simulation enthusiasts, claiming to be the only guide you'll need for Masuman, priced at 1,100 yen, and also coming in late November. This page is all about Virtua Fighter 3. At the top, there's an advertisement for the Virtua Fighter 3 official guidebook. It highlights that it's under the complete supervision of AM2 Research and Yu Suzuki himself. The book is already on sale, and the price is 1,000 yen. It also mentions upcoming books, a playing guide, slated for release soon, and an advanced guide, expected at the end of the year. Below that, there's an advert for a Virtua Fighter 3 calendar, described as a must-have for Virtua junkies in 1997, featuring all-new CG artwork. It's priced at 1,800 yen. The page includes a reservation form for the calendar, detailing how to order by mail, specifying to include your name, address, phone number, and payment details when sending your order to the listed address. It gives the price as 1,800 yen including tax, and mentions that Sega Enterprises is the publisher, with SoftBank as the seller. The bottom also has contact details for SoftBank Publishing. This page showcases the contents of SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 21. The main highlights include a special report from SEGA Saturn's Sales Planning Department Manager, Ueno, discussing the Saturn's second anniversary and future plans. Game features include Fighters Megamix, Last Bronx, Virtual On, Dynamite Cop, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Also mentioned are Virtua Cop 2 and Enemy Zero as a pair, alongside King of Fighters 96. There are a few more obscure titles listed, such as Daikaiyun, Rishiden 2, Henry Explorers, Paneled Story, Taklama Khan, and Roadrunner Extra combined with Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Notably, there's a feature on page 254, titled Sega M2 Research Express Neo, focusing on Virtua Fighter 3 and the secrets behind its potential Saturn port, featuring an emergency interview with Department Manager Suzuki Yuichiro. Finally, page 165 announces a special feature called SEGA Saturn Grand Prix 96, where readers decide the best Saturn games of the year. The page also features a large image of a robot from the Virtual On series. This page presents a vibrant overview of Sega Saturn games, divided into sections for new releases, upcoming titles, and a software complete guide. The new release title section highlights a diverse range of games, including Shogi Naked 2, Tenchi Muu, No Need for School, Actua Golf, and Black Dawn, among others. The Coming Soon Soft segment is packed with exciting titles anticipated by Saturn fans, such as Shining the Holy Ark, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, Tactics Ogre, and Thunder Force Gold Pack 2. For those seeking a comprehensive look, the SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide features key titles like Sakura Wars, Riglord Saga 2, Samurai Showdown 2-1, Blades of Blood, and Stakes Winner. There are intriguing research spotlights on SEGA AM1 and AM3, teasing insights into Wave Runner and Last Bronx respectively. Lastly, the Game Index serves as a handy directory, listing numerous games mentioned within the magazine and their page numbers. This index includes a broad spectrum of Saturn hits like Virtua Fighter 3, Fighters Megamix, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and Enemy Zero, which aligns well with the previously mentioned content of Volume 21. Good news for Sega Saturn enthusiasts. The console has sold over 3.7 million units in Japan, prompting Sega to announce a Virtua Fighter 3 port and a new Fighters Megamix game. Additional major titles are also planned. Other highlights include a 1/160th scale Verschalon Garage kit from Ocean Hall, going on sale around November 29th, and the Splash Super Puzzle Fighter 2X National Convention held across multiple cities in December, with finals on December 14th and 15th. Tokimeki Memorial fans can look forward to a Christmas event in Tokyo on December 21st, featuring voice actress Miki Nagasawa. Finally, a campaign offering a mystery-solving adventure notebook is underway, with a postcard questionnaire offering a chance to win one of 1,000 notebooks before the end of December. The next page is a landmark page, starting with a campaign where one lucky person can win a real Nissan Skyline GTR car by entering a draw related to the Sega Saturn game, Overdriven GTR. Next up is an advertisement for a PC software title called Ayu Kurin, a psychology learning simulation game where you can play as historical figures like Napoleon or Lincoln. There is also an announcement for the Digital Circus event, showcasing their latest performance in Tokyo and Osaka at the end of November and early December. For those with a sweet tooth, there's an advert for a Buyo Buyo character-themed Christmas cake kit. Anime fans are catered to, with a new lineup of video crids featuring popular anime titles like Ore wa Teppei and Churikichi Sanpei. Finally, the page wraps up with a series of music release announcements from various artists, including Naoko Iijima, Maria Takeuchi, Sakura Tange, Arisa Mizuki, Eri, and rock band Kiniku Shoujo Tai, plus a voice actor-themed compilation CD called Voice Challenger Volume 4. This page is a data station, showing the top 10 best-selling Sega Saturn games. At number 1 is Lunar Silver Star Story, praised as a must-play for new players due to its refined content, holding the top spot again. Following behind are games like Ogre Battle, still visually impressive but similar to the Super Famicom version, Samurai Showdown 2i, which remains popular, and Langrisser 2i, noted for its engaging story and popular female characters. Sakura Wars is at number 5, with anticipation for sequels building, and new entries like Riglord Saga 2 and Sexy Parodius are also charting. Street Fighter Alpha 2 is highlighted for its high-quality 2D fighting. Rounding out the top 10 are Master of Monsters, Neo Generations, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms vs. Below, the page switches focus to arcade games, revealing the top 5 most popular titles. Virtua Fighter 3 is dominating the arcade scene, described as a next-gen mega-hit with exciting national tournaments. The arcade top 5 also features Virtualon, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Samurai Showdown IV, and King of Fighters 96. The text emphasizes the current trend of fighting games in arcades and teases future insights into Virtua Fighter 3's advanced techniques. This page showcases 2 Sega Saturn user polls: Top 20 games fans want ported, and Top 15 most anticipated new Sega Saturn titles. In the porting wishlist, Resident Evil tops the chart, followed by the Dragon Quest series, Tales of Destiny, Final Fantasy series, and Super Robot Wars series. Other games in the top 10 include Gunbird, NY, Oh My Goddess, Tales of Fantasia, Phantasy Star series, and Persona. The most anticipated new game is Denpa Taikoku, Gakuen Babylon, followed by Enemy Zero and Grandia. The page highlights Grandia as a highly anticipated RPG, expected to be a major title for the coming year, emphasizing its impressive graphics and RPG elements. Additionally, there's a segment discussing arcade game ports coming to Saturn, specifically mentioning Virtua Fighter 3, Last Bronx, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Raystorm, confirming their upcoming release on the console. Finally, there is a Check It section, listing another top 15 chart of popular Sega Saturn titles.
This chart includes games like Tenchi Muyo, Aim Hen 4th, Virtua Cop 2, Gashinka, The King of Fighters, 96, and several other titles in the top spots.
This page presents the latest Sega Saturn readers, race poll results, and game reviews. Looking at the updated rankings, Sakura Wars and Virtua Fighter 2 are still at the top, followed by Lunar, Silver Star Story, and Knights. Moving on to new game reviews, Lunar, Silver Star Story is featured as a highly recommended RPG. Reviewers praise its engaging story, the beautiful anime-style cutscenes, and the classic RPG gameplay, saying that the battles are fun and that the overall quality is high, even surpassing the Mega CD original. Another new title reviewed is Legend of Ogre Battle, which is described as a deep and engaging strategy game. Reviewers highlight its addictive gameplay and strategic depth, praising its world, character development, and strategic elements. Lastly, there is a section for new releases called New Arrival Counter Battle, which reviews Raiden Fighters 2 and Tokyo Mahjong Land. Raiden Fighters 2 is noted as a well-made and enjoyable shooting game, while Tokyo Mahjong Land seems to be a mahjong game with a focus on cute characters and presentation. The document reviews several Saturn games. In the New Rival Introduction 2 section, Batsugun is lauded as a faithful arcade port and a must-play for shooting game fans, despite some difficulty concerns. Sexy Parodius is also highly praised for its graphics, humor, and engaging gameplay. In the new Single Horse Introduction 1 section, Thunder Force Gold Pack 1, a collection of classic games, is recommended for fans of the genre, old and new. Finally, Destruction Derby is highlighted as a fun, destructive racing game with fast-paced action. A brief mention of GameWare Volume 3, a compilation disc, concludes the reviews.
Sega Saturn Readers Race Volume 34 presents reader-ranked game popularity, including an odds table Saturn C, showcasing titles ranked 191st to 311th. Reviews highlight a mix of genres. Deathmask, an adventure game, receives praise despite potential issues with its pixel art. Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, a strategy game, is recommended for its depth and visuals. Master of Monsters Neo Generation, another strategy title, offers enjoyable monster battles. NFL Quarterback Club 96 gets decent scores, but is hindered by a complex manual. Father Christmas is criticized for its BGM and pacing, while Johnny Bazooka is heavily criticized across the board. The text also touches on the reader poll and upcoming features, highlighting reader involvement in the rankings. This page showcases the reader's race, with game reviews presented as horse racing odds. Rig Lord Saga 2 is reviewed favorably, noting improvements from the previous title, especially in combat and systems. Samurai Spirits, Swordsman Tale of Troubled Times, known internationally as Samurai Showdown 2i, gets a solid score, praised for its reading time, options, and stage designs, especially the ending. World Series Baseball 2 receives good marks for graphics and player count, highlighting the polygon-based home grounds. Lastly, Lulu is reviewed as a casual picture book-style game enjoyable on TV. There's also an odds table for Sega Saturn peripherals ranking their popularity, likely based on reader votes. The page touches on basic checkpoints, suggesting readers should pay attention to the fundamental aspects of their Saturn and accessories, hinting at upcoming new peripherals and a focus on standard devices. The page actively encourages reader participation in polls and prediction games, offering special prizes like power memory, wireless controllers, and joystick sets. It mentions a year-end role-players section, discussing popular game genres and reader expectations, even name-dropping Sakura Wars. There are details about a reader prediction game and special prize giveaways with different courses to choose from, encouraging readers to send in postcards to participate in these events. In a 2-year anniversary interview, Sega's Mr. Ueno Kudo discusses the Sega Saturn strategies for its third year, focusing on resolution and breakthrough. By November 22, 3.7 million units were sold. The interview highlights key events, including the March 22 price drop of the White Saturn to 20,000 yen, which successfully attracted users, including PlayStation owners. The discussion also touches upon the new generation Sega Saturn concept and the July 27 launch of Network with Modem and Internet,
Despite slower than expected modem sales initially, year-end projections aimed for 100,000 units, with plans for MIDI, MPEG, and network RPG games, plus the promise of further network services like telephone karaoke. Finally, the October 1st section addresses the cancellation of X-rated software. Mr. Ueno explains this decision, made based on user feedback prioritizing a broader, family-friendly image, even if it meant foregoing adult-oriented sales to benefit the Saturn's overall market position. This page delves into Sega's strategy for the year-end sales season, aiming for a decisive victory. Mr. Ueno reflects on the past year, acknowledging that while they sold 400,000 to 500,000 units, it was a new territory for Sega. He emphasizes listening to user feedback and providing software and experiences that resonate with them. The interview highlights the importance of showcasing new titles and creating a new generation Sega Saturn image. Mr. Ueno discusses the need for a flow of reform in retail and distribution, aiming for a more direct and efficient system, moving away from the traditional Sega Enterprises agency retailer model. He points to the DigiCube convenience store distribution as an example of this reform. He also mentions the timing of the retail strategy rollout, aligning with the year-end sales period in December, and acknowledges potential delays. The page features screenshots from what appears to be a fighting game, likely showcasing titles like Virtua Fighter. There is also an image of Mr. Suzuki speaking at a presentation, likely related to Sega's strategy announcements. The overarching theme is Sega's determination to secure a strong position in the market through a powerful software lineup and improved distribution channels, aiming to capture user attention during the crucial year-end sales battle. This page is a Super Scoop announcement from Sega AM2 Research Institute, revealing the Game Fighters Megamix. It's touted as an earth-shattering, urgent announcement and a dream showdown on the Saturn by year-end. Fighters Megamix is described as a battle between Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers, bringing together characters from Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers. The game is scheduled for release on December 21st for 5,800 yen, and is classified as a versus fighting game. It's said to be a massive title, perfect for the year-end season. There are screenshots showcasing gameplay with characters from both series in action, such as Grace and Sarah battling, and Axel fighting someone in a different stage. We also see character art of Honey, Grace, and Jane from Fighting Vipers. The announcement was made at a Sega strategy presentation on November 8th. Mr. Suzuki from AM2, director, unveiled Fighters Megamix. The text mentions the Fighting Festival concept, and that the game is more than just a simple port, with AM2 staff pouring their skills into it. The release date is highlighted as December 21st, priced at 5,800 yen, emphasizing it as a year-end killer title for the Saturn. Finally, it points to page 254 for a direct interview with director Suzuki. Fighters Megamix, developed by a combined team from Virtua Fighter 3 and Fighting Vipers at Sega's AM2, promises a top-tier fighting experience. This isn't a simple crossover, but a new system built upon Virtua Fighter 3. Director Katagiri describes the feel as Virtua Fighter 2, based but with the essence of Virtua Fighter 3. The game incorporates Virtua Fighter 3 moves and techniques, allowing even Virtua Fighter players to adapt quickly. Screenshots showcase moves like Kagemaru's Tokyo Fire Darts and the Azuna Drop, along with Akira's new moves. The combat is described as fast and satisfying, capturing the Virtua Fighter 3 style. Players can experience this before Virtua Fighter 3's home console release. This page continues the deep dive into Fighters Megamix, highlighting how it surpasses both Virtua Fighter 3 and Fighting Vipers with its ultimate fighting system. It looks at new gameplay mechanics, starting with the question of whether Virtua Fighter characters will have armor-breaking techniques, and how the armor and guard and attack Re and A system works. The article explains that while armor exists, it's not invincible. It mentions adjustments to balance the gameplay, with specific values for armor durability. Next, it discusses the evasion or Kawashi mechanic, confirming it's possible using the E button. This adds another layer of defense, similar to Virtua Fighter 3's evasion, and can be used to avoid opponents' attacks. It also details the receiving mechanic, allowing players to recover from aerial attacks, a feature unique to Fighting Vipers. Finally, the page touches upon the stages in Fighters Megamix, confirming the inclusion of stages from the original Virtua Fighter, like the Wolf stage and Akira stage. These are arranged in a ring-out-less style, meaning no ring-outs in these stages.
Wall destruction is also mentioned as a feature, similar to fighting vipers, adding to the dynamic environments in the game. Overall, the article conveys excitement for the new fighting system and stage variety in Fighters Megamix. Fighters Megamix boasts an expanded roster, making all boss characters playable from the start, along with the existing 22 fighters and hidden characters to unlock. Visually, the Virtua Fighter characters receive a groovy update, with shading similar to fighting vipers, giving them a polished look. New 2P colors are also being introduced. The game features diverse single-player modes, including survival and a 1P mode, with multiple course settings for increased replayability. The VS mode offers player versus player battles, and the other mode includes team battle and practice options. The game promises balanced gameplay and detailed instructions. Stage selection will offer over 20 stages, reminiscent of VF3, with an initial wall fight before opening up the stage. This page is a Q&A section focusing on Fighters Megamix, diving into some fan questions about the game. The first question asks if the new Virtua Fighter 3 characters, Mealing and Leewolf, will be playable. Sadly, the answer is no, they won't be included. Next up, someone asked about Pepsi-Man, the bizarre mascot character, appearing in the game, but unfortunately, he's also not planned to be in Fighters Megamix. Moving on, the next question is about the movie demo, and it seems external staff are working hard to make it really cool and stylish. Then there's a question about the sound and background music. They are planning to use music from Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Fighter 3, and are also considering adding brand new tracks, so that sounds promising. Someone also wondered about extra minigames like Sugoroku, but at the moment there are no plans for any of those. Lastly, a question about whether Fighters Megamix is coming to arcades. The answer is that this project is designed specifically as an original title just for the Saturn. In a developer interview, AM2's Hiroshi Kataoka discusses Fighters Megamix, calling it a dream realization. The game, born after Virtua Fighter 3, aims to blend different game worlds and characters for a unique experience. With minimal story, the focus is on character matchups, with Virtua Fighter characters retaining VF3 moves, and Fighting Vipers characters receiving potential enhancements. The game will feature 32 characters, including hidden ones, all fitting on one candela without expansion RAM. Hidden characters may include Kids and Sonic Cops, with a possible appearance from Rent a Hero. Kataoka emphasizes the development team's enjoyment, and hopes players will enjoy the omnibus parade of AM2's work, featuring 3 techniques early for Virtua Fighter characters and amazing hidden characters. This page announces the Saturn port of Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, highlighting it as a much-anticipated move for fans of the arcade 3D weapon-based fighting game. It's called a special report from an event in Tokyo where the announcement was made to the press on November 8th. The page lists key features of the Saturn version, including being developed by SEGA AM3 R&D themselves, being a weapon-based fighting action game, and supporting 2-player battles. It mentions that the game will faithfully recreate the characters, weapons, and action from the arcade version, emphasizing realistic movements and weapon usage, which were already praised in arcades. There's an interview with Koji Ogata from AM3 R&D, where he discusses AM3's consumer development philosophy. He mentions their focus is on creating enjoyable games for home consoles, similar to their arcade approach with games like Virtua Fighter and Decathlete. He talks about wanting to make games that appeal to a wide range of players, from kids to office workers, and create titles people will enjoy for a year or two. Ogata also expresses interest in developing original games, and hints at Last Bronx 2 or Virtua Fighter 3 as possible future projects. He also mentions AM2 and AM3 having good relationships and working together, perhaps in response to rumors of conflict. He concludes by stating that, in the future, AM3 aims to continue creating games that cultivate characters and world settings, like Virtua Fighter and Last Bronx, for the 2 generation. This page continues the discussion about the Saturn port of Last Bronx, with an interview featuring Akinobu Abe, AM3R&D director. He talks about the challenges of porting the game from the Model 2 arcade system to the Saturn, emphasizing the amount of work involved to faithfully recreate the game's visual and gameplay experience, especially given the realistic graphics and weapon-based combat. He mentions the visual effects, like clothing and stage elements reacting to attacks, and the challenge of bringing this level of detail to the Saturn. Abe explains that they're aiming for a high-quality port, almost at the arcade level,
and that the development team is composed of staff who worked on the original arcade version, encouraging fans to look forward to it. He also highlights that they want to create an environment where players can communicate and gather, suggesting a focus on the multiplayer aspect of the game. The page also showcases previous AM3 Saturn ports, listing Decathlete and Baku Baku Animal as examples of their work in bringing arcade titles to the home console. There's also a small section asking for programmers, particularly those with Saturn experience, as they want to continue making original and ported games. AM3's Mr. Abe discusses the Saturn port of Last Bronx. Development is starting with a focus on achieving the arcade's 60 FPS. An original opening movie and other extra elements are planned. Character color edits and costume changes will be included, and weapon changes are confirmed, potentially with altered commands. Red Eye will be playable. Gray Metal and Metal Gray transformations are unlikely. Original Saturn exclusive content will be developed after the arcade port is finalized. Character modeling is based on arcade data, with improvements planned. The Tomoe model comparison indicates that the Saturn version's models are still being refined and will be improved upon. Fans are encouraged to anticipate further updates. This page is all about Cyber Troopers Virtual On as it approaches its release on November 29th. It's a pre-release special feature, diving into the game's mechanics and Virtuoid combat. The page is titled All About Cyber Troopers Virtual On and promises to reveal everything you need to know, with mecha-specific thorough research. The article seems to focus on understanding the basic elements of Virtual On and mastering the Virtuoids. It highlights checking the battle methods for all Virtuoids and reveals a viewpoint change feature. There are screenshots showing different Virtuoids in action during battles, emphasizing the gameplay. There's also a section with a message from Dr. Atari, likely a developer or producer involved with the game, discussing the home console version and its appeal, mentioning extra elements like drama creds and goods. It sounds like they are confident that this home version will offer a deep and enjoyable Virtual On experience. This page continues the All About Cyber Troopers Virtual On special, diving into the game's operation guide. It's the Basics edition, aiming to teach players how to control their Virtuoids effectively. Step 1 is all about understanding your Virtuoid type. The game categorizes the 8 Virtuoids into 4 main types based on weight: standard, heavy, light, and unaffiliated. Heavier machines have stronger armor and firepower but are slower, while lighter ones are faster but less armored. They highlight that despite firepower differences, heavier types tend to be generally stronger. There's a 1-point section mentioning that Temujin, Dulcas, and Viper 2 are 3 Virtuoids with special attacks, emphasizing their powerful offensive capabilities in standard attacks. Step 2 focuses on movement, explaining the lever-based control system of Virtual On, which uses 2 levers and 2 buttons. It covers basic movements like walking, running, dashing, turning, and jumping, describing how to perform each using the levers and buttons. Another 1-point section emphasizes using jump and dash attacks to effectively catch and surprise opponents in battle, a crucial tactic for combat. Essentially, it's a beginner's guide to getting to grips with the fundamental controls and Virtuoid types in Virtual On. This page continues the Virtuoid Operation Guide and dives into weapons, close-range combat, and advanced techniques in Cyber Troopers Virtual On. Step 3 explains the 3 weapon types every Virtuoid uses: left, right, and center weapons. It emphasizes using them effectively by understanding their characteristics. The left weapon is described as powerful, but with slow charging, like a SAB weapon. The right weapon is a high-speed, basic weapon. And the center, L+R weapon, is the main weapon, which represents the machine itself. Different attacks are detailed, including standard attacks, dash attacks, front and back, jump attacks, and close-range attacks, each with descriptions of their use and effectiveness in battle. Step 4 moves to close-quarters combat, highlighting it as intense and featuring physical attacks. It mentions double lock-on attacks becoming available at close range, increasing hit probability and damage. Guard actions are also possible during close combat, with evade rolling and guard canceling techniques explained as effective ways to counter or break through enemy guards and attack. Finally, Step 5 covers essential advanced techniques like motion canceling, which is a key technique to master. This allows players to cancel certain animations of moves like dash, jump, and attacks into other actions, giving more fluidity and control in combat. It also details what to do when you are downed, explaining quick recovery dash and quick recovery attack as options to quickly get back into the fight and potentially counterattack as you stand up. This page is a detailed guide to piloting Temujin from Cybertroopers Virtualon. It highlights Temujin as a well-rounded machine, perfect for beginners. The page starts by listing Temujin's vital stats like height, weight, and generator output, and shows a radar chart emphasizing its balanced capabilities across movement, jump power, armor, power, ranged, and close combat. Temujin is described as an all-range fighter, excelling at mid to long-range combat, using beam rifles and power bombs, but also capable in close quarters with its sword. It details Temujin's basic attacks, power bomb, beam sword, and beam rifle, explaining their attack power, range, and special properties, with directional input examples. The gliding ram is featured as Temujin's unique special technique, a high-speed dash attack ideal for quickly closing distance and overwhelming opponents, especially effective against those guarding or using barriers. The page also shows Temujin's winning and losing poses, and mentions its starting stage in the game is Flooded City, which is described as a stage designed for beginners with moderate obstacles and simple VR pod layouts perfect for learning. Essentially, this page is breaking down Temujin's moveset and strategic advantages for players getting to grips with Virtualon. This guide provides advanced strategies for playing as Temujin in Cybertroopers Virtualon. It focuses on close combat, detailing Temujin's sword attacks and their optimal usage, including wave-like combinations. It also offers one-point advice on how to counter Temujin with various other Virtualoids, such as Viper 2, Dulcus, and Feyen, tailoring advice to their specific strengths. The guide then outlines Temujin's basic tactics, including dash mobility, bomb-based movement control, sword attack cancellations, and aggressive slashes. It highlights the Shigami beam rifle and Shigami bomb as key offensive tools. Finally, it advises players to utilize the game's terrain for strategic advantage. The conclusion emphasizes Temujin's versatility and encourages players to master its diverse techniques for victory. The Viper 2 Virtualoid in Cybertroopers Virtualon is a versatile, attack-focused machine, recommended for those who enjoy Temujin but seek more aggressive play. This guide showcases its standard color schemes and a look at the airport stage, a wide-open area ideal for missile combat. The core attacks include Vulcan, 7-way missile, and homing beam, emphasizing their combined use. The SLC dive, a dashing dive move, is highlighted as a key technique for evasion and close-range offense. Detailed attack breakdowns are provided for left, right, and both hands, covering normal, crouching, and dash attacks. The 7-way missile suppresses, while the homing beam delivers a powerful blast. The Vulcan offers rapid-fire capabilities. Overall, Viper 2 is presented as a highly mobile and adaptable Virtualoid, excelling in aerial combat with its diverse arsenal and techniques. This guide provides advanced tactics for the Viper 2 Virtualoid in Cybertroopers Virtualon. It details long-range and surprise attack strategies utilizing beam sabers and rifles. Core tactics include missile barrages, 7-way spread second, homing beam attacks, warning beam, surprise attacks using cover, over-obstruction attack, and jump-based offense, positive infinity Vir.5. The guide offers matchup advice against specific Virtualoids, focusing on exploiting weaknesses. Key offensive strategies include jump-initiated 7-way missiles and front-dash homing beams. Terrain utilization for cover and ambushes is also emphasized, leveraging the 7-way missile spread. Mastering the Viper 2 involves understanding opponent movement, reacting effectively, and adopting an aggressive, proactive playstyle to maximize the machine's versatility and offensive/defensive capabilities. This page introduces the Dorcas, also known as BV-10 BVR, from Cybertroopers Virtualon. It's described as a balanced Virtualoid, good for beginners, with its stage being the waterfront mission. The page details Dorcas's Virtualoid specs, including mobility, jump power, armor, attack, and close combat stats presented in radar charts. It then breaks down Dorcas's basic attacks. The hammer, a left-hand melee attack, the Franks, a combined left and right-hand attack, and the fireball, a right-hand ranged attack. Each attack is further explained, with details on normal attacks, crouching attacks, and forward dash attacks. Dorcas's special technique is highlighted as the Mega Spin Hammer, executed by pressing right stone key and dash trigger simultaneously. This move is described as powerful, but leaves Dorcas vulnerable if it misses. Finally, The page shows Dorcas's winning and losing poses, and suggests Dorcas is a well-rounded machine for players to experience the depth of Virtuon's combat balance. This guide delves into the close-range combat and strategies for Dorcas, BV-10 BVR, in Virtual On. It details two primary close-range attacks, the Quick Strike Hammer and the Powerful Drill Punch. Dorcas's basic tactics include Terminator Ver 1.2, Fireball into close combat, Cross Forbade behind, Dash canceling to attack from behind, Hunting Hammer, positioning with fireballs then close-range attacks, and Negative Impact, aerial combat with dash hammers. Key attacks are Fireball for long range and Dash Franks for close range. Utilizing terrain, especially areas with obstacles, is crucial. Machine-specific advice recommends specific tactics against each Virtualoid, such as using fireballs against Temjin and counter-attacking Viper 2's jump attacks. Dorcas encourages aggressive gameplay and rewards skillful, adaptable players who understand their opponent and choose their engagements carefully. This page is all about the Virtuoid Belg's Baldur from Virtual On. It introduces Belgdur, stating it's for players who like to use powerful machines and enjoy strategic combat, perhaps for those who find Temjin a bit too standard. The page details Belgdur's specifications like height, weight, and generator output, also showing a radar chart highlighting its strengths and weaknesses in areas like mobility, armor, power, attack, and close combat. It dives into Belgdur's close-range combat capabilities, emphasizing its role as a mid- to long-range support unit that excels in close to mid-range engagements using grenades and napalm attacks, while also having homing missiles for ranged combat. The page outlines specific attacks like Nabam, homing missile, and grenade for both right and left hands, detailing their attack properties and usage scenarios, with accompanying images of the attacks in action. It mentions Belgdur's special technique is high-speed lateral movement, enabling quick repositioning. The page also shows Belgdur's win and loss poses and describes its stage, the fourth mission, Green Hills, highlighting it as a large stage suitable for long-range combat, but lacking in terrain features for cover in versus mode. Essentially, it's a guide to understanding and effectively using Belgdur in Virtual On, focusing on its strengths in combined arms tactics and powerful weaponry. This Belgdur Virtuoid Karoid guide focuses on combat strategies, emphasizing close to mid-range tactics. Belgdur excels at flanking using lateral movement. Key techniques include the Nabam to missile combo, crouching missile shot, and bell step attack for maneuvering behind opponents. The guide recommends napalm for area of effect and shield penetration, missiles for long-range suppression, and grenades for consistent damage. Utilizing terrain is crucial, with napalm and missiles effective even with cover. The guide also offers matchup advice against other Virtuoids, close-range combat for Temjin, bell step against Viper 2 and Dulcas, basic tactics and napalm in mirror matches, napalm and missiles against Balbasbo, napalm against APHARMD, jump and bell step attacks against Feyen, and lateral movement and napalm against Raiden. The guide concludes by praising Belgdur as a rewarding machine to master, even when losing, and a good stepping stone for learning more advanced Virtuoids. This page dives into the details of the Virtuoid Balbasbo, as part of a complete guide to all Virtuoids. It kicks off by describing Balbasbo as being for players who like to attack from a distance. The page highlights its core combat style as a special trial machine built for mid to long-range engagements, emphasizing the use of bits for all-range attacks. You get a breakdown of its stats with a radar chart showing its capabilities in mobility, armor, attack power, jump power, general power, and close combat prowess. There's a section on a unique move called jump rotation, a technique for making small turns mid-air during jumps. The guide then details Balbasbo's weaponry. On the left hand, it uses floating mines, effective for suppression and area control. The L+R weapon is the hand bit, used for simultaneous attacks and pursuing enemies. Finally, the right-hand weapon is the ring laser, described as a ring-shaped laser for ranged attacks, good for both offense and defense. For each weapon, there are details on normal, crouching, and dash attacks, but these are in table format with stats we can skip over. Interestingly, the page also shows Balbasbo's winning and losing poses, and mentions that its stage in the game is called Ruins, a stage set in ancient ruins designed for simulated battles. Overall, this page is really laying out the groundwork for mastering Balbasbo, focusing on its ranged combat style and bit-based weaponry. This page continues the Virtual Poroid guide, this time focusing on close combat and battle tactics for Bulbous Bow. It details its fireframe and bean crow attacks for close-range engagements. Moving into basic strategies, it emphasizes using the ring laser for both defense and offense, suggesting you can suppress enemies and then follow up with a dash attack, or restrain movement and then unleash another ring laser. For more unpredictable attacks at mid-range, the guide suggests using jump rotation. It also mentions a tactic called jump large amount bullet scattering for wide area attacks at mid to long range, using main attacks during jump rotation. The page highlights the dash ring laser and jump hand bit as particularly useful attacks. Dash ring laser is good for both mobility and offense, while jump hand bit is presented as a high-risk, high-remward move. Terrain is also key. Using obstacles to hide or gain position, especially utilizing the hand bit in such situations. The reviewer seems to think Bulbous Bow is a fun Virtuoid to play, especially if you appreciate distance combat and using bits for all range attacks. It's described as a machine for players who enjoy a more tactical, patient approach to battles, waiting for the right moment to strike. Finally, there's matchup advice against various Virtuoids like Temujin, Viper 2, Dolkaz, Belgdor, Bulbous Bow itself, Feyen, and Raiden, giving quick tips on how to approach each fight. This page is all about the Virtuoid farmed from Virtual On. It's a detailed guide breaking down its combat abilities, starting with its basic attacks, and highlighting the importance of maintaining pressure on opponents at mid-range. It mentions using tonfa attacks to apply pressure and disrupt enemy movements, advising players to utilize cancel techniques and disrupt enemy rhythm. Moving into special techniques, it details the tonfa cancel and tonfa use dash, explaining how to incorporate dashes with tonfa attacks for both offensive and defensive advantages, allowing for quick repositioning and extended reach. The page further breaks down a farm's weaponry, with sections on bombs and shotguns. For bombs, it covers left hand, combined left and right hand bomb attacks, each with descriptions of their area of effect and usage scenarios, like using bombs to cover retreats or control enemy movement. The shotgun section details right-hand shotgun attacks, emphasizing their rapid fire and close-range effectiveness, noting the drawback of short-range, but highlighting its power for close-quarters combat and disrupting enemy approaches. There's also a section showcasing a shot farm's winning poses and its vital statistics at the top, like height, weight, and generator output. Additionally, it displays the 1P, 2P, and rear color variations of the VR. Essentially, this page is a player's manual, giving in-depth combat strategies and move breakdowns for mastering a farmed in Virtual On. This page continues the guide to mastering a farmed in Virtual On, diving deeper into its combat tactics. It stresses not to rely solely on circling movements, and introduces close-quarters combat strategies using straight shotguns and tonfa attacks, detailing their effective ranges and power. The guide elaborates on a farm's fundamental battle techniques from the previous page, outlining Shell Strike, a bomb-focused attack, Crazy Dash, emphasizing dash canceling for relentless pressure, Revenger, a counterattack strategy when opponents approach, and Escape to Attack, a technique for creating distance and repositioning. Moving on to practical attacks. The guide highlights the front dash bomb and slanted dash bomb as useful offensive options. It then discusses utilizing terrain to your advantage, using obstacles for defense and high ground for offensive positioning with bombs and shotguns. A crucial section provides one-point advice for countering specific Virtuoids like Temujin, Viper 2, Dordre, Belgdor, Bulbous Bow, a Farmoid itself, Feyen, and Raiden, offering tailored strategies against each. Finally, the page features special columns emphasizing the true essence of playing a Farmoid, a balance of shotgun and bomb attacks, and a focus on aggressive close combat, all while maintaining a sense of coolness. It also describes the ideal Farmoid player as someone who embraces aggressive, skillful close combat. The bottom text touches on the balance between winning and enjoying the game, suggesting focusing on enjoying the battle itself. This page introduces Feyen from Virtual On, highlighting it as the VR-14A Feyen. It's described as a lightweight, close-range, combat-focused Virtuoid. The page shows different color variations, 1P, 2P, and rear side views, showcasing its design. There are Winna, Wimb, and Lose poses to illustrate character expressions, The page goes into detail about Feiyan's basic attacks, including middle-range jump attack, emphasizing its speed and effectiveness in mid-range combat using jump attacks. It mentions incorporating crouching attacks and continuous assaults,
recommending hyperprostonization as a core tactic.
Next, Feiyan's special abilities, specifically hyperprioritization, are explained. This ability activates after taking damage, enhancing combat abilities, and shortening charge times for weapons. The guide then breaks down Feiyan's attack moves categorized by button combinations and directions. These are listed as Lul Bogen, Lul plus R Heart Beam, and Rand Beam, detailing their properties, effectiveness, and usage scenarios like normal attacks, crouching attacks, front dash attacks, back dash attacks, and jump attacks. It also covers combo attacks for each weapon type. The descriptions emphasize strategic use of beams, projectile properties, and hyperscenization for maximizing Feiyan's combat potential. The bottom text mentions Feiyan's gameplay style, suggesting it's best used for rushing in and utilizing heart beams, hand beams, and bogen weapons at close range, especially when hypertentialized. It notes that while Feiyan's attack power may not be as high, skilled players can overcome this with strategy and technique. The next page delves deeper into Feiyan from Virtual On, focusing on close-quarters combat strategies. It highlights Feiyan's speed for quick attacks, even with its short attack range. It breaks down Feiyan's basic battle tactics into 4 core strategies: Emotional Heart, which uses hand beams and dash jump attacks; Straight Heart, for aggressive attacks with bogen and dash heart beams; Follow Ring, for horizontal movement and continuous bogen attacks; and Fake Landing, which uses jump attacks and landing feints to confuse opponents, noting that it's less effective against bogen users. There's a points section on usable attacks, recommending jump heart attacks and crouching bogens, emphasizing mid and close-range combat and managing distance. Another points section advises on terrain-based battles, suggesting using obstacles for cover and flanking maneuvers. The page also offers specific counter-strategies for fighting against other Virtuoids like Temjin, Viper 2, Dulkas, Belgdor, Balbaspo, Aframd, Feiyan itself, and Raiden. These tips are tailored to exploit each opponent's weaknesses.
For example, against Temjin, it suggests bomb attacks and jump heart beams. Against Viper 2, it recommends getting behind and using bogen attacks. Finally, a special column titled, Feiyan is like this, and Jis, emphasizes that Feiyan's strength lies in its versatility and high mobility, allowing for an all-around attack style despite its weaker shield. It encourages players to develop their own style and enjoy the strategic depth Feiyan offers, highlighting the fun in mastering this Virtuoid's unique playstyle.
This page provides a detailed look at the Virtuoroid VRO5E Raiden, a heavy armor machine focused on powerful attacks. Raiden boasts a height of 17.8 meters, weighs 12.2 tons, and has a generator output of 8,824 kW. Its strengths lie in armor and attack power, with weaknesses in mobility and close combat. Designed for players who prioritize aiming and strong shots, Raiden excels at long-range combat. The page highlights the Death Trap stage as Raiden's arena, suitable for strategic battles. It showcases Raiden's color variations and poses. Raiden's combat revolves around 3 weapon systems: the scattering Grand Bomb, the dual L plus R laser, and the high-damage bazooka, each with specific attack moves detailed in tables. Lacking special techniques, Raiden's effectiveness relies on mastering its standard weaponry and utilizing a methodical, long-range strategy, prioritizing bazooka and Grand Bomb attacks while maintaining distance. The next page delves deeper into Raiden's combat strategies in Virtual On, focusing on both close-range and tactical approaches. It details the shoulder attack and strike bazooka launcher moves, highlighting that while Raiden can fight up close, it's not its strength. The page then outlines 4 fundamental battle tactics for Raiden. The first emphasizes setting up a laser net to control space, and then following up with a powerful bazooka shot. Another tactic involves using dash lasers to pressure opponents. Beyond lasers, it suggests utilizing the Grand Bomb and melee attacks to control the battlefield. and when forced into close combat, using guard cancels and shoulder attacks. It points out the crouching bazooka and jump bazooka as particularly effective attacks due to their versatility. The guide also advises players to use terrain to their advantage, employing dash grand bombs and bazookas in areas with obstacles. A significant portion is dedicated to machine-specific countermeasures, offering one-point advice for fighting against various virtuoids like Temujin, Viper 2, Dorcas, Belgdor, Ball Boss Bow, APHARMD, Phaeon, and even another Raiden. These tips focus on exploiting each virtuoid's weaknesses.
Finally, a special column titled Raiden Is This Angry discusses Raiden's slow bazooka reload time. It stresses the importance of not solely relying on the bazooka and using the laser weapon effectively to maintain pressure and create openings. It reiterates that Raiden's strength lies in delivering concentrated damage and strategic positioning rather than rapid-fire attacks.
The next page is all about Dynamite Deca, and it's basically a beginner's guide to get you started with the game. It highlights different playstyles to suit your preferences. First up, it recommends watching the demo before you jump in to get a feel for the game. Then it talks about different approaches to playing. If you like to customize things, you can tweak the options before starting. If you're the kind of player who likes to use weapons, the guide points out that enemies drop weapons, and you can even take weapons from defeated foes. It showcases the rocket launcher and machine gun as examples of powerful weapons. For those who enjoy strategic combat, it talks about mastering combination moves, giving an example combo of PPPK, followed by a jumping back kick. If you are more into throws, it emphasizes the importance of throws, even suggesting to risk your life for a good throw. It gives Frankensteiner and Giant Swing as examples. Finally, for players who are all about the money shot, it introduces the idea of golden attacks, which seem to be powerful, timed attacks. There's also a mention of a deep scan mode, suggesting you can play in that mode to earn more credits. Overall, the page is designed to introduce you to the basics of Dynamite Deca and encourage you to find your own way to play and enjoy the action. This page is about Dynamite Deca and the exciting news that the classic arcade game Deep Scan is also included as a bonus. It's giving us a preview of the first two stages of Dynamite Deca. Stage 1 starts on a building rooftop, where you'll be facing terrorists after a helicopter landing, and then you'll descend to an underground parking garage using an elevator. It highlights using timing and button presses effectively, and advises using action buttons and combo moves. Stage 2 moves the action to the underground parking area, which then leads to a surprising battle in a toilet. Apparently, after fighting through the parking garage against machine gun-wielding enemies, you'll end up in a toilet area. The page jokes about fighting enemies in your underwear in the toilet. After the toilet brawl, you'll then move further into the building's interior. It mentions toilet paper rolls on the floor and slippery tiles, and highlights that the boss in this stage is 2 robots. It mentions timing-based continuous action is important in the game, and that there are action scene highlights. It seems like Dynamite Deca is packed with varied and crazy action right from the start. Also, it mentions that getting high scores in Deep Scan will earn you extra credits for Dynamite Deca, which is a nice bonus feature. Daytona USA Circuit Edition boasts improved 2-player battle modes. Split-screen mode, similar to Sega Rally Championship, features vertically stacked views and is nearing completion, though some polygon glitches remain. Expand online play is confirmed, allowing for long-distance battles, though specific details are still pending. The developers are optimistic about delivering a great online experience. The ultimate 2-player experience will be Link Cable Play, which provides full-screen versus racing by connecting 2 Saturn consoles. This feature eliminates compromises, offering a complete and technically impressive versus mode. The game's development focuses on refining car handling and is rapidly progressing. Daytona USA Circuit Edition introduces new versus modes for exciting races. Time lag mode is a checkpoint race with a time limit. Delay time mode handicaps one player with a delayed start. Slower car boost mode gives the trailing player a speed boost to encourage close races. These modes add variety and challenge to the gameplay. A developer interview highlights the focus on 2-player battles, aiming to surpass Sega Rally Championship. Split-screen mode is nearing completion, and X-Band support is confirmed for online play. Link cable battles offer full-screen versus racing. The developers emphasize competitive enjoyment and aim for the best versus rally experience. Race data recording and time attack mode improvements are also planned, aiming for a definitive Daytona experience. Get ready for X-Men vs. Street Fighter on SEGA Saturn in summer '97. This arcade hit from Capcom is a tag-team fighting game featuring 17 characters. The X-Men roster includes Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and Magneto, while Street Fighter boasts Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, and more. New additions like Sabretooth, Cammy, and Dalsim enhance the experience.
The game's core is built on the X-Men series, with features like aerial rave combos and forward dashes. Street Fighter characters are enhanced too. A key feature is the tag team system, allowing strategic character switching for assists and powerful combinations. Capcom promises a faithful port, emphasizing the game's fresh appeal and looking forward to bringing this exciting title to the Saturn. This page is all about Virtua Cop 2. It's announced as a special report, hyping up the release of this gun-shooting game for the Sega Saturn. It mentions it's priced at 5,800 yen and supports both gun-shooting and the Vertigan. The article talks about Virtua Cop 2 being the headliner for the end-of-year Saturn software rush, suggesting it's a highly anticipated title. It mentions that the opening movie will be shown for the first time and includes comments from a developer named Hanjo. There are screenshots showcasing in-game action, including shooting sequences and scenes with characters. Notably, it introduces Joe Fang as the final boss of the game and challenges players to defeat him. The developers express confidence in the game, stating that it surpasses the quality of the previous game, with improved CG graphics designed by AM2 Research and Design. They talk about aiming to exceed player expectations from Virtua Cop 1, promising a fun and exciting game with cool special moves and hidden elements for players to discover. They encourage players to try out the game. This article previews Virtua Cop 2, focusing on its opening movie and option settings. The opening movie showcases characters like Rage, Smarty, and Janet in action, along with boss introductions such as Bull, Bobby Louise, and Cat Tank, Garcy Bradley. The tagline, "Bosses Appear," emphasizes the upcoming challenges. The game's option mode is detailed, covering difficulty, gun looseness, life settings, continue options, and audio controls. Controller settings allow customization of gun sensitivity, sights, auto reload, gun select mode, and ranking viewing. The developers at AM2, drawing on their Virtua Fighter experience, express confidence in the game's improved graphics and promise a high-quality, fun experience exceeding the original Virtua Cop. This is a beginner's strategy guide for Stage 1, Big Chase, in Virtua Cop 2. The stage unfolds in several scenes: jewelry store, car chase, residential area, a route choice, downtown or seaside drive, construction site, and the boss battle. The guide provides scene-specific advice. In the jewelry store, stay mobile and eliminate enemies swiftly. During the car chase, focus on side-popping attackers. In the residential area, watch balconies and corners. Downtown features bikers, while seaside drive has sedans. The construction site emphasizes awareness of overhead threats. Checkpoint sections identify key items and enemy types per route. The initial jewelry store scene warns of immediate enemy contact. The boss, Bull, can be defeated with 3 hits, using barrels and boxes as projectiles. The guide is visually supported with screenshots. Stage 2 of Virtua Cop 2, Save the Mayor, presents a series of challenging environments, starting at the wharf and culminating in a boss fight against the Aerodivers. The stage emphasizes the importance of pinpoint shooting due to long-range sniper attacks and close-quarters combat in locations like the ship lobby. Players must be prepared for combined battles with diverse enemy types, leading to combat on the deck and bridge. The guide provides checkpoint warnings. Players should be wary of breakable objects requiring careful reloading. Accuracy is critical to avoid harming civilians in guest rooms and shops. The Aerodivers boss fight, involving multiple enemies and missile attacks, demands strategic shooting and reloading to survive. This page dives into Stage 3 of Virtua Cop 2, titled Rail Line Subway Terror Stop. It's all about preventing a terrorist attack in the subway system. The stage flow starts at the station, moves into a train battle, then out to the outskirts, and finally, into a base. The guide highlights a few key challenges. First, battles inside the narrow train cars demand precision. Second, the Saturn version introduces a new course, different from the arcade, adding an element of the unknown for arcade players. Third, it warns about the final section being a tough gate to overcome. There's a checkpoint, stressing the need to be mindful of civilians, especially on the arcade route.
which has many more of them. Another checkpoint points out long-range shooting scenarios where you need to be accurate to take down enemies efficiently and conserve health. Finally, the boss for this stage is revealed as Gas Bradley, who pilots a cat tank. The page teases about the ultimate final boss that awaits beyond Gas Bradley, hinting at even more challenges to come. Overall, Stage 3 looks like a frantic ride through various environments, with tight shooting scenarios and a tough tank boss fight. Enemy Zero is hyped as a major release, showcasing cinematic sequences and an interactive movie experience. The story begins with Laura awakening from cold sleep, amnesiac, and in a dire situation. She discovers an emergency program is active, and the ship is under attack by unseen enemies. The player, as Laura, must fight to survive and uncover the mystery of her situation. The game, spanning 4 discs, is set for release on December 13th and includes a 3D hologram jacket for the first 300,000 copies. The article emphasizes the game's atmosphere and story, positioning it as a significant release following a split with Sony. This pre-release special aims to build anticipation for the game's launch. This page details gameplay for Enemy Zero, focusing on Laura's initial experiences and equipment gathering. It starts by describing how the invisible something becomes the invisible enemy. Parker, initially fighting these enemies, is quickly killed. Laura, waking up and finding Parker dead, realizes the invisible enemy is now a tangible threat. The page then moves into gameplay instructions, titled, Prepare Equipment, Face the Approaching Darkness. Laura is in her room and needs to equip herself. The guide mentions retrieving items from drawers, highlighting 3 key items: a VPS device to detect enemy locations through sound and vibrations, a dome-shaped electronic key, and a voice recorder to log her thoughts. Next, under the heading, Unlock the door lock of her own room, go to a place of death to live, it explains Laura's need to leave her room and head to the storeroom. Despite the danger, staying put is not an option. The guide emphasizes the need to gather equipment to confront the invisible enemies and survive. Finally, the storeroom section details finding more useful items. It points out a belt conveyor-like object and mentions finding boxes, suggesting items are stored there. The guide implies that while there might be other things in the storeroom, for now, the focus is on these key items to progress. The overall tone is about survival and preparing for the dangers ahead in Enemy Zero. This page continues the Enemy Zero gameplay guide, focusing on finding equipment in the locker room. Laura finds her locker in the locker room, which has her name on it. Although the locker is locked initially, by using the electronic key found in her room, she can unlock it. Inside the locker, she discovers a card key. The guide poses the question of what this key is for. Moving to the lower part of the page, it introduces the training mode in Enemy Zero. It explains that this mode is designed for beginners and is accessible from Game Disc 0, which is the opening disc. The training mode displays enemies visually, unlike the main game, where they are invisible. This mode is described as easier to understand for players unfamiliar with the game's mechanics, using wireframes to represent the environment and polygon models for enemies to make them easily identifiable. The guide mentions the VPS sounds and energy levels are also readily apparent to help players grasp the relationship between enemy distance and VPS. It suggests that by experiencing the training mode, players can learn the basics and feel more confident facing the challenges in the actual game. This guide section for Enemy Zero covers the stair room, accessible with a new item. Laura uses a precarious pipe elevator to descend, with the guide teasing the challenges ahead. The next section previews Summer Tower on the Virgil J. Akihabara spaceship, a dark industrial environment, and hints at underwater enemies, stressing visual awareness. The page also features a Kenji Eno special interview. Eno, prior to release, discusses the game's structure, designed to be initially easier and encouraging players to thoroughly explore. He emphasizes accessibility, aiming for a fair, clean challenge and ensuring even less skilled players can finish. Eno also touches on balancing difficulty, managing save battery consumption, and playfully addresses the inclusion of the 3D hologram jacket. He concludes by discussing production costs and reasonable pricing, aiming for a broad audience despite the game's complexities. This page is all about Taiku Rishiden 2, a historical Japanese strategy RPG where you aim to become a great warlord. It dives into the core gameplay loop, explaining the appraisal and orders system. Basically, you're a subordinate attending clan meetings, where your lord, Oda Nobunaga, dishes out orders. You need to accept these orders, complete them, and build trust with Nobunaga to climb the ranks. The page emphasizes that simply following orders isn't enough to get ahead. You need to achieve results and impress your superiors to gain their trust and recognition. There are flowcharts illustrating this process. You get appraised, receive orders, and depending on your success, your lord's trust in you goes up or down. If you slack off and skip meetings, Nobunaga will be pretty unhappy, and your progress will stall. The page highlights that rising through the ranks in this Sengoku-era game is all about gaining trust and proving your worth. It looks like a deep and engaging system where your choices and performance directly impact your character's career. In Taiku, Rishiden 2, gaining your lord's trust involves strategic actions categorized as orders, impacting your progress within the clan. Key actions include selling, trading for profit, and information gathering to inform trading. Diplomacy and negotiation are used to interact with other warlords. New field development expands territory, while repairing castles fortifies defenses, both likely using minigames. Training boosts military skills, vital for success in combined battles, where maximizing army strength is crucial. Self-improvement is also essential, focusing on officer stats. Ability score, improved through actions and affecting task success, and skill level, earned through training and required for lordly orders. Mastering both ability and skill is key to advancement in the game. This page announces the SEGA Saturn release of the King of Fighters 96, set for December 27th. It highlights the game will be available in 3 versions: a standard Cridrom edition, a value set which includes an extra RAM cartridge, and a limited edition double pack containing both King of Fighters 95 and 96 with a RAM cartridge. The page emphasizes that King of Fighters 96 features 27 characters across 9 teams, continuing the series tradition of bringing together popular characters from Spunk's various fighting game franchises. Screenshots showcase in-game action and the order select screen. The text also mentions this release will finally bring the Saturn version to fans who have been waiting. This page is really hyping up King of Fighters 96 for the SEGA Saturn, calling it the evolving battle system and a perfect port with the latest development screenshots. They're emphasizing that it's more than just your usual King of Fighters game. It's bringing together all those popular characters in dream match scenarios, promising stable and deep gameplay thanks to Sklink's expertise. They mention the evolved 2D fighting system, with team battles at its core, incorporating things like emergency evasion moves, guard cancels, and 4 different jump types to create exciting fights. It looks like they're really confident this will be a must-have title for fans when it hits on December 27th. The page also mentions a writer's battle, where magazine writers will be predicting match winners, and an illustration contest for fans, suggesting they're keen on community engagement around the game. This report focuses on the Saturn port of the arcade gun shooting game, Henry Explorer. The Saturn version closely mirrors the arcade's visuals. While designed for 1 to 2 players instead of 13, it supports arcade mode and the barging controller, with home console reload adjustments. The game boasts a multi-ending system with 6 stages, each featuring branching paths in Acts 2 and 3. Players can experience different outcomes and encounter one of 6 unique bosses based on their chosen routes. The reviewer highlights the game's depth and the potential for different endings, joy and tragedy. The Saturn version aims to replicate the arcade experience while adapting button layouts, likely mapping arcade functions to console controls. Overall, the page generates excitement for the Saturn port's branching paths and multiple endings. This page is about Panel T Story, Kelun's Great Adventure, a map-making RPG for the SEGA Saturn. The game's tagline is, "Adventuring in the land you create with panels." It's described as a mapless RPG, where players themselves create the world by arranging panel pieces, making the world feel unique and unexplored. The article highlights the core gameplay mechanic, placing panels to build the game world. Players can choose from various panels like plains and forests to shape the terrain and create their own adventure map. The screenshots show examples of different panel types and a gameplay screen where the player is placing panels. It also mentions that placing panels strategically is key and that different terrains will lead to different events and encounters, like monsters. The game features a young boy named Kelun, who seems to be the main character embarking on a journey of growth. The page mentions dungeons, towns, and encounters with bosses, suggesting a typical RPG structure layered onto the map-building mechanic. The article concludes by emphasizing that the world is shaped by the player's imagination, encouraging players to freely create their own unique adventure. The game is listed as a map-making RPG developed by Shueisha, with a planned February release, and the game is said to be 30% complete at the time of writing. This page is a special report on the puzzle adventure game Takurakan Dunhuang Legend. It seems the game is complete, boasting a 100% completion rate, and is set to release on December 20th for 6,800 yen. Described as an adventure puzzle game for all ages, Takurakan promises a grand story that unfolds as you solve puzzles, drawing you into a deep and mysterious world. The article highlights the game's puzzles, mentioning they test your memory, observation skills, and deductive reasoning. Screenshots showcase various puzzle types, including a wall puzzle where you have to use paint to create a flying celestial robe, rotating disc puzzles where you need to manipulate discs with red and gold balls, a sliding tile puzzle, and a puzzle involving navigating a lava path using stepping stones. The game seems to be puzzle-focused, with a mystical story driven by solving these challenges. This page unveils Legend of the Galactic Heroes, a grand space opera simulation game. It's hyped as a fleet battle simulation, and is scheduled for release on December 6th, priced at 5,800 yen. Published by Tokuma Shuten, it's aimed at players of all ages. The page highlights the game's features, emphasizing its detailed character portraits and dynamic fleet battles that bring the beloved Legend of the Galactic Heroes universe to life as a simulation. You can dive into the strategic gameplay, leading fleets as iconic characters like Yang Wenli and Reinhard von Lohengrin. Screenshots showcase the game's strategic map, where you maneuver fleets, and battle screens displaying combat. The article mentions tactical elements like unit types, weapon ranges, terrain, and formations, all influencing combat outcomes. It stresses the depth of strategy, where player skill in commanding fleets, especially those led by Yang and Reinhard, will be crucial to victory, just like in the original story. The reviewer is excited about the ability to surpass even these legendary commanders in strategic prowess within the game. This page is showcasing Graduation S for the Sega Saturn, and it's looking like a character-raising simulation game. We've got a bunch of the girls featured here. These are Shimura Mami, Keito Mika, Arai Kiyomi, Takashiro Reiko, and Nakamoto Shizuka. It seems to be highlighting that you'll be training these characters, probably to graduate successfully, hence the title. There are small images of each girl in various scenarios, like skiing or in swimsuits, which likely represent different activities or events in the game as you raise them. It's advertised as an incubation simulation or training simulation, so it sounds like you'll be guiding these girls through their school lives and shaping their futures. Looks like it's going to be a pretty involved, character-focused game on the Saturn. Reader's Station Volume 15 features diverse reader submissions. Ree's Diary discusses the magazine's transition to weekly publication and hopes for increased contributions. Cool highlights a reader's enjoyment of cool mint gum with penguin characters. Another reader reminisces about playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2 with waltz music. A misremembered game title's anecdote shows nostalgia for past gaming experiences. Readers share arcade experiences playing Virtua Fighter. A funny anecdote recounts a misidentification of a Game Center attendee. An 18-year-old from Kyoto expresses enjoyment of X-rated games, viewing it as an appreciation of beauty. Image sections include fan art and Brother, a section dedicated to muscular illustrations, influenced by the editor-in-chief. Finally, a reader from Kanagawa, now pregnant, offers feedback on the magazine's content and expresses concern about potentially increased homosexual themes, hoping for a diverse readership. This page of Reader's Station, called Free Talk, is packed with opinions and questions from players. One reader talks about wanting to change the music in PlayStation's Ridge Racer to their own custom tunes, but realizes it's technically difficult. Another reader recounts their experience attending a game school's trial enrollment, describing it as fun and interesting. There's a discussion on the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, with a reader wondering why it's not selling as well as expected, and analyzing potential reasons related to wall mechanics and gameplay. Someone else chimes in wanting games with even more realistic and beautiful graphics, particularly in sports titles. A reader sends encouragement to GDNet, a game maker, praising them as unique within the Saturn market and hoping they continue to create interesting games. The page also features the SATURN Magazine gallery, showcasing fan art, with a large illustration taking center stage, alongside smaller reader art pieces. Finally, Today's Various Things presents smaller images and brief reader comments, including one about Sweet Fighter and another about unexpected character combinations in Capcom and SNK games. Readers of Reader's Station are sharing merchandise ideas. Fans desire Virtua Fighter model kits and are nostalgic for older styles. Others suggest Virtualon-themed bath products and practical apparel like Sonic-themed clothing. One reader wants plushies, posters, photo stands, and keychains featuring characters from games like Shin Megami Tensei. Several fans dream of high-quality Sega merchandise, including tapestry and clock prizes. The section also announces a merger of reader submissions sections and features reader comments and images from Virtua Fighter, Cyber Troopers, Virtualon, Policenauts, and Dynamite Dika, Die Hard Arcade, highlighting appreciation for classic game styles and humorous requests for in-game items. This page features reader-submitted content across various game sections. Virtua Corner highlights reader experiences, with one baffled by a graphically intensive game, and another humorously describing family arguments escalating into game scenarios. Ours Information Desk sees players sharing thoughts on games like Outrun, praised for its relaxing qualities, and the initially harsh but ultimately engaging Wizardry Vic. A reader even offers a unique 3D enhancement tip for Nights into Dreams. Special Item showcases a passionate review of Raystorm, with praise for its graphics, sound, and laser. Finally, King's Ear and Imperial Assault Force focus on character appreciation, specifically Sakura Wars characters, with readers celebrating their designs. This magazine page features reader contributions, including the Satamaga Public Inquiry section for questions. Readers can participate in game development part-time and may receive book coupons or software for submissions. There are deadlines for timely news submissions, and it's acceptable to write multiple ideas on one postcard. Furigal Zone features reader stories about gaming experiences, including a Tokyo Joyopolis visit and a tale of ignoring a girlfriend while playing a game. The page is filled with Koma manga, 4-panel comics submitted by readers. Topics include boxing games, family gaming, fighting game mechanics, strange in-game items, and the appearance of a cute character. The page also includes submission guidelines, a correction notice regarding Super Robot Tayson release dates, and a preview for the upcoming issue. Utsu's Let's Become Overseas Game Experts humorously disregards trends, exploring various game developers. Activision, established in 1978, is known for Atari 2600 hits like River Raid and Pitfall, and the Zork adventure game series, also mentioning MechWarrior. Midway, specializing in arcade games, is famous for Mortal Kombat and sports titles like NBA Tournament. Acclaim is highlighted for NBA Jam and WWF games. Finally, Adeline International, praised for revolutionary works, is represented by Flashback and its 3D sequel, Flashback: Fade to Black. The article recommends experiencing classic games across these developers. This page continues the exploration of overseas game developers. First up is Bullfrog Productions, famed for their unique simulation and strategy titles. They highlight their 3D racer High Octane, the popular PC action title Magic Carpet, the hospital management sim Theme Hospital, and the anticipated Syndicate Wars, generating considerable buzz in Europe. Next we have Core Design, an American design company established in 1985. While known for action series like Thunderhawk and Shellshock, their claim to fame is bringing the groundbreaking 3D action-adventure Tomb Raider to the Saturn. This game was so impactful, it was likened to being the Indiana Jones of gaming. LucasArts Entertainment is also featured, founded in 1982 by George Lucas, to explore entertainment beyond film. They successfully transitioned from movies to games, with their Star Wars-themed software becoming massive hits. Notable titles include Rebel Assault 2 and Dark Forces. Lastly, Crystal Dynamics is presented as a top-tier American game software company, a significant force in 32-bit gaming. They are prioritizing original game development, having already released titles like Gex, The Horde, and Off-World Interceptor Extreme. They also have 3D adventure games like Legacy of Kain and Pandemonium on the horizon.
This text explores various overseas game developers. Electronic Arts, EA Sports, founded in 1982, is a major player, dominating sports games like FIFA and Madden, and also created classics like Road Rash. Probe Entertainment, an American developer, created Alien Trilogy. Ubisoft, a French company, developed the popular Rayman. Narrated Software, known for pushing action game boundaries, created Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. Gremlin Interactive, a UK-based developer, is recognized for sports titles like Aksha Soccer. Interplay, famous for PC RPG Bard's Tale, also created games like Battle Chess and Rock and Roll Racing. Finally, Infogrames, inspired by the Cthulhu mythos, is known for Alone in the Dark. This text explores several overseas game developers. Maxis, founded in 1987, created the hit SimCity, launching the Sim series. Spectrum Holobyte Microprose, established in 1982, is known for simulation games like Civilization and XCOM. Shiny Entertainment, led by David Perry, developed Earthworm Jim and MDK. UK-based Psygnosis, founded in 1984, is famous for Lemmings and games like Wipeout. Ocean focuses on movie tie-in games, while Fox Interactive is creating Die Hard Trilogy. Virgin Interactive Entertainment, originally Mastertronic, developed games like Cool Spot and handled Disney licenses. Scion, known for the groundbreaking Myst, also created Gridrunner. These developers showcase the diverse landscape of the game industry. This text summarizes Capcom news and fan opinions. A Cyberbots Million plan is discussed, hinting at a major Capcom project. Fans eagerly await a Saturn port of Star Gladiator, praising its gameplay and Hayato. Transplant Wishful Thinking Spree highlights fan demand for more Street Fighter games, especially Zero and Street, on Saturn. Capcom Con Shikusu celebrates older Capcom titles like X'd X's, Boogie Wings, and Wonder 3. Taste of Games reviews Capcom fighting games, praising X-Men 2. Capcom Wind Furobu emphasizes the strategic depth of Capcom fighting games. Finally, the magazine itself is preparing for renewal, seeking reader feedback for new projects, including the upcoming Circa Patsu special feature. SNK News highlights the popularity of the Neoprint photo booth in arcades. An update on the Samurai Showdown RPG reveals the incorporation of familiar characters and new faces in a story near the heavens, with improvements planned for gameplay and AI. The SNK Furikuzu section features reader comments and artwork, with requests for merchandise and praise for Terry Bogard art. SNK Plum Blossom Moto Asusume strongly recommends Garou, Mark of the Wolves, praising its gameplay and presentation. Reader submissions are now in color, with the next theme being Fury or Anger. The next issue will cover Panic Feast and a KOF 96 special, announce contest winners, and feature the theme Special Move Panic. A KOF 96 giveaway is also planned. This page delves into Virtua Fighter 3 strategy, specifically focusing on Sarah Bryant's usage, with tips from a player called Ikebukuro Sarah. The article discusses her playstyle, emphasizing mix-up tactics using high and low attacks, throws, and special moves like Jackknife Feint and Flash Piston. It highlights the importance of adapting to the opponent's defense and using throws effectively, particularly after guarding. There's also a section covering the VF3 North Cup final tournament held in Tokyo at Sega World Kashima. It mentions the victory of a player named Shibuya Jackie using Jackie Bryant, with Keo Kagami using Roki as the runner-up. The event featured exhibition matches and guest appearances from Shinjuku Jackie and Punpun Maru. Finally, there's a small section called This Week's Yukun, which seems to be a reader submission about a child named Yukun encountering a dog. Scattered around the page are listings of dates and locations which are likely schedules for upcoming Virtua Fighter 3 events happening in Tokyo, Chiba, Yokohama, and Sapporo during November and December. This page is the first part of a special lecture about digital cameras, focusing on Sega's new product called Digio. It explains that digital cameras, unlike film cameras, use CCDS to capture images. The article notes that digital cameras were initially used in fields like dentistry and utilities, but Casio's QV10 marked a shift towards personal use. The article discusses how digital cameras store images in memory and mentions that early models like the QV10 use 320 by 240 resolution, which was limited due to memory constraints. It highlights the advantages of digital cameras, like being able to instantly check images on a small LCD screen, which acted like a visual memo. The piece also touches upon the cost aspect, explaining that while digital cameras were initially expensive, they offered benefits in terms of immediate image review and potentially lower running costs compared to film cameras, especially considering the advancements in memory technology and storage. The page includes images of various digital cameras, including one from SEGA labeled Digital Camera DM1, alongside models from Olympus, Fuji, and Sony. This page delves into a special feature titled 3 Months to GW's Birth, outlining the development process of a software called GW. It seems to be a look behind the scenes of game creation, presented as a timeline starting from April and spanning 3 months. The article is structured around key stages of game development, beginning with planning, where game ideas are solidified and initial concepts take shape. This moves into meetings, where staff brainstorm and refine the software's overall direction and concrete content. The development then progresses to beta version production, which involves assembling the core components of the software, followed by debugging to iron out any issues. Simultaneously, graphics and sound production is undertaken where visual and audio elements are created. Finally, the process culminates in release and completion, as the software is finalized and prepared for distribution. The article mentions that GW is being released at a pace of 1 title every 3 months since April. The headline at the top also makes a playful comment, mentioning Soviet Strike as possibly the latest title from EA's Something Strike series, and introduces DJ equals Nemo, 25, who seems to be involved or commenting on the content. It is presented as a 2-page feature about getting acquainted with new digital media, suggesting GW might be related to digital content in some way. This issue highlights the SEGA Saturn. A hard pickup recommends twin-stick controllers for games like Cybertroopers Virtualon, emphasizing arcade-like control and suitability for titles like Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2. Anger. Ejihan Gallery showcases fan art submissions, encouraging reader participation with a prize. A Saturn Soft Review Extra covers Death Throttle. Escape from the Isolated World, a 3D shooter praised for its melancholic atmosphere and fitting BGM. A column discusses the then-emerging DVD format and its data capacity compared to CD-ROMs. Finally, Nemo's Talk comments on industry trends, the GW project, and encourages reader feedback, alongside a submission corner for fan art and letters. Gamers, the self-proclaimed ultimate ally of gamers, is a store in Ikebukuro, Tokyo, offering a vast selection of gaming merchandise. They carry game goods, including new releases and rare items, CD and VTR, game soundtracks, exclusive telephone cards for collectors, and a TV game section. Additionally, they sell Pins Badge, featuring characters from popular games and anime, costume items like cosplay apparel, and comics and books, including doujinshi. Located on the 3rd floor of the Hibi-no-Mi building, near Sunshine City and Gigo, Gamers is open daily from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and also accepts applications for Broccoli-sponsored events. This page is an advertisement for the game DX Japan Bullet Train Travel Game, a board game-style title coming to both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn on December 20, 1996. The ad is really energetic, featuring a guy with a surprised expression, seemingly amazed by the game. It's presented as Osaru's Advice, where Osaru-sensei is giving a lecture on the game. Apparently, it's got a huge map, the largest in board game history with 1850 squares. There are tons of gamble tours, 22 types in total, and it uses real sightseeing information, acting as a travel guide too. It seems there are random events and happenings throughout the game, strategic elements using 57 cards to compete with rivals, and you even have to manage your money and part-time jobs. They mention you can find and sell hidden goods, and the ending changes based on your playstyle, so it's not just about winning. The tagline is, "Love, ambition, and sightseeing travel is about to begin." The ad also mentions a special campaign where you can win 100 famous local products and game goods by applying with a barcode from the game package. It sounds like a fun and engaging way to experience virtual travel around Japan on your console. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2. The Blue Destiny serves as a direct sequel to Blue Destiny, The
The War in Space. Continuing the story with save data transfer and consequential choices from the first game. While enjoyable independently, playing in order enhances the narrative. The game features the mysterious blue mobile suit and focuses on the conflict between Yukojima's RGM-79 BDGM Blue Destiny, equipped with the powerful exam system, and Nimbus Sturzen's formidable MSO-8 TX Efreet Custom. The article promises a realistically experienceable Mobile Suit Gundam world, though gameplay specifics are absent. The release date was December 6, 1996, priced at 4,800 yen. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2. The Blue Destiny builds upon its predecessor with significant enhancements. The game, a 3D polygon shooter, features improved AIMS movement, particularly for weapon usage, and an enhanced map system with zoom capabilities. A new radar system aids in pinpointing enemies. The game focuses on detailed presentation, utilizing CG cutscenes and free-floating perspectives to immerse players in the Gundam universe. Compatibility with twin-stick controllers further enhances the cockpit experience. Returning mobile suits include the JIM RGM-79, Zaku 2 milliseconds 06, DOM MS-09, and Hygog MS-M03C. New additions like the GOF MS-07B, Zaku Cannon MS-06K, and Zgok EMS-M07E diversify the roster, offering varied combat styles. Blue Destiny 2 promises smoother gameplay and a richer experience for Gundam fans. This page is an advert for the SEGA Saturn game, Western Holy Star 1999, Pharaoh's Revival, which is actually known as Clive Barker's Undying internationally. It's advertised as a sudden release on November 29, priced at 5,800 yen. The advert highlights the year 1999 and questions, "That prophecy is true?" Likely referencing Nostradamus's predictions. It also boasts about topping the European game charts as of September 23. The page includes screenshots of the game and features the Lobotomy Software logo, the developers behind the title. At the bottom, it mentions BMG Victor, the publisher, and their contact details, also stating they are looking for game software proposals. This page is a mail-order catalog from Creative Human for SEGA Saturn games. They present themselves as a new product specialty store, open year-round with 24-hour fax ordering, and clearly state the shipping cost and payment details. Featured prominently are 3 games: Enemy Zero, an interactive movie adventure; Tactics Ogre, a tactical RPG; and Kian Squared Pureru Miruku 2, an adventure game. Each has a brief description and screenshots. A schedule of upcoming releases is provided, ranging from late November to late December, including titles like Virtual On, Battle Garega, and Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, alongside other anticipated games. Prices for each are displayed. The catalog also offers extensive price lists for both special Saturn software and hard parts, covering a wide variety of games, accessories, and hardware for the Saturn. Creative Human is promoting membership benefits that include a 5% discount and free shipping for orders exceeding 10,000 yen. They also highlight SEGA Saturn networks and related accessories like keyboards. Lastly, a pre-order for a 97 New Year calendar is advertised, featuring popular games such as Virtua Fighter 3, Sakura Wars, and Evangelion. The page concludes with listings for garage kits and attack videos, and the shop's address and contact details. This guide details strategies for the SEGA Saturn game Papu Breeder, a raising simulation where players nurture Papu characters. The core gameplay revolves around interacting with these characters and achieving Clear Account 7 for the best ending. The guide covers the effects of each goddess's miracle, impacting gameplay through various buffs and debuffs, such as damage dealing or stamina reduction. It also lists items like apples and bananas, which restore and boost stamina, and attack power-enhancing tools. The game spans 30 days, with endings dependent on episode completion. Achieving the goddess ending requires clearing 7 or more episodes. Players must manage time, utilize items, and strategically deplete enemy stamina in battle to succeed. Getting game overs is common, but the guide's walkthrough aims to help players to reach the goddess ending. This page of the magazine continues the guide for Papu Breeders,
offering more advanced tips for players looking to become high-class breeders. It explains how choosing different Papu types impacts your strategy, as each of the 5 types has unique characteristics, like speedy or recovery-focused Papu, so picking one to match your playstyle is key. The guide then dives into command usage, detailing the weak, medium, and strong command options. Weak commands are for subtle movements, medium for regular speed, and strong commands unleash dashes but consume stamina. Strategic use of these commands, especially considering stamina and remaining time, is essential during battles. Next, it covers Papu raising, emphasizing praise and scolding. Praising your Papu with the praise command, especially when they listen to you, boosts their wisdom. Scolding is also mentioned as a necessary tool sometimes, but the focus is on positive reinforcement. Map awareness is also addressed. Players are encouraged to pause the game and scroll the map during episodes, to get a better understanding of their surroundings and plan their routes. Using the B button to zoom out for a wider view is also suggested. Finally, the guide highlights that miracle and weapon items are immediately usable and incredibly effective in episodes. It recommends using weapon items right away to gain a significant advantage in battle and drastically increase your Papu's strength. Essentially, this page provides essential gameplay advice to master Papu breeder. This guide provides strategies for 6 episodes in Papu breeders. Episode 1, Wake Up the Snoozing Sun, is a 1-star challenge focused on cornering a fleeing enemy. Episode 2, Collect the Star Fragments, 2 stars, involves collecting star fragments. Prioritize map exploration and efficient item use, ignoring weaker enemies. Episode 3, Defeat the Witch Gremlin, 3 stars, requires swiftly eliminating enemies and using multiple units or powerful items against the gremlin. Episode 4, Terror of the Ghost Army, 1 star, focuses on defeating slow-moving ghosts. Episode 5, The Storm of Flower Powder, 2 stars, involves destroying trees. Utilize team battles, focusing on attacking the tree's weak points. Episode 6, Get the Beautiful Blue Stones, 3 stars, involves collecting blue stones while avoiding hindering ghosts. The guide emphasizes quick clears and strategic use of units and items for optimal performance and rankings. This guide outlines strategies for 7 Papu breeder episodes. Episode 7 involves defeating viruses, prioritizing quick area clearing, and efficient weapon usage. Episode 8 tasks players with destroying Vakutan, or windmills. The guide recommends targeting windmills. Episode 9 features a pup escape, suggesting surrounding it with 2 teams of units. Episode 10 requires defeating a giant typhoon using focused damage and the advance command. Episode 11 involves battling a goddess, with the easier victory condition of eliminating enemy pups via guerrilla tactics. Episode 12 focuses on collecting autumn leaves with red leaf baskets, emphasizing constant replenishing and route planning using the R button, pause and zoom out. Finally, Episode 13 involves defeating a large number of weak grasshoppers, recommending prioritizing weapon acquisition. Episodes 14 to 20 of Papu breeders focus on various challenges. Episode 14 requires clearing giant trees with ranged attacks. Episode 15 involves watering withered trees using dew. Episode 16 tasks players with gathering 6 colored herbs, prioritizing collection of all types before mass gathering. Episode 17 involves defeating pups and balloons within 5 days, utilizing guerrilla tactics. Episode 18 is similar to Episode 3, defeating numerous snowballs, including parent snowballs. Episode 19 requires eliminating snowballs in a blizzard quickly, conserving stamina. Episode 20, a high difficulty episode, challenges players to eliminate 25 wind evil viruses, focusing on quantity over type, and recommending dodging, head-on collisions, and pup leveling for success. This describes several episodes of Papu breeder. Episode 21 challenges players to defeat germ enemies of varying sizes. Episode 22 involves destroying durable giant stinking mushrooms, best weakened with smaller Papu creatures. Episode 23, Aphid Rampage, requires stamina management and sturdy weapons to defeat attacking aphids. Episode 24, Stop the Wildfire, tasks players with extinguishing fires, prioritizing smaller ones. Episode 25, Let's Make the Cherry Blossoms Bloom, involves collecting and attaching cherry blossoms to trees. Episode 26, Protect the Blessing Egg, requires players to defend an egg from Mogura enemies. Finally, Episode 27, When Demons Descend to Earth,
features a battle against strong, boss-level Pepugurellan enemies, emphasizing stamina management and defense. This page reveals the secrets of Flash SEGA Saturn and is presented by SEGA. It seems to be an insider look at this special content. Featured are Secret 1, Secret 2, and Secret 3, which give us glimpses into the content. Secret 1 showcases a variety of games including Quarterback Attack, Saturn Bomberman, New Generation Pro Wrestling, Kururin Pa, Ultraman, Dark Savior, and Sakura Wars. Secret 2 hints at Virtua Fighter, mentioning the ratio of SEGA titles. Secret 3 is simply Flash SEGA Saturn Volume 8. The page emphasizes that Experience software is self-propelled, suggesting a hands-on approach. It then promotes how to get the latest SEGA information through SEGA JoyJoy Telephone and SEGA Fax Club, providing phone numbers for various regions in Japan, and detailing that JoyJoy Telephone delivers the newest info quickly, and Fax Club uses voice guidance and fax for detailed information. The SEGA Saturn Video Magazine and Flash SEGA Saturn are described as promotional tools for sales floors, showcasing new game footage on VHS tapes monthly, and containing around 30 minutes of content. The Volume 11 recorded titles for November are listed, featuring games like Die Hard Arcade, a likely Jajamaru game, Magic Carpet, Shining the Holy Ark, Fighters Megamix, Tactics Ogre, Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, Legend of Galactic Heroes, and The King of Fighters 96, among some less-known titles. Finally, it mentions SEGA PC Network and Game Busters, and the SEGA Internet homepage, as sources for the latest information. The Sonic Stadium Q&A clarifies that the X-band modem cable is non-standard. SEGA is considering future Daytona USA Circuit Edition software, acknowledging potential compatibility issues. A reader's artwork, possibly fan-submitted, is showcased. December's prize lineup includes a Sonic umbrella, keychains for Vipers, and Virtua On, and a Shazarian tapestry. SEGA Public Relations Diary features staff columns. Take-chan thanks fans of Christmas nights. Nagumo-kun reminisces about student life. Gamer Miki describes a crowded SEGA Saturn event. Honey Hanatani enjoys seasonal activities, and Tutetsujin discusses gaming trends. Readers are encouraged to submit postcards for various sections. The SEGA Press Present announces a giveaway of the complete Flash SEGA Saturn set. This page is the SEGA Saturn Soft Data Bank, covering game releases from November 1994 to November 1996. It's a comprehensive list of Saturn titles, showing release dates, game genres, manufacturers, prices, and importantly, reader review scores from SEGA Saturn Magazine's own surveys. These scores represent average ratings from readers, giving a player's perspective on each game. A dash indicates insufficient data, while X marks games not reviewed or unsuitable for review. You can see titles categorized by release month, starting with launch games like Virtua Fighter and Myst, then moving through titles like Daytona USA, Clockwork Knight, Panzer Dragoon, Sonic Star, Virtua Cop, Shining Wisdom, and Apextol. As the system's library expanded, it's a great resource for seeing what games were available and what players thought of them back in the day. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Game Data Bank, presenting a detailed list of SEGA Saturn titles with information such as release dates, game genres, manufacturers, prices, and reader review scores from SEGA Saturn Magazine surveys. It's essentially a continuation of the comprehensive list from the previous page, offering a snapshot of the games available and how players rated them. Looking through, you can see a wide variety of games categorized by release date, spanning different genres like RPG, action, adventure, and simulation. There are familiar titles like Gotha, The Tower, Waku Waku 7, Death Mask, Sonic Wings Special, and Johnny Bazooka Crazy Golf. The reader review section provides 2 scores, an overall evaluation score, and a criticism score, along with the number of reader reviews contributing to the average. These scores give a sense of player reception for each game at the time. The compatibility column indicates peripherals or special features supported, like joysticks or mouse control. It's a treasure trove of data for anyone interested in the SEGA Saturn's library and player opinions from back then, offering a player-centric perspective on the games released for the system. This page catalogs more SEGA Saturn games, providing release dates, genres, developers, and reader review scores, similar to the previous installment. Games include titles like
Body Special 264, and Deep Fear, spanning various genres from puzzle to RPG and action. Compatibility information for accessories like joysticks and the mouse is also provided. An accompanying article discusses the Saturn's second anniversary and the large number of software titles released, over 400. It examines whether the quality is keeping pace with the quantity. The article finds the average reader score consistently around 7, indicating stable quality, and anticipates the end-of-year releases to maintain this standard. A quarterly Saturn software transition list tracks quarterly release numbers and average scores, showing increasing releases over time, with scores generally holding steady around the 7-point average. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, listing even more games in alphabetical order. It's a continuation of the extensive catalog from the previous page. You'll find a huge list of titles from D through to wa wo mean sounds in Japanese. There's a vast selection of games mentioned, including well-known titles like Dark Savior, Daytona USA, Deep Fear, Dragon Force, Enemy Zero, Fighters Megamix, Guardian Heroes, House of the Dead, Lunar Silver Star Story, and the Panzer Dragoon series, plus many more Japanese titles. It's essentially a directory page, giving you a quick index to a massive library of Saturn games. The page seems entirely focused on listing these games with associated numerical codes, possibly for referencing more detailed information elsewhere in the magazine. It's a very dense page, packed with game titles for Saturn fans. This page is a new software schedule for the SEGA Saturn. It's packed with release dates, game titles, prices, publishers, genres, and what peripherals they support. The page starts by explaining the table format and the genre abbreviations like ACT for action, RPG for role-playing, SLG for simulation, etc. It also explains the controller compatibility icons. Looking at the games listed for December, there's Nissan presence over Drive-In GTR, a racing game, and Fighters Megamix from Sega, which is a massive crossover fighting game. There's also Tetris S, another puzzle game. Moving into January, Rayman 2 is listed, which is a highly anticipated action title. You can also see games like Deep Fear, an adventure game, and Bug 2. For February, there's Elevator Action Returns, a revisit to the classic arcade game, and Command & Conquer, the strategy game. The page is essentially a release calendar for SEGA Saturn games, giving players a heads-up on what's coming and when. It's a really useful page for Saturn owners wanting to plan their game purchases. The upcoming SEGA Saturn software schedule lists numerous releases spanning from February 1996 to summer 1997. February features Black Dawn and Wireframe Illusion, extra 36 holes. March showcases Hercules Adventures and Batman Forever, the arcade game, while April includes Fighting Brawler 2 and Galaxy Force 2. May and June bring titles like Virtual Calligraphy Practice Foundation, Barrero Shape-Up Girl, and Guilty Gear. August highlights The Phantom Fish, and September, Fans Form. Spring 97 sees a large influx of games, including Iron Blood, The Crow City of Angels, and Magic: The Gathering. Summer 97 introduces X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Ray Earth's second session. The year concludes with Celestial Castletown and Cotton 2. A Saturn Magazine editorial check highlights trends in action shooting and beautiful girl games, 3D fighting updates, and the anticipated Anarchy in the Nippon. This page shows a SEGA Saturn Magazine questionnaire postcard and instructions on how to fill it out. The questionnaire covers various topics, starting with personal info like gender, age, and occupation. It asks about SEGA Saturn software ownership, sources of computer game news, and opinions on the current magazine issue's cover. Readers are asked their opinions on the magazine's contents, requesting feedback on articles they found interesting or not from Table 1, as well as hardware they own or plan to buy from Table 2, and software they intend to purchase from Table 3. Table 1 lists articles featured in the issue, including topics like Landmark, SEGA Saturn Second Anniversary, Fighters Megamix Special, Sonic Jam, Panzer Dragoons Y, Radiant Silvergun, and Street Racer Extra. Table 2 is a hardware list featuring SEGA Saturn consoles and peripherals, including the original SEGA Saturn, Mega Drive, Super 32X, Super Famicom, PC Engine, Neo Geo, Game Gear, Nintendo 64,
and various controllers and accessories like racing controllers and modems. Table 3 presents a software list. Some of the games listed include Advanced vs. G, Heavenly Symphony, Eve Burst Error, Virtual On, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, DX Hired, Deep Fear, Dragon Force, Silhouette Mirage, Bug 2, Baroque, and Lunar Eternal Blue. The next page introduces a special feature focused on careers in the game industry, titled Game School Special Feature for the 96 winter season, aimed at those seeking success. It talks about the rapidly growing game industry and the job of a game creator, emphasizing the captivating nature of the work. It mentions that it grabs the hearts of the young generation and that reliable career paths are surprisingly scarce. This special feature aims to help those dreaming of such a career and provide accurate information. The next page delves into Sony Computer Entertainment and what they look for in new recruits. Toshihiro Takehita from the Management and Administration Department explains their Flex Entry system for 1997, highlighting that they are increasing hiring. He mentions they are seeking individuals passionate about game creation, not just gaming enthusiasts. They are looking for people who can contribute to the company beyond just game development skills. Takehita also talks about their recruitment process being quite short and intense, happening mainly between September and February. They are interested in people with both hardware and software backgrounds, especially programmers, but also those with planning and creative skills. They emphasize the importance of game creation being interesting and rewarding work. The page also features Bunmei Hara from the production department, who talks about his motivation for joining Sony. He was always interested in game development and saw Sony as a place where he could create hit games. He mentions that they are focused on developing software internally and want people who can bring fresh ideas and contribute to making games that resonate with players. He also mentions that the atmosphere is very open and encourages creativity. Essentially, Sony is looking for passionate individuals who want to make hit games and have skills beyond just playing them. This page continues the look into Sony Computer Entertainment's recruitment and delves deeper into what they are looking for in new hires, beyond just being game enthusiasts. Toshihiro Takehita from the management side emphasizes that they want people with broader perspectives and interests outside of just games. He believes that experiencing diverse things helps individuals bring unique viewpoints and contribute more effectively to game creation. He says being deeply knowledgeable about games isn't the only criteria. They value the ability to see things from different angles. Bunmei Hara from the production team talks about his own journey to Sony, highlighting his passion for game development and the appeal of creating hit games. He mentions that Sony is focused on in-house software development and seeks individuals who can inject fresh ideas and create games that truly resonate with players. He also points out the open and creative atmosphere within the company. The page also includes a recruitment table showing past hiring numbers for university and technical college graduates for 1996 and 1997, with projections for 1998. It also lists a range of job roles they recruit for, spanning game software planning, licensing, sales, advertising, research and development, and management. Both Takehita and Hara touch upon the idea of a multimedia society, suggesting Sony is looking for well-rounded individuals who can contribute to the evolving landscape of entertainment beyond just traditional gaming. The page features headshots of both Takehita and Hara as they discuss their recruitment philosophies. This page is part 2 of an interview feature, now focusing on SEGA Enterprise's recruitment. The headline emphasizes that SEGA values individuals who can take responsibility and self-promote within the organization. First up is Hisanori Kusaka from SEGA's Human Resources. He explains that SEGA is providing company information online via their homepage, which is proving to be very effective for recruitment. In fact, the response has been massive, with call volumes for information sessions reaching almost 1 million calls a day. He mentions that the number of applicants far exceeds their quota, and they've shifted to providing company info online to handle the demand. Kusaka notes that around 80% of applicants in technical roles are interested in game development, with the remaining interested in areas like home game sales and theme park operations. Next, we hear from Shigeki Kodera from the 3rd AM Research and Development Department. He talks about his journey to SEGA after university and graduate school. He says SEGA's development environment is fantastic and values people who are motivated for development. He emphasizes that SEGA doesn't fixate on age or academic background, but focuses on personality and motivation. Kodera highlights the open and friendly atmosphere and mentions the desire to create games that reflect one's own style, though he's yet to decide on a specific genre for his work. He concludes by saying that being himself during the interview and expressing his enthusiasm was beneficial. SEGA seeks creative, individualistic individuals with strong PC and language skills and a sense of the arts. They value self-promotion, responsibility, and personality over just academics or age. Aspiring employees should confidently present their skills and individuality. SEGA encourages applicants from all backgrounds, including vocational schools. An interview with a SEGA employee highlights the importance of understanding both customer experience and operations. She advises potential employees to showcase their strengths and visit SEGA's theme parks.
Recruitment involves interviews and aptitude tests.
Hiring data from 96-98 shows significant hires across various departments, including sales, operations, and R&D, from both university and vocational school graduates. Amusement Media General Academy is a school focused on training game creators through a practical, hands-on curriculum. Their key features include real-world experience, instruction from industry professionals, and student feedback integration. They boast a 93% graduate employment rate in game-related fields, with specialized courses in game creator, CG game creator, game producer, and game scenario writer. The school emphasizes practical training, designed to align with industry needs. Kazuhiro Fujita highlights the industry's demand for fresh ideas and skilled individuals, emphasizing the importance of understanding the customer's perspective. A student, Manao Harada, praises the school's rewarding, intense atmosphere and expresses confidence in his future career. The page also provides entrance examination information, detailing departments, course lengths, enrollment capacities, application periods, and submission requirements. Amusement Media General Academy is advertising information sessions for prospective students for its 96th year. The school, geared towards aspiring entertainment creators, offers information sessions on Saturdays from December to March. Their mascot, a cartoon chick, embodies the school's goal of turning dreams into professional careers. The academy provides both daytime and evening courses. Daytime courses include 2-year programs like Game Creator and Animator, with a 3-year Game Creator Research Program. Evening courses feature 1-year programs such as Game Creator and Animator, with varied schedules. A student-produced radio drama, Key the Metal Idol, is also promoted. Contact information includes a Tokyo address, phone and fax numbers, and application details, emphasizing free admission via mail or fax. The curriculum focuses on practical, hands-on training in various creative fields. This page showcases the Vantan Computer Electronic Information Academy, a game school focused on breaking into the game industry with strong employment prospects. They highlight 3 key points: a curriculum grounded in real-world game development, industry-standard machines for every student, and a wealth of job placement information and success. The Academy emphasizes its constantly updated curriculum, leveraging 30 years of know-how from the Vantan Design Research Institute. They boast an impressive 82.5% employment rate and offer specialized courses like Game Creator, Computer Graphics, and Multimedia. One of the faculty members, Mr. Nagashima Masashi from the Department of Education, is featured, emphasizing the school's focus on nurturing students' absorption skills and providing valuable practical experience in the game industry. The page also promotes the school's School Festival, an event where students exhibit their creations to the public. It mentions past festivals in '96, featuring student game demos, VR experiences, game contests, and special lectures from industry professionals. Images show the school building, classrooms equipped with computers, and students engaged in game-related activities, including tabletop game design. Finally, there is a section outlining entrance exam information for both 2-year and 4-year courses, mentioning essay, aptitude tests, and interviews as part of the application process. This page is another advertisement for the Vantan Computer Electronic Information Academy, hammering home the message that their graduates gain real, practical skills that are different from other schools. They boast about their industry-focused curriculum developed with input from professionals, calling it Curriculum DINA. They highlight practical training environments mirroring real game development studios, with software and hardware like Silicon Graphics, Dell, DEC, Compaq, IBM, and Macintosh machines, ensuring every student gets hands-on experience. They list a range of courses for both 2-year and 4-year programs, including game design, scenario and writer, game graphics, game program, graphic design, computer animation, visual creative, digital sound, and game development research courses. There's an event schedule for open campus days in November, mock exams, information sessions, and even a TRPG convention in December. Mr. Nagashima Masashi, from the game graphics course, is featured again, reiterating that the school focuses on nurturing practical skills that are directly applicable in the industry, beyond just theoretical knowledge. He emphasizes teaching students to think and act like professionals, and develop a sharp eye for quality, preparing them for real-world game development and related fields. Finally, the page gives contact details and a map showing the school's location and directions from nearby train stations. Tokyo Designer Gakuen and Tokyo Visual Arts are both Japanese schools focused on game development. Tokyo Designer Gakuen emphasizes practical skills and design fundamentals, offering courses like scenario writing, and stresses hands-on experience with working professionals. They prepare students for careers in game development and graphic design. Tokyo Visual Arts provides a comprehensive multimedia education, including game design, CG animation, and computer graphics. They focus on practical learning, using industry-relevant equipment. Students can explore various fields and specialize, with opportunities for seminars and collaboration with other schools. Both schools emphasize the importance of practical skills, industry connections, and a strong understanding of game design principles. Tokyo Visual Arts Department Head advises potential students to deeply consider their creative goals and choose a school accordingly. The next page is an advertisement for Tokyo Designer Gakuen and Tokyo Visual Arts, highlighting their design and sound courses focusing on game creation, CG, computer music, and related fields. It emphasizes that games are more interesting to create, targeting those who want to become game professionals. They offer a wide range of courses including game design, graphic design, illustration, animation, sound creation, and computer graphics. Both schools mention educational networks and claim to be nationally expanding. They are advertising open school visits and consultations available Monday to Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Sunday and holidays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The ad includes images of people engaged in activities related to game development, music production, and computer graphics, showcasing a dynamic and creative learning environment. Contact information, including phone numbers and addresses for various school locations across Japan, is provided for those interested in applying or seeking further information. This page is an advertisement for the Japan Game Designer Academy. Continuing on from the previous page about design schools, it's heavily promoting their game designer department and emphasizes practical training to make students immediately useful in the game industry, using a software house method for education. They offer 4 courses within the game designer department: planning, graphics, and programming, each lasting 2 years, plus a 1-year game development research course for graduates of the other courses who want to refine their skills further for job hunting. The planning course focuses on game concept proposals, presentations, and practical game production. The graphics course teaches the tools needed for game graphics, covering 3D CG and video production. The programming course covers programming fundamentals, MS-DOS and Windows environments, and game production for consumer platforms. The research course aims to develop practical skills and applied abilities to aid in job seeking. The page mentions the machine environment, which includes Gateway 2000 and PC 9821 series computers, alongside Power Macintosh machines, reflecting the popular computer platforms of the time. They state they offer complete job placement guidance and are for people who absolutely want to become game designers. The advertisement is for enrollment for April 1997 and provides contact details for the Japan Game Designer Academy and instructions for requesting an application brochure. This page is an advertisement for Tokyo Multimedia College, highlighting that they are currently accepting applications for admission. It emphasizes that the 21st century will be driven by multimedia. The college is divided into 2 main department groups: multimedia and bookkeeping information. Within the multimedia department, they offer courses in multimedia business covering networks, newsware, and DTP, which is printing and editing. They also have an internet business course covering website creation, information management, and providers. For those interested in entertainment, there's an amusement business course with computer graphics, game creator, and event planner specializations. They also offer multimedia video business and multimedia management business courses. Under the bookkeeping information department, you'll find courses in bookkeeping, accounting, information business, information management, tax accountant, and general business. At the bottom, it gives the school's name as Tokyo Multimedia Professional School, their address in Shinjuku, Tokyo, a phone number and website address,
and mentions that school tours are available anytime, and the school name was changed in April 1997. This page is an advertisement for Japan Engineering College, proclaiming, "Heat up the earth with games." They're spotlighting their multimedia department's game software course, aiming to cultivate game creators ready for the 21st century by blending artistic talent with cutting-edge technology. The advert emphasizes the college as a hub for multimedia studies and highlights 3 main courses. The multimedia course is focused on nurturing creators who will lead the games industry. Multimedia art is all about expressing yourself visually and effectively communicating through the unique medium of games. Computer music dives into professional music production for the gaming world, covering everything from sound effects to composing soundtracks. They also list various specialized courses within the curriculum, such as game software, computer graphics, digital creator, digital design, media art, internet network, personal computer network, and computer music. You'll find contact information for both their Tokyo and Hachioji campuses at the bottom, urging interested individuals to reach out via phone, email, or website. The page also features a large image of a robot, possibly suggesting the exciting, tech-driven nature of game development. This page is an advertisement for ECC Computer College's Digital Creator Department, building on the previous page's focus on game creation education. They're highlighting their Game Creator course and CG Designer course, both 2-year co-ed, daytime programs aimed at getting you industry-ready. The department seems comprehensive, offering specialized courses in multimedia design, research, business, and even information engineering, all geared towards games. A particularly exciting point is their creative event, in collaboration with industry giants Konami and SEGA, which suggests great opportunities for students to get hands-on experience. The ad also includes a map showing how to get to the college and contact information. There's also a logo for Dragon Army, maybe a student game or project they are featuring. The game industry, despite economic shifts, faces a talent shortage driven by a booming 5 trillion yen market. This page examines the hiring trends within game companies in the late 90s, focusing on new graduates and mid-career professionals. Hiring data from 1996 to 1998 for companies like Enix, Capcom, Konami, and others shows varied trends, from consistent hiring to expansion. The company's remarks highlight the specific qualities they value. Capcom seeks proactive individuals, Konami desires creativity and organization, Namco wants strong communication, and Bandai seeks international and multimedia skills. The industry actively recruits experienced professionals, advising aspiring developers to gain experience to improve their future prospects. Researching company business models is also recommended. Overall, the page provides insight into the evolving job market, emphasizing the growing demand for skilled individuals. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards for 1996, billed as the year-end biggest show to decide the best of the best Saturn games. It's asking readers to vote for their #1 game out of a fantastic lineup of titles. They're calling it a warfare of masterpieces, and asking, which one will you choose? This year, they've expanded the awards to a whopping 20 categories, including new departments like table games, puzzle games, and performance categories. They are really hyping up the quality of games released between December 1st of last year and November 29th this year, saying it's a truly unpredictable showdown because all the nominated games are top tier. They've even got screenshots from games like Daytona USA. And it looks like Sakura Wars is getting a shout out too, mentioning a Sakura Taisen Boom. They are highlighting the Best Excellent Work Award as the top prize. Looking back at last year's awards, they remind everyone that Virtua Fighter was the winner of the Best Excellent Work Award, noting its overwhelming victory with over 5,700 votes. They praise Virtua Fighter for its depth and sophistication, stating it cemented the Saturn's position and influenced other games. It seems like Virtua Fighter is the game to beat. But this year they're expecting even more competition. There's also an application ticket on the page for readers to cast their votes in the magazine. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards for 1996, focusing on the shooting,
RPG, and action game categories. For the Shooting Game Award, with a massive 46 nominated titles, they're highlighting the variety of games available, including vertical, horizontal, and 3D shooters. They mention the wide fan base and the mix of arcade ports and original Saturn titles,
emphasizing that game balance and depth are key for voters.
Looking back at last year, Panzer Dragoon won the Shooting Game Award, praised for its direction and unique gameplay. Moving on to the RPG Award, there are 15 nominated titles. They are saying quantity and quality are both important, highlighting the taste and unique Saturn identity in RPGs. Last year's RPG winner was Magic Knight Rayearth, noted for capturing the hearts of users with its scenario and presentation, especially the main characters and daily life system. Finally, the Action Game Award has a huge 38 nominated titles, and the big question is 2D versus 3D action. They emphasize that it's up to the readers to decide. Arcade ports are prominent, with SEGA, Capcom, and even SNK titles in the mix, promising hot battles. They highlight the fun and wide appeal of action games. Last year, Virtua Fighter took home the Action Game Award, recognized for its polished polygon graphics and the exciting new experience it brought.
This page continues the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards, moving on to simulation, adventure, and sports games. For the Simulation Game Award, they're asking whether players prefer hardcore strategy or something softer, with a whopping 38 nominated titles. They mention strategy, racing sims, and sports games as examples, saying player preference is key in this broad category. Looking back, last year's winner was World Advanced Daizenryaku Iron Storm, a strategy title praised for its depth. The page shows screenshots of World Advanced Daizenryaku Iron Storm and a dating sim, representing the range of simulation games. Next up is the Adventure Game Award, with 27 nominated titles, focusing on games that are captivating and emotionally engaging. They highlight the importance of graphics, voice acting, and cinematic presentation in adventure games. Last year, D took home the Adventure Game Award, praised for its atmosphere and presentation. Screenshots of D and another adventure game with anime-style characters illustrate the visual style of nominated titles. Finally, the Sports Game Award has 31 nominated titles, noting the worldwide popularity of sports games, especially with the Olympics bringing sports into the limelight. They cover various sports like baseball, soccer, golf, and racing games. Daytona USA was the winner last year, recognized for its arcade sensation and thrilling racing. Screenshots of Daytona USA and a soccer game highlight the variety in sports games. The SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards continue, focusing on puzzle, tabletop, and other genre games. The puzzle game category, with 28 nominees, is looking for originality amidst many falling block games, with Snowman Record and Baku Baku Animal shown as examples. Last year's winner, Puyo Puyo Tsu 2, was a strong contender. The Tabletop Game Award boasts 42 nominees, dominated by mahjong games, but with a diverse range, including board games, card games, and casino games. Super Real Mahjong P7 is mentioned, and pinball game Last Gladiators is highlighted as a potential surprise. The Other Genre category showcases a wide range of games, beyond traditional categories, including database, CG portraits, fortune-telling, educational, and utility software. VF series exemplifies the variety. Puyo Puyo Tsu 2 surprisingly won last year, with Lulu presented as a representative of new genre types. The next page continues with the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards, highlighting several categories. First up is the Best Ported Game, awarded to Layer Section, which is known internationally as Rayforce, praised for its faithful adaptation from other platforms, mentioning other contenders like King of Fighters, 95, and Astal. Next is Best Graphics, given to Panzer Dragoon, recognized for its next-gen visuals, cinematic feel, and impressive world-building, mentioning visual elements like Vipers and Moving. The Best Music Award goes to Daytona USA, celebrated for its CD-quality audio and memorable soundtrack, placing it within the context of other musical games like Outrun and Knights. For Best Scenario, Magic Knight Rayearth takes the prize, commended for its engaging story, particularly within the RPG and adventure genre,
and compared to games like Sakura Wars and Langrisser 2. Best Production Award is presented to Policenauts, acknowledging its overall presentation and sophisticated direction, referencing similar approaches in games like Virtua Fighter and Day. Finally, the Best Package Art Award goes to Virtua Cop, highlighting its excellent box design and presentation, contrasting it with other titles like Virtua Fighter 2. The SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix Awards highlight popular aspects of the console. Jackie Bryant, Virtua Fighter, wins Best Male Character, with Sarah Bryant, Virtua Fighter, taking Best Female. The SNK Cross License wins the Sega Girl Award, celebrating the dedicated fanbase. The Power Memory cartridge earns the Peripheral Award for its crucial save function. A prize draw offers various Sega Saturn goodies, including Virtua Sticks, Twin Sticks, and games like Christmas Nights. The article concludes with a catalog listing numerous Sega Saturn peripherals from various manufacturers, detailing release dates and prices, providing a comprehensive guide for hardware enthusiasts. This page showcases a comprehensive list of 300 nominated games for an award, spanning various genres on the Sega Saturn. Organized into categories such as action, simulation, shooting, adventure, and sports, it reads like a catalog of top titles from the system. In the action genre, you see popular games like Virtua Fighter 2, Clockwork Knight, Guardian Heroes, and Street Fighter Zero. The simulation section includes titles like Defcon 5 and Aquazone. For shooting games, there's Gungriffon and Panzer Dragoon. The adventure category features games such as Policenauts and Zork. Finally, the sports section lists hits like NBA Jam Tournament Edition and Daytona USA. The page provides the game titles, developers, release dates, and prices in Japanese yen. It serves as a snapshot of the prominent games available on the Sega Saturn during the period from December 1995 to November 1996, highlighting the breadth and depth of the console's game library and showcasing the nominees recognized by SEGA Saturn Magazine for their quality and popularity across different genres. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Magazine Grand Prix 1996 nominations, diving into more game genres. After sports, we move into table games, featuring titles like Idol Janshi Final Romance R and several mahjong games. Then it's puzzle games, with classics such as Puzzle Bobble 2 and Baku Baku Animal. The RPG section is packed with titles including Dragon Force and Shining the Holy Ark. Finally, the other category seems to cover a variety of games, like the series CG Portraits and Media Romancer. The page continues to list games in a table format showing the title, maker, release date, and price. It's still very much a catalog layout. At the bottom, there's a voting ballot for the Grand Prix Awards, with instructions for submission and a deadline in February. They're really pushing for readers to get involved and vote for their favorite games. This page highlights the latest and upcoming Sega Saturn titles. The new release title section features games that are just out, including a shogi game called Tai Kyoku Shogiki OU2, the Tenchi Muyo Radio Drama Collection, Gal Act Heroism, the adventure game Black Dawn, and Actua Golf. Moving on to Coming Soon Soft, we see a collection of highly anticipated titles like the RPG Shining the Holy Ark, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, and the epic RPG Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV. Other notable games on the horizon include the strategy RPG Tactics Ogre, the quirky shooter Parodius, the adventure game Discworld, and the retro shooter compilation Thunder Force Gold Pack 2, plus the visual novel Even Burst Error. The large image of a mecha on the page is likely related to Gal Act Heroism. Overall, it's a packed page showcasing both recently released and eagerly awaited Sega Saturn games for players to get excited about. This page shines the spotlight on Tai Kyoku Shogi Kiwami 2, declaring it as the ultimate shogi game for the Saturn. The page emphasizes its powerful AI, stating it's strong enough to satisfy even experienced shogi players, from beginners to experts. It boasts about incorporating the latest opening book data, making for deep and challenging matches. There's a section detailing gameplay options, allowing for various handicaps and game settings. The opening selection feature lets you choose from 4 different opening strategies to tailor your game. For those looking to hone their skills, there are 300 feet Sum Shogi's problems to solve, ranging in difficulty and going up to 19 move checkmates, plus another 300 next move problems to test your tactical thinking. Interestingly, there's a piece about a shogi match against a fighting game writer named Masa Kiwami 2, adding a playful touch. The overall tone is very positive, positioning Taikyoku Shogi Kiwami 2 as a definitive and feature-rich shogi experience on the Sega Saturn. This page is buzzing with excitement for Tenchi MUU Tuko MUU Anime Rated Collection 90, proclaiming it a must-have adventure game for the Saturn, even giving it a fantastic score of 90%. It seems to be based on the popular Tenchi MUU anime, OVA, and TV series, and includes a brand new movie section adding up to 45 minutes of story content. The game is set in a school environment. Tenchi's school is a big fuss seems to be the subtitle, where you'll find familiar faces and new original characters like Sunara M.I. and members of the Galaxy Police, getting into all sorts of chaotic school adventures. Your choices matter in this game, leading to a multi-branching story, and you can replay it to explore all the different outcomes. Switching gears, the page also covers Ayu Shigen Gal Act Heroism 15, a role-playing game where you guide aspiring heroines through their training academy. The goal is to help these girls graduate, navigating scenarios and rivalries along the way. It looks like your actions and choices affect the character's abilities and stats, leading to over 40 different endings, encouraging replayability. The game introduces the main heroines like Ayame, Luria, and Priscilla, and also shows off some of the rival characters you'll encounter. However, it only gets a score of 15%, suggesting it might not be as highly regarded as Tenchi MUU. The next page is showcasing a few new titles, starting with World Train Windows, Swiss Edition, which is based on the popular TV shows. This Klydrom for Saturn is all about the Swiss Alps railways, bringing the scenic train journey right to your console. It's packed with documentary footage and lets you enjoy the views from the train window, even allowing you to create your own album of your favorite scenery. Moving on, there's Black Dawn, a 3D helicopter shooting game, where you're a part of a black operations unit taking on dangerous missions in war zones. It features realistic weaponry and intense helicopter combat, where you're tasked with missions like rescuing people and destroying drug manufacturing facilities. The game gives you 4 viewpoints to choose from, including a cool arcade-style perspective. Lastly, Aksha Golf is presented as a super realistic 3D golf game developed by a UK studio. It really focuses on realism, with motion-captured animations for the characters, and offers various modes like Pro, Amateur, and Practice. It also boasts a fantastic replay system, with loads of camera angles to choose from so you can review your shots. Aksha Golf receives a perfect score of 100%, while Black Dawn gets a solid 80%. This page highlights several new game releases and a special edition Praydol disc dedicated to cosplayers. The Praydol disc, a cosplay idol extreme selection, features photos and videos of cosplayers from SEGA events, along with a minigame and event photos. Game announcements include MediaWorks' Ines Fantasy Stories, The Farce Trabolum, a Saturn port of a PC Engine RPG with enhanced graphics and new content, Spring '97. Taito is releasing the puzzle game Cleopatra Fortune, Spring '97. Bing is bringing Elevator Action Returns, February '97, a budget-friendly sequel. Natsume launched Vidhumyun Karuru no Mahjong Diary, a mahjong game featuring attractive female characters, Desk 96. Acclaim Japan is releasing Batman Forever, the arcade game, February '97, and the wrestling game, WWF in Your House, February '97. Shining the Holy Ark, nearing completion, is a 3D RPG with a comical horror house theme. The game features a fully realized 3D world with detailed environments and a movable camera, offering expansive villages, forests, and multi-layered dungeons. The game emphasizes unique characters with assigned roles, promising a deep story driven by player perspective. The battle system is a simple, accessible, turn-based experience, with monsters appearing in unusual ways. Scheduled for a December 20th release by Sonic, priced at 5,800 yen, it's aimed at a broad audience. The developers, excited to release the game after a year of development following Wisdom, are targeting the year-end sales period. This page continues the preview of Shining the Holy Ark, diving into the story of this upcoming SEGA Saturn RPG. It breaks down the opening of the game's narrative into 4 key sections. Firstly, the adventure starts with a quest to rescue a besieged individual, Arthur, along with his companions Folte and Melody, are dispatched to a ruined city. This initial part sets the scene and introduces the main characters as they embark on their mission.
Secondly, the page details the exploration of the ruined city.
It mentions the dungeons are auto-mapped, which is a handy feature. Deep within the dungeon, they encounter a mysterious figure named Rhodey. The text hints that Rhodey is waiting for someone, and this encounter seems to be a significant plot point.
Thirdly, the focus shifts to the battle with Rhodey.
It highlights the early stage combat, noting that Rhodey isn't overly powerful at this point. The game's battle system is described as strategic, with characters like Fulte using attack magic and Melody providing recovery. The system emphasizes tactical choices, including aiming for critical hits.
Finally, the story takes a dramatic turn with a sudden major incident.
Just as Rhodey is defeated, a massive earthquake strikes, causing the party to fall deeper into the dungeon. This cliffhanger leaves the player wondering about the party's fate and the cause of this unexpected disaster, setting up further mysteries in the game's narrative. This page delves into the battle system of Shining the Holy Ark, focusing on a unique mechanic called Pixie counterattacks. Essentially, when you encounter monsters, you can unleash a preemptive strike using pixies, which are described as fairy companions you collect. The page explains that pixies have different attributes tied to attack directions, like left, right, front, ceiling, and ground. So depending on where the monster appears from on the screen, a pixie with the corresponding attribute will be effective. It even shows images of different battle scenarios, highlighting how the number of pixies impacts the damage, suggesting more pixies lead to stronger attacks. We learn that pixies are hidden throughout villages and dungeons, with over 50 different types to find. You're encouraged to explore thoroughly, to gather as many as possible, as they are key to combat advantage.
Finally, the page breaks down how to actually use pixies in battle.
When a monster appears, you choose the pixie attribute using the L and R buttons to match the monster's direction. Then, timing is crucial. You press the C button at the right moment to launch the pixie attack. The page emphasizes mastering the timing for successful counterattacks, showing examples of both success and failure. It seems like this pixie system adds a strategic layer to battles, encouraging players to collect pixies and learn their attributes for effective combat.
This page continues the preview of Shining the Holy Ark, diving deeper into its gameplay mechanics. It starts by explaining the turn-based battle system, emphasizing that battles are command-driven and streamlined with icon-based selections for actions like fight and magic. The AI can also handle battles automatically if you prefer. The page then highlights the weapon-based direct attacks and the skill and mastery system. Apparently, weapon attacks are more powerful than regular attacks, and the frequency of these special attacks is determined by the skill and mastery parameters of your characters. It also mentions that these weapon attacks have more impressive visual effects compared to standard combat moves. Moving on from battles, the magazine introduces various tricks within the world of Shining the Holy Ark, showcasing puzzle elements. One example is moving walls revealing hidden passages, activated by interacting with objects like desks in the environment. Another trick is the poltergeist room, where objects float mysteriously, suggesting puzzles tied to these phenomena. The preview also mentions breaking down seemingly unopenable doors as a gameplay element. Finally, it touches upon a puzzle involving a large clock in a Western-style building, hinting at time-related mechanics and hidden passages connected to the clock's movements. Overall, this page teases the diverse and engaging puzzle-solving aspects players can expect in Shining the Holy Ark alongside its strategic combat. This page continues the look at Shining the Holy Ark, focusing on the magic and summon attacks. It explains that magic attacks are selected using icons, and after choosing a spell type, you can further refine the power level. The page emphasizes the visual flair of the magic in battles, noting how impressive the effects are. Moving on to summon monsters. The page introduces a few powerful creatures you can call upon in battle. First up is Tool Hammer, a monster that slams enemies with a giant hammer, described as a reliable and strong ally. Then there's Flame Dragon, summoned by Melody, who fills the screen with fire, causing significant damage. Lastly, we have Water Spirit, which attacks with a column of water, dealing damage to zombies and spreading to a wide area. The page highlights these summons as powerful offensive options in your arsenal. Finally, at the bottom, there's a mention of a Shining the Holy Ark soundtrack, CD, being released by OO Records, suggesting it's something to look forward to for fans of the game's music. The page concludes with a shot of the main characters lined up, ready for adventure. This page is all about Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny,
diving into what players should expect before jumping in. It seems like this sequel is ramping up the difficulty compared to the first game, focusing on more challenging mission objectives like mobile suit escorts and base destructions. They've also tweaked the controls, adding an emergency stop and backdash for tighter maneuvers. A cool option they've included is the ability to toggle the radar on or off, letting you customize your heads-up display. The page mentions the game is hitting 100% completion, with a message from the developers emphasizing that player feedback from the previous side story has been incorporated to make this sequel even better, aiming to please Gundam fans. It's slated for release on December 6th by Bandai, priced at 4,800 yen, and it's described as a dramatic shooting game for one player with support for the twin-stick controller. This page continues the preview of Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, showcasing two missions, 21 and 22. Mission 21, titled Blue Destiny, puts you in a desert setting. You're tasked with escorting a helicopter, facing aerial vehicles, and navigating rough terrain. The mission briefing warns about the Ifrit Kai appearing after eliminating all other enemies, emphasizing it's a tough fight, especially if your GM unit is already damaged from earlier combat. The objective is to protect the cargo of the Medea transport that was shot down until the investigation team arrives. Mission 22, its name is Blue, focuses on a different operation. You, as Yu Kojima, are now piloting Blue, the newest mobile suit recovered from Medea. The mission involves attacking a missile base controlled by Zeon and assisting Special Forces helicopters. The base is heavily fortified with turrets, and you'll be facing Hygog and Zegok E mobile suits. Blue is emphasized as a powerful unit for long-range attacks, using rocket launchers against these formidable enemies known for their speed. Finally, the page highlights the performance differences between standard mobile suits and Blue. The Blue mobile suit boasts improved vernier gauge efficiency, reducing overheating during continuous dashing, and enhanced maneuverability similar to a DOM. Its armaments are also upgraded with strengthened hand grenades and chest missiles, making aiming easier and increasing damage output. Overall, Blue offers superior rotation speed, responsiveness, and increased rifle and saber power, making it a significant upgrade. This page continues the preview of Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, and introduces missions 23 and 24. Mission 23 is titled Time Limit, where your mobile suit's exam system activates, boosting its attack power, turning speed and durability. This mission is all about speed, requiring you to destroy 5 control units within a set time limit to prevent missile launches. The text hints at encountering Dabued enemies guarding the control units, and they are positioned near main turrets, so be careful. Mission 24, Zeon Uprising Operation, takes place in California Base. It's a large-scale suppression mission against Zeon forces, where you are piloting a DOM. The enemy is weakened, but fighting fiercely to defend key locations. The mission briefing warns about numerous enemies and heavy damage potential, especially from bazookas outside your field of view. It also highlights the use of the DOM's heat saber in combat. The page includes screenshots showcasing gameplay in both missions, demonstrating combat scenarios, heads-up displays, and different enemy types in action. The emphasis seems to be on highlighting the different mission objectives and combat styles you'll encounter in Blue Destiny. This page previews content for Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, specifically teasing Ingsoon Soft. The focus is on Mission 25, Fated Showdown, featuring the Ifrit Custom MS-08TX and its exam system. The mission dives into the backstory of the exam system and a confrontation between pilots Yu and Nimbus, who both utilize exam-equipped mobile suits. The article hints at an overheat scenario when these suits clash. Screenshots reveal arena-style combat in a desert setting, highlighting the in-game herd with exam status and other information. The Ifrit Custom is described as an upgraded mobile suit, emphasizing its ground combat capabilities, enhanced maneuverability, and backpack/thruster modifications. The title, Terror of Red and Blue, again, suggests a recurring conflict, building anticipation for the dramatic showdown. This page is all about hyping up Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, and teasing the next installment. It shouts, "Ace! Exam is now starting!" right at the top, getting players pumped for the game. We see a massive Blue Gundam, which is Blue Destiny Unit 2, taking center stage. It looks imposing, ready for action. The page breaks down some of the cool weapons you'll be using, like the shoulder charge for ramming attacks, the classic heat saber for melee, pursuit bombs and grenades for explosions, and leg missile pods for ranged combat. Screenshots show these weapons in action in the game's desert arena stages. There's even a news section announcing a cool prize campaign for fans who buy all 3 side story games,
with prizes like a Blue Destiny Garage Kit, Gundam phone cards, and Zion military badges.
Finally, the page teases the future, saying, "Use battle will eventually go into space, the mystery hidden in exam, and what about this machine?" and announces Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2-1, The Punisher, as coming soon. So, this page is building excitement for the current game, and already setting the stage for the next chapter in the Blue Destiny saga. Tengai Makyo Daion no Mokushiroku, Apocalypse IV, the newest installment in the Tengai Makyo series, unfolds in America. The page highlights the game's initial story, covering its opening up to the Montana arc. The game begins with a dramatic scene of Raiden, the Thunder God, being chased across a snow-covered plain by icy pillars. This opening establishes a conflict with a malevolent force controlling the weather. The narrative then shifts to 1893 New Orleans, featuring a hide-and-seek scenario. Raiden and his friends play hide-and-seek in a possibly haunted mansion, hinting at a darker turn as the seemingly innocent game progresses. The page notes a 98% completion rate and features positive, albeit generic, reviews. It was developed by Hudson Soft, set for release on January 14, 1997, priced at 6,800 yen, and is a 2-krodrom RPG. This page continues detailing Tengai Makyo Daion no Mokushiroku, also known as Apocalypse IV in English, and delves deeper into its story and gameplay. It highlights the haunted mansion exploration part of the game, where children, including Raiden, are playing hide-and-seek in a large Western-style mansion, which is rumored to be haunted. The story progresses with a scene where players find a pale, blue-faced man lying in a room, creating a spooky atmosphere. Then, it seems a character named Sam, also known as Red Bear, goes missing during the hide-and-seek game. The narrative takes a darker turn as Sam is shown being manipulated into opening a sealed book, which seems to trigger a world-altering event. 6 years later, the story shifts to Alaska, where Raiden is searching for the missing Red Bear. In Fairbanks, Raiden encounters a strange man named Turai, who appears to be a merchant, dealing in weapons, and asking Raiden to fetch Batavia seeds from Nome Village for a $3,000 reward. This suggests the Alaskan part of the story involves quests and interactions with unique characters within a snowy environment. The page showcases various gameplay screenshots, including battles with monsters and interactions with characters in different locations, emphasizing the RPG elements of the game. The next page continues with details on Tengai Makyo IV, Apocalypse. It introduces a new character, Night Sky, who is said to have saved a village from a tragedy caused by monsters. It mentions that thunder magic is ineffective against these monsters, and Night Sky appears in this situation. The story then moves to Fairbanks, where players need to find a magic flute. This flute is key to awakening the legendary Buffalo Denali, who has been asleep for a long time. After obtaining the magic flute, Raiden uses it to revive Denali, who is happy to be awakened. Denali then carries Raiden towards the Ice Palace, but collapses before reaching it. The adventure continues in the Ice Palace, described as a maze and a dangerous place inhabited by Blizzard and Red Bear. It seems Red Bear possesses some hidden abilities in Montana. Within the Ice Palace, Raiden masters a new special move called Thunderbolt Wave. After the Ice Palace events, Raiden sets sail for Montana on a boat, and in Anchorage meets a character named Kamui, who seems to be a well-known person there. Raiden's journey in Tengai Makyo IV continues, beginning in an Indian village threatened by a powerful candy dog. He teams up with an ally to protect the villagers. The adventure leads to the Candy Dome, where Raiden falls into a trap, and then a mysterious pink bus directs him to Devil Star Tower. There, he discovers candy is turning children into candy dogs, prompting a fight. The story becomes increasingly bizarre, as the Indian village transforms into a plastic candy town. Raiden and a companion must then head to Candy Tower. He obtains Mana's Curse, and the scene shifts to California and Hollywood, promising a cinematic climax with Candy as a boss character. This page is showcasing upcoming SEGA Saturn software, with a focus on the Saturn version of Tactics Ogre. Let us cling together. The headline emphasizes the original specifications for the Saturn port and continued discoveries. The page highlights several feature enhancements in this version. Firstly, the navigational messages are improved, ensuring players won't get lost. Secondly, the L button functionality has been enhanced, now displaying HP and MP percentages when pressed, increased from the original 10% to 30%. Another key point is the exciting voice acting, emphasizing how voices bring events to life in important scenes. Specifically mentioned is Nozomu Sasaki as Denim Powell for the opening scene. There's also a list of sound-related menu options, including cutscene dialogue volume, unit voice U-button switching, resetting all sounds to default, BGM, sound effects, C, and general sound volume. The page declares the game is 100% complete and ready for release. It mentions the release date is December 13th, priced at 5,800 yen from Riverhill Soft, categorizing it as a simulation RPG for one player and suitable for all ages. Finally, it mentions power-up features and new modes are added to the game, promising an even more engaging experience with detailed world descriptions and game knowledge provided. The SEGA Saturn version of Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, boasts a new Warren Report mode, promising a deluxe experience with enhanced gameplay and fresh features. This mode offers incredibly detailed information and illustrations, with character insights like, "Personality is that witch Deneb." The report includes personal data on all 109 characters, revealing stats and appearances within the narrative, alongside an illustration gallery showcasing character art, including figures like Forceps, Lita Lende. Key characters like Kachua Powell and enemies such as Barba's Dead Goose are also featured, with a focus on the 6 elements and the summoning of mythical beasts. The game also covers diverse classes, from humans to undead, with detailed descriptions and unlockable illustrations, including a wizard example. The Warren Report aims to be comprehensive, featuring all classes and even showcasing a large unit like the Earth Dragon, enhancing the game's depth. This page delves into the lore of Tactics Ogre, focusing on the history of Valeria Island and the power struggles within it. It outlines 3 major wars that shaped the island's destiny. The first war saw King Dulgalua unify Valeria. The second war marks the rise of Bagram after King Dulgalua's death, with Priest Branta establishing the Kingdom of Valeria and controlling a significant portion of the island through alliances. The third war erupts as the Galgastan Kingdom, led by Barbatos, clashes with the Wolsta people under Ronway, plunging the island into ethnic conflict. The page highlights the Goliath raid incident as a pivotal point, creating a power vacuum that exacerbated tensions between Bagram and Galgastan. A power distribution map visually represents the divided territories of Valeria Island. We learn about Barbados's ambition for the Galgastan Kingdom and his policy of ethnic purification targeting the Wolsta. Finally, the page introduces Warren as the player's advisor and mentor. He's described as a fortune teller and strategist who provides crucial information and guidance through the Warren Report and tutorial features. The Warren Report is emphasized as a vital in-game resource, offering fresh information, event details, character introductions, rumors, and strategic battle advice, presented as hints for the player. It looks like a comprehensive guide to help players navigate the complex world of Tactics Ogre. This page explores the conflict within Tactics Ogre, focusing on the struggle against the Galgastan Kingdom and the complex ethnic tensions in Valeria. It introduces key figures like Duke Ronway, seeking Wolsta revival, and Priest Branta, influential within Valeria. The narrative hints at themes of individuality versus societal pressure. Crucially, the page highlights the game's detailed tutorial system. This tutorial, guided by Warren, covers combat mechanics like action turn AT and wait time WT extensively. Players learn through repeated lessons, gaining mastery over the battle system. The Pay Attention to AT section emphasizes the strategic importance of turn order and positioning. The page concludes by stressing the tutorial's importance in mastering gameplay and achieving victory. This page is showcasing Air's adventure for the Sega Saturn, highlighting its opening sequence and story events. It seems to be diving into the narrative's early moments. The page is titled, "Coming Soon Soft," so it's previewing an upcoming release. The article describes the game, starting with Henry's public execution, a dramatic opening where he's saved at the last moment by Queen Corin, who arrives in a horse-drawn carriage and halts the proceedings. This is presented as a key scene emphasizing their first fateful encounter. Another highlighted section teases a mysterious secret society. It mentions that despite being saved by the Queen, Henry is still under scrutiny, and then someone from a secret society approaches him, suggesting a deeper conspiracy and plot development is afoot. The page also shows a completion rate of 90%, indicating the game is nearing release, and it is categorized as a romantic RPG for one player or two during battles. The article suggests the game is visually appealing and easy to pick up and play, offering a stress-free RPG experience. As quoted by reviewer Maki Okutani, the release date is listed as December 20th, with a price of 5,800 yen, developed by Game Studio and published by Toys Press May Music in 1996. This page continues the preview of Heir's Adventure, digging deeper into gameplay elements and story progression after Henry's dramatic rescue. It highlights the initial trial Henry faces after being saved, focusing on a scene within the secret society's hall, which is described as being beautifully rendered in 3D polygons with smooth scrolling backgrounds. The article then moves on to the first town scene, the royal capital, emphasizing town exploration, gathering information from townsfolk through conversations, shopping for items, and customizing equipment. The page also gives a peek into the item shop interface and points out the save locations within the game, featuring an old man character who facilitates saving. Moving out of towns, it explains the field scenes which connect locations, acting as outdoor areas where encounters and battles will occur. A field map called Granapania is shown as an example. Finally, it teases a notable scene where two new characters, Murillo and Greco, appear before Henry after he leaves town. The article questions who these characters are and what role they will play in the unfolding story, hinting at further mysteries and plot developments. Terra Fantastica, a tactical RPG for the SEGA Saturn, is a historical epic arriving December 27th for 5,800 yen. The game emphasizes a grand scenario, distinct from the typical hero's journey, promising a deep narrative. Chapter 1, Northern States Battle, introduces a memory-lost, silver-haired female protagonist known as the Nameless Goddess, appointed as a military commander. The narrative centers on her perceived divine status and the war between the Demon Kingdom and the Empire. A demon general, Zatan, attacks May's castle, but is repelled by light emanating from the goddess's temple. Screenshots reveal gameplay, including battle scenes and dialogue with characters like Olive. The game sets the stage for a story arc centered on mystery, war, and the protagonist's divine connection. Upcoming Sega Saturn title, Terra Fantastica, features a tactical RPG experience. Gameplay scenarios include a training exercise led by Marshal and Commander Caroliers. The narrative also explores the political climate, depicting Grand Duke Alexis's anxieties about an impending war. Another section details the beginning of a military campaign. The Maze armies advance towards the demon army's stronghold in Baldese, with encounters like Merchant Felix. The final scenario, Goblin King Gating, showcases a siege on Baldese, focusing on breaching the city walls and flooding the moat, introducing new character, Tomlin. This Sega Saturn tactical RPG, Terra Fantastica, features multiple gameplay scenarios. Players will make tactical choices during war councils, impacting battle strategies. One scenario, Shadows in the Dark Night, sets a chilling atmosphere as the Maze army confronts the evil shade in Hofu Valley. The Northern States battle storyline depicts the Noldargalt army's struggle against demons, culminating in the rescue of Narrated and her subsequent joining of the Maze army alongside Tunny. Narrated, now Babel Balban, will continue with the army into the future. Another section introduces Celsi, a girl with sun and moon jewels who can perceive demonic threats. The page ends on a cliffhanger, foreshadowing impending danger. This page is a special interview delving into the creation of Terra Fantastica, a game aiming for a unique fantasy experience distinct from typical heroic fantasy. The interview features Naoto Kadokura, responsible for the world setting and concept, and Yasushi Matsumoto, the director. They discuss how the title evolved from Fantasy Earths to Terra Fantastica, because the original felt too light. The game's world is inspired by a sense of old good times, rather than specific mythologies, drawing visual inspiration from 13th century Europe and its map designs. Musically, they opted for orchestral sounds rooted in classical and Eastern European styles, moving away from typical J-pop melodies. Gameplay is structured around branching paths, offering up to 8 routes per battle that impact the battlefield and troop deployments. Character colors are even influenced by the battle direction chosen. The game boasts multiple scenarios and endings, with the main story spanning 10 chapters and featuring varied dialogues. Simulation elements are key to enjoying the game fully, allowing players to strategically plan and optimize their progress. A quick playthrough takes around 20 hours, while complete exploration can extend to 50 hours. The developers encourage players to discover the strategic depth and fun within Terra Fantastica, emphasizing the satisfying feeling of controlling events in this unique world. This page introduces characters from Parodius da Shinwa Kara Owarai Hi, a shooting game targeting hardened players. Presented as a Parodius military character relationship diagram, the page highlights the game's comedic and slightly absurd world. The game was completed on December 13th, priced at 4,800 yen, and supports up to 12 players. The director emphasizes the time attack mode, challenging even the development team. Characters include Sue, a young girl riding Big Viper, Mamim, a veteran fairy, Pentaro, a tired hero, Tako, a reclusive former hero, and Takohiko, Tako's younger brother. The page includes character descriptions, screenshots, and relationship diagrams. The page also previews a level called Complex of Road British and discusses a stronger version of Big Viper. This page details new gameplay features and character introductions for Parodius da Shinwa Kara Owarai Hi. A new slot chance feature allows players to activate a slot machine for powerful bell power-ups once the circle gauge is full. The page humorously cautions against excessive gambling. The Parodius military character relationship diagram continues character introductions. We meet Oba-chan, a missile-wielding, excessive naughty woman. Upa, a baby genius pilot with homing missiles. Lolba, a baby sibling utilizing barrier explosions. Twinbee, now employing strategic attacks, and a Twinbee Hummer barrier. And his idolized counterpart, Winbee, who uses idle power. Also featured are the cat duo, Ran with laser beams, and Mike with body blows. And finally, Doitsu, from Odojizo Brothers, known for powerful short-range lasers and unique options. Characters are linked via humorous relationship titles. This page introduces Gegege no Kitaro, Gentoo Kaikitan, a coming-soon soft title for the Sega Saturn. This game is described as a summer horror adventure, aiming to deliver a chilling experience through its game system, story, and visuals. The page details the gameplay mechanics, highlighting 4 key elements that enhance the horror experience. Firstly, the game is a command-based adventure where players, as Kitaro, solve various incidents. The story branches based on player choices, ensuring a unique narrative path. Visually, the game employs effective animation processing, animating characters and backgrounds to create a movie-like presentation and immersive atmosphere. Adding to the immersion is the Monster Antenna feature, unique to Kitaro, which allows players to sense the surrounding atmosphere and ominous presence. Utilizing this Monster Antenna is crucial for progressing through the story and making choices based on the sensed environment. Finally, the game boasts hair-raising 3D sound. All sound effects, from wind and snow to eerie monster voices, are recorded in 3D sound, encouraging players to use headphones for a truly immersive and terrifying audio experience. The game is stated to be 95% complete at the time of this article, and is set to be released on December 27th by Bandai, priced at 6,800 yen. It's a text adventure for 1 player. This page further details the Sega Saturn horror adventure game, Gegege no Kitaro, Gentoo Kaikitan. We get more story details as Kitaro and Eyeball Father receive a strange letter from a snow-covered mountain village, which feels unusual even for the perpetually snowy Gegege forest. Intrigued, they decide to investigate. The game seems to unfold as they journey to this remote village, encountering characters like a Buddhist priest and Matakichi. The story hints at a dark mystery involving moving corpses, suggesting a supernatural element that Kitaro must confront and solve. Beyond the game details, there's also a prize campaign for a Gegege no Kitaro-themed PHS phone strap for those purchasing the game. Discworld for the Sega Saturn is presented as a complex adventure game for adults. boasting a playtime exceeding 100 hours. Set in a bizarre world atop a disc, supported by elephants and a turtle, the game features difficult but engaging gameplay. The review highlights a challenging experience, with puzzle solving reliant on logical deduction within the game's storyline. Players will navigate strange locations like mental hospitals and barbershops. The game emphasizes dialogue and interaction with many characters to solve puzzles. The review also showcases polished graphics, resembling paintings. The core gameplay involves talking to characters to learn about the world, gathering clues, and using that information to solve puzzles to advance the game. This SEGA Saturn adventure promises a rich narrative experience with a mature tone. This review of the SEGA Saturn game Discworld praises its sophisticated and engaging nature. The game boasts a unique atmosphere, populated by bizarre characters with exaggerated expressions, typical of overseas games. The extensive text-based dialogue, though crucial for gameplay and puzzle solving, is presented clearly and is easy to read. Discworld, an entertainment fantasy, emphasizes logical thinking within its fantastical world, with satisfying puzzle solutions. It's positioned as a high-quality adventure game, distinct from mass-produced titles, and is recommended for mature audiences, 18+. The review highlights the game's humor and tone, enhanced by Kuta Michitaka's voice acting. Screenshots showcasing the game's painted-style graphics, town environments, and interior scenes are included. This page announces the upcoming release of Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 for the SEGA Saturn, featuring 2 titles from the acclaimed Thunder Force series. This gold pack includes arcade game Thunder Force AC and the Mega Drive title Thunder Force IV. They mention that Thunder Force AC is a port of Thunder Force 2i arcade version, mostly similar to the Mega Drive version but with subtle adjustments to enemy patterns and difficulty. The article suggests that players who have cleared the Mega Drive version should look for these differences while playing. Thunder Force IV is described as the final entry in the Mega Drive Thunder Force series, highlighting its shot system and intense gameplay. The screenshots showcase action from both games, emphasizing their graphical and gameplay elements. The text also mentions that this gold pack aims to recreate the atmosphere of the original games, with enhanced CG movies and sound effects, aiming to please both veteran and new players. The completion rate 100% section confirms the release date as December 6th, price at 4,800 yen, genre as shooting, supports 1 player, and is recommended for all ages. The reviewer from maker Kara Hitokoto comments on the BGM being well received in Gold Pack 1 and expresses hope for similar reception this time, noting that IV is different from the Mega Drive version in processing and feels more enjoyable to play. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Area 51, the popular arcade 3D gun shooting game where you're tasked with taking down aliens using the Virtua gun. It's set in the real-life Area 51, which is portrayed as a secret U.S. Air Force base rumored to have UFO experiments, but now overrun by alien invaders. You play as part of a SWAT team sent in to reclaim the base. The article emphasizes that the game starts off normal, but quickly becomes intensely challenging. It highlights the double threat of both zombies and aliens as enemies you'll be facing. A key point of caution is to avoid shooting your fellow SWAT team members, so friendly fire is a real danger. Gameplay is described as straightforward shooting action. The game is marked as 90% complete, and expected to launch around January 1997, with pricing details to be announced. It supports 2 players, and is compatible with the Virtua gun. The reviewer notes the game is hard, really hard. Ooh, especially for arcade veterans, presenting a serious challenge even for skilled players. They even jokingly mention the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial team struggling with it, but still recommend players to give it a shot. This page introduces Karen, the new heroine character in the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, DXIRD. Continuing the story from DXIRD Hiro, we get a profile of Karen, a typical high school girl, aged 18 from Japan, in her 3rd year of high school. She's described as having a cheerful and bright smile, but is also a bit of a crybaby. Her weapon of choice is the chakram, a hoop-shaped throwing weapon. The article talks about Boy and Karen's encounter, and Boy and Cecil's encounter. It seems like Karen is a normal high school girl who gets caught up in some kind of incident, and the story focuses on her meeting with Boy. It mentions that Karen is a girl who has lived a normal high school life until recently, when some incident occurred. The game is marked as 50% complete and is aiming for a spring 1996 release, though the price is still undecided. It's highlighted as a 3D fighting action game. The reviewer points out that the game is aiming for a high level of quality, hoping to deliver a fresh and exciting experience to players with impressive visuals and engaging gameplay. They encourage players to wait patiently for more news. There are also gameplay screenshots showcasing the 3D fighting action. This page continues to introduce the upcoming game DX Hired and delves deeper into the character of Karen, the heroine. The article questions what makes Karen so charming, highlighting her bright smile and slightly tearful nature, describing her as a typical 18-year-old high school girl. It also curiously points out how much Karen resembles Cecil, hinting at a possible connection between the two characters within the game's story. The page also introduces Boy, the other main character, giving us his profile. Boy is described as an 18-year-old traveler and artist from the UK, with a gentle and kind personality. His weapon is the cannon blade, a 70 centimeters long sword, and interestingly, it's mentioned that he has two spirits residing within him, referred to as Light and Shadow. The article suggests that Boy might be on a quest to avenge his parents' death, possibly related to the Two of Mother's Shadow mentioned in his profile, and that this event might have frozen his time. It seems Boy and Karen are destined to meet, and their fates intertwine, possibly due to these two spirits within Boy and Karen's own destiny hinted at as one possibility from the title of the page. The page features screenshots showcasing the 3D fighting gameplay and character art of Boy and Karen, further building anticipation for DX Hired and its narrative-driven action. This page delves into the gameplay mechanics of the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, DX Hired, showcasing the wall kick and ceiling kick systems. Following up on the previous interview where developers mentioned field-based combat, this article details how players can utilize the environment for attacks. The page highlights wall kick as a new addition to the 3D fighting genre, illustrating the steps from facing a wall and jumping backwards to powering up and then executing a wall jump attack. It also briefly touches on sword attacks, emphasizing the use of weapons and varied sword movements in combat. A key feature introduced is stage return, a mechanic that allows players to recover from falling off the stage, turning a potential ring out into an opportunity for a counterattack. This adds a strategic layer to stage boundaries, a departure from traditional fighting games, where falling off stage often meant instant defeat. Finally, the page details the ceiling kick, a more advanced maneuver involving wall jumps to reach the ceiling, then kicking off it for a rapid descent attack. The article emphasizes that these wall and ceiling elements are new to DX Hired, creating a more dynamic and free combat experience by expanding the interactive field. The writer suggests these stage interaction mechanics are crucial and represent a significant evolution in 3D fighting games, moving beyond simple ring-out scenarios to embrace stage-based combat strategies. The SEGA Saturn is set to receive Eve Burst Error, a genuine deduction adventure game, releasing January 24, 1997, for 7,800 yen. The mature-rated game, designed for one player, was already a PC hit and is now coming to the Saturn as a 4-quadram set. Players experience two interconnected stories through the multi-site system ADV, controlling characters Kojiro Amaji and Marina Huju, switching perspectives to uncover new clues and solve puzzles. The Saturn version boasts enhanced graphics and improved voice acting. The game will feature gorgeous voice actors and includes a bonus making of Crydrom, offering behind-the-scenes content like recording sessions and voice actor interviews. This bonus CD gives fans a deeper look at the game's development. This page focuses on the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Eve Burst Error, showcasing the game's characters and graphical enhancements. The page highlights the intricate human drama aspect of the game, introducing various characters with their names, voice actors, and brief descriptions outlining their roles and relationships within the story. Characters introduced include key figures such as Kojiro Amagi, Marina Huju, Shuntaro Yajima, Kyoko Asahina, Kotaro Nikaido, Seiji Stolman, Kei Suzaki, Glenn, Yayoi Katsuragi, Miyako Suido, Marie Huju, Masahiko Kaburagi, and Rin. Relationships between characters are hinted at with labels like lover, colleague, friend, and superior. The page also emphasizes the game's attention to detail in CG and animation, pointing out expression changes and time flow and background changes as key features. It mentions the game uses animation even in dialogue scenes with young girls, to convey character expressions effectively. Furthermore, the time flow and background changes section details how backgrounds and lighting dynamically shift to reflect different times of day and locations within the game, enhancing the atmosphere and player immersion in this intricate adventure title. The graphics on the Saturn version are said to have been upgraded significantly, with 32,000 colors compared to the PC version's 16 colors, leading to more nuanced character expressions and visual fidelity. Enjoyable graphics reviews the visual aspects of Eve Burst Error, highlighting its detailed graphics and alluring character designs, especially for mature audiences. The page features an interview with key developers. Mr. Noguchi Seasware discusses focusing on character expression through animation and dynamic backgrounds, emphasizing the visual upgrade in the Saturn version. Mr. Suzuki Imaginia explains the dual protagonist system, showcasing how different perspectives enhance the story and praising the voice acting. Mr. Fujita Seasware details the sophisticated unified color scheme chosen for the game and how the color scheme adapted for different times of day and locations. The developers aimed for a visually appealing and immersive experience. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Galaxy Fraulein Yuna, known as Murdy Lancer in Japan. This simulation title puts you in the role of a training officer in the Galaxy Police in 2086, tasked with nurturing a team of 6 beautiful Space Ranger cadets. It's mentioned as a popular title on other platforms being ported to the Saturn, but this version will include original events exclusive to the Saturn. The developers highlight that the Saturn version is 100% complete and boasts improvements like added event scenes and refined battle sequences. They've even gone back and redone the polygon graphics from scratch to enhance the visual appeal and overall performance. The game is set to be released on December 13th by Imaginia. We also get introduced to some of the newcomer Lancers who are expected to be popular. These are Sylvie, described as a leader with a mysterious air; Angelica, a cheerful and perhaps somewhat childish character; and Sakura, presented as a calm and intelligent Lancer. For those who get the initial release, there's a special edition that includes a premium original drama CD. This CD promises to be packed with content, including radio dramas, messages from the voice actors, and other special goodies that fans are sure to appreciate. Essentially, this Saturn version of Galaxy Fraulein Yuna is aiming to be the definitive experience with added content and visual enhancements. This page dives deeper into Galaxy Fraulein Yuna, or Murdy Lancer as it was known in Japan, highlighting the character of Scylla, a female space pirate. The page introduces her as a key figure in the game, connected to Melvina's family, and presented as a formidable opponent. It also touches upon the gameplay, focusing on training your team of 3 rookie Lancers, Sylvie, Angelica, and Sakura. The game involves daily routines of patrol and other duties, where you nurture these cadets. Screenshots showcase mission briefings, battle sequences, and schedule screens, giving a glimpse into the game's mechanics. We see that battles are tactical, requiring you to give commands and assess the situation. The pirate Scylla section provides more details on her background, revealing she's 18 years old and seeking revenge against the Maryland family. Interestingly, there's a lighthearted segment called Scylla's Search Diary, which is presented as a humorous diary entry where Scylla goes shopping and encounters the protagonist and Feather, adding a lighter touch to her character. This preview of Galaxy Fraulein Yuna, Murdy Lancer, details a mission involving combating the Vanessa Group. The gameplay loop centers around aerial patrols, enemy encounters with the Vanessa Group, and mech-based combat. Players must improve their Lancer's performance to unlock unit upgrades. The preview introduces Jun, a 17-year-old, skilled but inexperienced Lancer pilot who was once a high school student. Interactions with veteran pilot Angela highlight Jun's potential and her strong responsiveness within the Lancer suit. The dialogue showcases the camaraderie and training involved in the game. The article focuses on the Lancer's development through daily routines and combat missions, showing the game's focus on training and improving your units to face the threats. This page continues the preview of Galaxy Fraulein Yuna, also known as Murdy Lancer. It highlights that the game isn't just about battles, but also about the daily lives of the Lancers. We learn that Lancers need rest days, and the game includes elements where players can spend time with their chosen female Lancers to deepen their relationships. These interactions influence gameplay, with player choices affecting how the Lancers respond. The article mentions dating events and showcases screenshots hinting at these aspects, including scenes of Lancers in civilian clothes and even swimsuits, emphasizing the relationship-building aspect alongside combat. It mentions that events will occur based on player choices and actions, such as responding to calls and selecting specific lancers for missions. The game promises a variety of events, including some in special seasons. The preview concludes by stating that with June and Nana now fully integrated into the team, the game is reaching its core elements. It poses questions about the whereabouts of Scylla and Vanessa, the intentions of the Noel group, and hints at a greater hidden threat, suggesting the game's story is about to deepen and become more engaging. It ends with the promise of more information in the next issue. This page is focused on the upcoming game Battle Athletes Victory. It excitedly announces the approaching release, asking teachers nationwide if they are ready. The page emphasizes that this installment continues the story of Akari aiming to be a university satellite athlete. It highlights that the game is being previewed in digest form leading up to the competition. The page mentions in-store events to commemorate the release of the game on December 13th. These events are scheduled for November in various locations and are described as a chance to get the game and meet staff. A key feature highlighted is the 10-parameter system, which measures the athlete's abilities. This includes categories such as vitality, energy, arm strength, fatigue, body, guts, leg strength, softness, style, and balance. These parameters are explained in terms of how they affect training and performance, and it seems players will need to manage these to develop their athletes effectively. The reviewer suggests that these numerical values are easy to understand and visually represent athlete progress, implying it's a core part of the gameplay. This preview of Battle Athletes Victory follows Akari's 6-month journey leading up to a major athletic competition, presented through a diary format. The story begins in September, Season of Encounters, where Akari enters training school and meets rivals. October focuses on building friendships. November brings humorous ghost surprises, while December features a cozy Christmas. January centers on girl talk, and February highlights Akari making Valentine's Day chocolates. March concludes with shopping. The climax is the athletic meet, starting with the graduation ceremony. The tournament itself is a triathlon, a 1,600 meters swim, a 25 kilometers bike ride, and a 10,000 meters marathon, emphasizing overall strength and sportsmanship. Good relationships with rivals are highlighted as vital for victory. The journey, though challenging, is ultimately presented as enjoyable and leading to the ultimate day of competition. This page showcases Roommate, a real-time communication game for the SEGA Saturn featuring the character Yoko Inui. The game aims to simulate living with a roommate, emphasizing realistic communication and relationship building. It uses the Saturn's internal clock to reflect time within the game world, so conversations and events happen in real time, just like in daily life. The game puts you in the role of a player living with 17-year-old high school student Yoko Inui. The goal is to enjoy daily life together. The game claims to offer a new style of gameplay, distinct from typical dating sims, focusing on building a genuine relationship through conversation and understanding Yoko's personality. The reviewer notes that women are an eternal mystery to men, and this game tries to bridge that gap by letting players spend time and talk with Yoko in real time to understand her feelings. They highlight Yoko's clear opinions and assertiveness as interesting aspects of her character. The page includes screenshots of different times of day in the game, morning and evening, showing conversations and everyday interactions. The game is described as a love simulation, but without traditional parameters for relationship building. Instead, you develop a bond through dialogue, revealing Yoko's personality and deepening your understanding of her. The advertisement emphasizes experiencing a realistic roommate relationship and creating a bond that goes beyond just being roommates. The game is announced for release in January and priced at 5,800 yen. It's described as a real-time communication software and supports one player. Roommate on the SEGA Saturn features Yoko Inui, a character with realistic expressions, showcasing surprise, happiness, and other emotions. Players see Yoko in various outfits, highlighting her daily life. The game includes character profiles, detailing Yoko's physical attributes, hobbies, and personality. A shy, hard-working romantic, Tomoko Fujino, Yoko's voice actress, is introduced, with praise for her performance and potential in the industry. The game's development emphasizes Yoko's realistic reactions and focuses on understanding and connecting with her through conversation, rather than just dating. The developers aim to make Yoko relatable to male players. Finally, a single CD release is announced, featuring an image song and karaoke version sung by Fujino, with bonus content, and released on January 25th. This page showcases Valva, a vehicular combat action game for the SEGA Saturn. It's described as a battle game where up to 6 machines can duke it out on the same field. The game boasts impressive visuals, even with a zoomed-out camera, promising clear 640 by 448 full high-resolution graphics. The core concept seems to be understanding both your opponents and your machines to succeed. Players get to choose from 6 different vehicles, allowing for diverse playstyles and tactical approaches. The page highlights that the game includes impressive video CD-compatible opening and ending animations, adding to the presentation. Character profiles are featured, like the hot-blooded buggy car pilot, who is 17 years old and considers himself a genius tuner, and the cool and collected rally car pilot, a 21-year-old beauty who is also a racing expert. The article provides advice for players, particularly regarding machine settings or customization. It suggests that players should tweak their machines within reasonable limits, around 20,000 to 30,000 points, to enhance their combat abilities and have exciting battles with friends. It specifically mentions adjusting grip and other settings based on player preference and playstyle, and that weapons can be equipped in up to 3 stages. In essence, Valva looks like a fun and visually appealing multiplayer vehicular combat game, with customization options and interesting characters. This page outlines control methods for Valva, recommending Manual B for intermediate to advanced players. It then introduces 4 characters and their machines, offering modification advice. Hakahana and Asanahana pilot the hover car, which is light and fun, but benefits from added weight for stability. Arashiyama Iwata and Stephanie drive the road roller, a fast but unwieldy machine, best upgraded for durability. Gomez Baldo and Cosmo Malaga utilize the war car, a slow but sturdy close combat vehicle that should prioritize defensive armaments. Finally, Jill Bates pilots the multi-legged mobile cannon, which has a unique control scheme but is rewarding to master, also focusing on defense. The final section, For the Persistent, suggests a challenge or hidden content for dedicated players involving specific characters and locations. This page focuses on the game Pharaoh's Resurrection, Anno 1999, highlighting its unique quasi-3D space, which aims to feel like a real 3D environment on a TV monitor. The article emphasizes the immersive experience created by the game's 3D technology, developed by Robotome, comparing it to id Software's Doom, released in 1994, and aiming for even higher quality. The reviewer is impressed by the detailed polygon backgrounds and texture mapping that create a realistic world despite the limitations of consumer hardware at the time. They point out the 3D sound processing that, combined with the visual elements, enhances the sense of immersion. The game apparently aims to deliver a realistic experience of death and shock in a virtual world, pushing the boundaries of entertainment. The page also details survival battle techniques, covering 3 key aspects: weapon selection, terrain selection, and item usage. Weapon selection emphasizes choosing weapons based on the situation and enemy types, suggesting a variety of weapons beyond just standard shots, including those that deal area damage. Terrain selection stresses the importance of using the environment strategically, finding safe spots, and understanding enemy attack patterns based on the terrain layout. Item usage highlights that items appear randomly in the game, offering temporary advantages or offensive power-ups, making item collection a crucial part of survival. This page continues the focus on Pharaoh's Resurrection, Anno 1999, highlighting the interconnected stage design, which they call Stage Connections, Prologue. It emphasizes that the game features around 20 stages, but they aren't simply linear. You might need to revisit cleared stages to find new paths forward. The article mentions situations where paths might seem to be blocked on the map, but there are deeper layers to explore. The page includes a stage connection diagram, showing how levels like Sobek Shrine, Karnak, Ramses Tomb, and Set Arena are linked together. It talks about moments where players might get stuck, because jump distances seem just short, or traps are hidden, requiring strategic thinking to progress. The writer, in the From Writer section, praises the game's ability to draw players into its world, emphasizing the deep game world and the courage or ambition behind its creation. They mention the game world feels truly immersive and encourage players to experience it to see if they're truly hardcore gamers. The screenshots show the first-person perspective within the game's environments and a menu screen displaying items and weapons, such as the Sobek's Mask. The article points out the game provides a full map, which is crucial for navigation, allowing players to understand the interconnectedness of the stages. Finally, it teases 6 secret methods, being key to unlocking new paths within the game, hinting at hidden elements and deeper gameplay mechanics.
Blood Factory. Yokozuna Blood Factory Desperate Battle is a UK-developed action game promising 100% completion. The developer emphasizes its splatter style, blending bloody visuals with comical elements. Players engage in endless carnage and slaughter against a rampaging blood factory, led by a mysterious overseer. Players control 6 wretched ones, each with unique weapons and attributes like speed, shield, and super bombs. The game features characters such as Mama, Plasma and Ripple Bombs, Fwank, Needle and Teddy Bombs, and Bounka, Missiles. The game's violent tone is reinforced by the tagline, "Your Conscience Destruction." Level 6 Human Psychopaths, promising over-the-top action with a humorous twist and unique character designs. This page, continuing the look at Blood Factory, Yokozuna Blood Factory Desperate Battle, highlights key gameplay elements. The mission across 15 stages is to escape the Blood Factory. Weapon power-ups are emphasized, noting that while you can get stronger weapons, they have bullet limitations. To progress through the factory's areas, you'll need to collect card keys, with each area requiring a specific color. The section details essential items for survival, listing 9 in total that will help you defeat enemies and get through the game easier. These items range from temporary invincibility and weapon power boosts to health recovery and speed enhancements. The page explains the scoring system at the end of each stage. Your score is calculated based on collected money and your performance in combat, hit accuracy, and attack power. This score determines your rank, with the ultimate goal being to achieve the top rank of Bloodmaker. Finally, we're introduced to 3 more of the playable wretched ones: Vox, Butch, and Caphands. Vox is described as speedy with weak shields but strong bombs. Butch is noted for being evil and chasing people, with okay shields and powerful ring bombs. Caphands, a cyborg from a shipwreck, is described as having strong shooting attacks and powerful Poltex bombs that create a wide blood splatter. This page is showcasing the SEGA Saturn title Mirai no Ruru, a detective adventure game starring Jinguji Saburo. It emphasizes the game's focus on deep investigations with a brand new system. The game is announced as 100% complete and ready for release. The page highlights key gameplay elements, starting with the initial location, a bar named Kasuga, run by a beautiful owner, and mentions this is where the story begins. It explains the core gameplay loop, which involves investigating crime scenes to find clues and interrogating people for information. Items found throughout the game will also play a crucial role in the investigation process. A significant aspect is the branching storyline. The game offers branching paths based on player choices, presented through scenarios like Yokohen and Yuyahen, indicating different character perspectives or story routes, with choices impacting the narrative. Furthermore, the game includes minigames like darts and blackjack, offering diversions where players can test their luck and perhaps unwind during their detective work. Overall, Mirai no Ruru promises a deep and engaging detective experience with new systems and branching narratives for SEGA Saturn players. The Mirai no Ruru game continues its detective gameplay, focusing on the Jinguji arc, involving a drug dealer's hideout. Players utilize reasoning commands like look and talk to gather clues and influence the story. The tale and investigation system requires players to explore environments and follow suspects. The investigation introduces this man, a shady figure, and involves exploring an apartment. The game uses a command interface for actions. The story then introduces the Kumano arc with a new detective, hinting at branching narratives. Underlying the drug case, numerous trivial incidents connect to the criminal group Tatewagumi, with a character named IQ involved in the draft. The game promises a deeper, organized crime conspiracy beyond the initial case. This page is showcasing Victory Goal Worldwide Edition, a soccer game for the SEGA Saturn. It emphasizes the game's ranking mode, where your performance in matches influences the world rankings, creating a sense of progression and team development. It highlights that even lower-ranked teams can rise to the top and compete with giants like Brazil. The page details 3 game modes available, including a ranking mode, Worldwide Cup,
and World League. There's a Sega ranking table showing a list of 10 national teams like Brazil, Germany, France, and Italy, and their stats in the ranking mode. We can see a World League match screenshot between Germany and Ireland, with Ireland winning 32. Another screenshot shows the tournament mode bracket. The page also features a cup winner result screen, with Japan as the winner, defeating teams like France, Argentina, and Brazil to claim victory, showcasing the game's tournament mode progression and potential outcomes. The reviewer seems to enjoy the feeling of building a strong team and climbing the world rankings. This page continues to delve into Victory Goal Worldwide Edition. It elaborates on the Worldwide Cup mode, detailing how it starts with area-based leagues followed by knockout tournaments. It also introduces the World League mode, where you choose one of 48 national teams and compete in a league format with home and away matches, similar to a J-League structure, with rankings determined by points and goal difference. The page emphasizes the ranking system and how results in all three modes impact the global rankings, which dynamically change. It highlights that even teams initially ranked lower can climb to the top. There's an expanded Sega ranking table now, showing rankings from 15th to 46th place, including teams like Japan, Romania, Portugal, Norway, and others, and their win/loss stats. Screenshots showcase the game in action within the Worldwide Cup and World League modes, with match results like Brazil losing to Japan 0-2 and Ireland beating France 31, illustrating the unpredictable nature of the matches. The page underscores that the world rankings are significantly impacted by match results and encourages players to climb the rankings to become number one. This page is all about the revival of classic Laserdisc games on the Sega Saturn, specifically highlighting Time Gal and Ninja Hayate. These were originally arcade games, known for their anime visuals and quick-time event gameplay. Time Gal puts you in the shoes of Rika, a time patrol officer chasing a criminal through different historical periods. It's described as a dynamic SF action game, with timed button presses and branching paths based on your choices. Ninja Hayate focuses on a ninja rescuing a princess from a castle filled with traps and enemies. It's set in a historical period and relies on similar timed button presses as Time Gal. The page emphasizes the interactive movie action aspect of both games and mentions they're both two-player compatible. It also teases bonus content for pre-orders, including arcade version materials and a chance to win premium goods via a questionnaire. Release is set for January 17, 1997, and the price is 5,800 yen, developed by Exeek and developed by SESEC. The page includes screenshots showing gameplay from both titles, highlighting the arrow prompts for player actions, and some of the comical failure animations. It seems like they are really pushing the nostalgia factor of these LD games on the Saturn. This page reviews Tsuki Shogi, a Sega Saturn game based on the manga Tsuki no Kishi, releasing November 22nd. The game aims to faithfully recreate the manga's world and characters within a shogi game, appealing to fans and shogi players of all skill levels. The game features 4 modes: Osho Battle Arc, a story mode following protagonist Shokishi; Bucha-chan Training Arc, offering practice against a legendary player; No Handicap Game Arc, providing a challenging match; and Fate Confrontation Arc, a free play mode for player versus player matches using 10 characters. The page introduces 12 key characters with images and descriptions, including Shokishi and various opponents, highlighting their roles and styles. Screenshots showcase gameplay, emphasizing the visual and narrative integration within the shogi experience. The next page introduces Muchaya, a brand new puzzle game that uses money as its central theme. The page highlights the unique concept of using Japanese coins, from 1 yen to 500 yen coins, to play. It explains the basic gameplay involves combining coins to increase their value, starting with matching 5 1 yen coins to make a 5 yen coin, and continuing up to 500 yen coins, and eventually aiming for 1,000 yen bills. The core mechanic is described as being, quote, ryoge, meaning money exchange, and emphasizes strategically arranging coins up, down, left, or right. The page mentions rensa, chain reactions, are important and require players to think ahead about coin placement. It also introduces 2 special items: Bomb Dog, which appears when you are in trouble and helps clear coins, and Jenny, who is triggered when a meter fills up and increases the rank of all coins on the screen. The reviewer seems enthusiastic about the game's novel approach to puzzle games and its depth,
stating it's deep and interesting to play.
They also mention the game is available not only on PC but also in arcades, implying it has a wider reach than just home consoles. Overall, it positions Mushaya as an engaging and original puzzle experience. This page is a complete guide to SEGA Saturn software, focusing on games that are upcoming or not yet released. It's highlighting a few titles. Firstly, there's Sakura Wars, likely previewing some secrets or events within the game, promising lots of interesting information. Then it mentions Riglord Saga 2, Samurai Showdown 2-1, Blades of Blood, and Stakes Winner. The page features an anime-style girl character in a red dress who could be related to one of the games featured. Overall, it's a software preview section, giving Saturn fans a peek at what's coming up. This page is all about revealing secrets and events in Sakura Wars, things you wouldn't normally see. It mentions that the game is reaching a climax, and they are showing off some of the hidden events, like shower scenes for all the Flower Division members. It also teases the upcoming Red Kanpani campaign and a Sakura Wars art and setting materials book that was released on December 4th. The page is broken down into sections showcasing different events or episodes. The first is about Sakura visiting Ogami's room, another is about peeking while someone is changing and getting in trouble, and another deals with Ogami making a big mistake with Sakura. There's also a section about changes to Ayame's appearance patterns. Finally, it asks, what shower scenes for each character? And then hints at more episodes or secrets related to Sakura, Sumire, and Maria. It mentions that there are shower events happening underground sometimes, and it seems like all characters have them, but only Sakura and Maria's conditions for triggering them have been revealed, and implies you need to figure out the other 4 characters' conditions yourself. This page unveils hidden events and character interactions in Sakura Wars, focusing on intimate moments and missed opportunities. It features several scenarios like Sakura Panic, where Sakura's reactions to Ogami's presence reveal her emotional side, including jealousy and embarrassment. Another section covers how to build trust with Maria in battle, by allowing her to defeat enemies, unlocking special dialogue. The guide also details conversations with Yoshida, and the importance of using the lips dialogue system. Further reveals include scenes of Maria's vulnerability and a glimpse of her feminine side. Finally, the page provides hints on triggering shower scenes for Iris, Kana, and Honglan, highlighting the personal aspects of the Flower Division members. This page dives into Riglord Saga 2, focusing on strategic mid-game walkthroughs. The story is about a world dominated by the 7 Committee of Magic Nations, led by Kardar. However, Miku and her allies are gaining power to challenge them, aiming for Yamatai. The walkthrough suggests routes to progress, including locations like Port Papalan, Electria, Great Library, Highland Mountain Road, Underground Passage, and the Tower of the 7 Committee. There's a section detailing events in Port Papalan, where you recruit the skilled swordsman Anju. It mentions that the 7 Committee is trying to control humanity to create their ideal world. Anju is found in Electria Great Library, but is also seen in Port Papalan, offering resistance. The page also highlights the Demon Martial Arts Tournament at Yamatai's Gojo Town. This tournament allows you to win items by defeating enemies within 10 turns. There's a rank-based reward system listing items like mana drops, healing items, and equipment. Ranks 1 through 8 are shown with increasing entry fees and better rewards, including items like knuckle guards and even dragon enemies in the final rank. Finally, the page discusses the Electria Great Library as a knowledge treasure house. It mentions that Anju's father is the librarian, and visiting here before Highland Town is beneficial for gathering information about the 7 Committee and other matters. There's a scene of parental drama unfolding in the library between Anju and her father. The Riglord Saga 2 walkthrough continues, covering the Highland areas and the 7 Committee Tower. The Highland Mountain Road features tougher enemies, and a black bow plus an energy potion are found. Highland Town, controlled by the 7 Committee, offers expensive but powerful equipment, like the Soliton Bow, Banded Mail, Knuckle Guard, and Plasma Guard. The walkthrough then focuses on the 7 Committee Tower and the boss Galzard. Strategic play is advised against enemies and Death Rond from Witch-class foes. A map of the tower reveals treasures such as a Plasma Guard, Light Tiara, and Mana Crystal. Finally, the boss room and the fight with Galzard are detailed. Galzard wields strong magic, and players should use Protection Shield or counter tactics to survive his attacks. The guide suggests using strong character attacks to defeat Galzard, noting his high HP. This page continues the Riglord Saga 2 walkthrough, now moving on to the Electria Grand Library and Underground Passage. It seems after defeating Galzard, the story progresses to Papillon Ruin, where the defeated Galzard spoke some impactful words. Now the focus is on heading to Electria to seek knowledge, especially about the gate key.
The page features a battle map of the Electria Grand Library Underground Passage.
It looks like a dungeon map with numbered icons and a key at the bottom explaining what the numbers and symbols represent, such as traps, treasures, and enemies. There are also character profiles for Lusty, Aseka, and Shiranami. Each character has a screenshot and a table detailing their skills, including names, usage levels, consumption MP, and attributes. For example, Lusty has skills like Fireball and Thunder, Asuka has skills like Slash and Power Shot, and Shiranami uses skills like Arrow Shot and Multi-Shot. The page highlights that Asuka is proficient in land-based combat and good at dealing damage to multiple enemies, while Shiranami seems to be more focused on single-target attacks and using money for powerful techniques. This page continues the strategy guide for Riglord Saga 2, offering tips to overcome challenging maps. It's all about smart tactics here. Starting with, defense is the greatest offense. They recommend using the counterattack skill, which halves damage taken and has a high chance of retaliating, plus the evasion skill, especially useful against bosses who get a power boost. Next up is steal skills, rather than learning them.
The guide highlights the steal skill to acquire enemy skills, suggesting it's more efficient than learning them normally. They also mention escape routes and using special magic like Strong to make stealing from bosses easier. Then there's grab and drop. This tip is about Mew in dragon form, using the grab and release skills to instantly defeat enemies by dropping them off map edges. It's apparently very effective against bosses and common foes alike, although grabbing might be tricky. Finally, utilize Flyer. They discuss the Flyer spell, which levitates characters, expanding their movement range and making them immune to ground attacks. While levitating, physical damage is increased, but magic becomes less effective. It's a strategic choice to consider in certain situations. The page also has character data lists for Mew, Kamui, and Anju. For Mew, it details various skills, including dragon transformations and magic, emphasizing her versatility. Kamui's skills focus on beast transformations, power, and wind magic, making him a strong physical attacker. Anju's skills center around healing, light magic, and powerful bow attacks, positioning her as a ranged support character. This guide outlines combo techniques for 3 characters in Samurai Showdown. Warrior's Rage. Haomaru's combos focus on using crouching medium slash to initiate moves like Resetsu Whirlwind Slash or Flowing Rain Fierce Wind Slash. Rimuru utilizes standing medium slash into Contron or Ulupsi to Colium and excels in cornering opponents. Hanzo relies on light slash combos like Neck Cutter Shadow Sandstorm and emphasizes close-range attacks. The guide highlights key starting moves for each character and offers tips for execution and strategy, including specific combos and positioning suggestions like using a standing medium slash or the mid-air shadow grab to improve gameplay. This guide provides combo strategies for various Samurai Showdown, Warrior's Rage characters. Galford's combos utilize standing medium slash, leading to Rush Dog or LLNST. Nakoru focuses on sit-down wolf attack, step-in medium slash, and Kamui Shikite. Tamtam's combos involve standing medium slash into 5 light slash and crouching strong slash into air triple slash. Genjuro's highlights include standing medium slash into secret sword, yang flame, or flash blade. Ukyo's combos feature standing medium slash into swallow slice or sword dance slash. Kyoshiro uses standing medium slash into fire dance song, and Amakusa employs crouching strong slash into continuous slash. The guide also emphasizes general versus battle strategies, recommending unpredictable attacks, effective crouching medium slashes, and varying guard tempos. Flower and pot techniques for unblockable attacks are mentioned. Finally, the text includes an advertisement for a character illustration contest, with a submission deadline reminder and instructions. This page introduces Stakes Winner, a horse racing game where you can breed and race your own horses. It emphasizes the thrill of racing a horse you've raised yourself, and highlights that players take on the roles of both jockey and breeder. The page explains the initial choice of either buying a foal
or breeding your own. When buying, you can see pre-existing foal data including distance, suitability, and stamina, helping you choose a horse that fits your racing style. For breeding, you select a sire and dam to create foals, implying that bloodlines play a role in creating strong horses. It mentions that unexpected famous horses might be born this way. There's a section on showing techniques, which details racing controls, using button A for reins and button B for the whip. It explains how to manage stamina during races, using these controls and various button combinations. The game features different race types, including Dream Race and Overseas G1 races, with a goal to achieve G1 domination. The text suggests that races become more challenging as you progress, especially in the Overseas Grog 1 races, which are described as a significant challenge. Breeding strong horses is presented as key to success, advising players to consider bloodlines and parentage to create capable racing horses. Just Meet Elf features Tama's musings on random topics and the announcement of pre-orders for the Classmates 2 uniform. The Before the Badge Games section showcases humorous office antics, with Tama playfully interacting with colleagues. Deja, an adventure game with mature themes, is introduced, targeting an older audience. Finally, Elf Presents encourages reader participation by inviting feedback on Tama's uniform segments, offering a chance to win Deja telecards. Yokoyama Chisa's debut solo concert, themed around Sakura Wars, was a success, featuring game music, costume changes, and popular theme song performances. The audience enthusiastically sang along, adding to the energetic atmosphere. The event included talk segments and was held at a large venue. Following the concert recap, an announcement details the release of a Sakura Wars original picture and setting material collection, a comprehensive book filled with artwork, CG art, and staff interviews. A special Sakura and Kubu set, designed by Hitoshi Fukuchi, will be given away to one lucky reader. Finally, an interview with Yokoyama Chisa reveals details about the concert's demanding rehearsals and her stage nerves. She enjoyed the performance and appreciated the audience's interaction. She also looked forward to the December 18th CD release and expressed a desire for future concerts if demand allows. Kaze presents Necronomicon, a high-score pinball game for SEGA Saturn, as a development lecture. The game's creation involved overcoming console limitations in '95, with developers focusing on graphics and ball physics. Inspired by Lovecraft and Goya, the game features a Dreamlands theme with a chaotic visual style. The team aimed to balance accessibility for beginners with depth for experienced players. They emphasize creating a mythology within the pinball experience. Kaze hosted a score competition via email. The development team includes Yuji Hirata, System Control, Takayuki Komabayashi, Graphics/World Settings, also the director, and Shinichi Oka, Director, Production, Rule Settings. This page is a special project feature from SEGA Saturn Magazine about the game Sentimental Graffiti. The project is focused on incorporating ideas from readers to enhance the game's quality, this time spotlighting Fukuoka and Nagasaki locations. They're even reporting on voice actor auditions for the game. The article focuses on Fukuoka and specifically asks, "Are Fukuoka's famous places only Canal City?" suggesting a discussion or exploration of different locations within Fukuoka for the game setting. There are profiles for two characters. One is Matsuoka Chi, with details like her name, birthday November 23rd, measurements, blood type AB, address in Fukuoka, and school, a private Kurogane High School. The other character profile is similar, detailing personal information. There's also a section titled, "Why Don't You Sing Love Songs?" This part looks like an interview, or cue, and are possibly related to the characters or the game's themes, delving into why love songs are not being featured, and discussing band activities and music within the game's context. It mentions the character is a vocalist for a band and aims to be a guitarist. This page continues the feature on Sentimental Graffiti, shifting the focus to Nagasaki. It explores the question, "Are heart-shaped stones and love really coming true?" which seems to be linked to a local Nagasaki legend incorporated into the game. We have a character profile for Akira Endo, detailing similar information as the previous character, with her location being Nagasaki. The interview section delves into the game's creation, with questions and answers between the editorial department and the writer, presumably about character design and plot elements. They discuss how Akira Endo is portrayed and her personality. There's a segment where the editorial team and Tanaka-san went on location scouting, suggesting they visited Nagasaki for research, possibly even visiting a place with heart-shaped stones. Illustrations depict potential in-game locations, including a bus stop and what looks like a fruit stand, possibly melon and strawberry themed, which are locations featured in the game. The bottom section is about the Voice Challenger project, auditions for 6 heroines in sentimental graffiti. It highlights the massive number of applications received, over 1,428. They are progressing through the selection process, with the first round underway, and planning to narrow it down to 20 finalists for the final screening. The article shows a picture of a huge stack of audition tapes, and a photo of the finalists from the first round.
This official guide from Sega's AM First Research Department offers tips for mastering Wave Runner's advanced course. The guide explains how jumps are scored, from fantastic to regular jumps, and highlights the significance of collecting mysterious marks, UFOs, penguins, etc., during jumps for bonus points. The guide breaks down the course into 5 steps. A strong start dash is crucial, focusing on hitting the accelerator precisely. Approaching jump platforms requires strategic jet ski positioning. S-curves demand outside lines, early leaning, and sharp turns. Maintaining course and anticipating exits are key. The overall advice emphasizes skillful jumping, mark collection, and precise S-curve navigation to conquer the challenging course. This page continues the Wave Runner Advanced Course Guide from SEGA AMR&D. It features a detailed map of the course, divided into numbered sections, with advice for each part. The guide points out specific techniques for various types of turns, like scurves, blind curves, and hairpin curves, emphasizing the importance of leaning into turns and controlling your handle. It also highlights jump platforms, advising players on how to approach them for better jumps and to avoid crashing. The guide covers sections with pillars and the final corner, providing tips to navigate these challenging areas effectively. The screenshots alongside each section illustrate the described techniques and course features in action. Essentially, this page provides a visual and textual walkthrough of the Wave Runner Advanced course, giving players strategic advice for each section to improve their performance. This page is from AM2, Research Express Neo Volume 34, and focuses on Virtua Fighter 3, and its upcoming Sega Saturn release. There's an interview with Yu Suzuki, the head of AM2, who discusses the Saturn port of Virtua Fighter 3, along with other games like Fighters Megamix, and a racing game, which could be Supercar, maybe Daytona USA 3? He talks about AM2's plans and projects for the coming year. There's also a reader poll asking fans to choose between Virtua Cop 2 and Fighters Megamix for special New Year's postcards that will be sent out as prizes. Below the poll are images for both Virtua Cop 2 and Fighters Megamix, with the text, "Now in production" on each, suggesting these are their current projects. It seems like AM2 is gearing up for a big new year, with exciting titles and fan engagement. This page is about Virtua Fighter 3 and AM2's activities in 1996. At the top, there's a VF3 Christmas card promotion featuring Sarah Bryant. The interview with Yu Suzuki continues, where he talks about the technical challenges of porting Virtua Fighter 3 to the Sega Saturn, mentioning they are using a secret sauce to make it possible. He also discusses team leadership in AM2 and the decision-making process. Below the interview, there's a retrospective of AM2's game releases for 1996, titled AM2 Research Works Retrospective 96. It highlights key titles such as Virtua Fighter Kids released in January, Sonic the Fighters in February, the arcade release of Virtua Fighter 3 in September, Fighting Vipers in October, and then for December, Virtua Cop 2 and Fighters Megamix for Saturn, with a mention of a tentative game called Supercar Race, which might be Daytona USA 3, also planned for December. The timeline showcases screenshots of these games, emphasizing a very productive year for AM2. This page is an exciting emergency special report announcing AM2's latest Model 3 game, which is said to be the next generation of supercar racing, following in the footsteps of Daytona. The headline screams, "Daytona's next is Supercar Era." The article suggests this new title is meant to be a gorgeous racing game, pushing the Model 3 hardware to its limits. Screenshots showcase impressive graphics with detailed environments and cars, emphasizing the visual fidelity. The text mentions Chrysler Dodge Viper as one of the featured cars. There's an interview section where AM2 Deputy General Manager Toshihiro Nagoshi discusses the development. He mentions wanting to create a supercar race, tentative title, for a long time,
building upon the technology and experience from Daytona USA and Daytona USA 2. He talks about the team working hard to improve the game, considering player feedback, and aiming for a dream car experience. Nagoshi explains that the game is about 2.5 years in development since Daytona USA, with continued iteration and refinement. He highlights the goal to surpass previous titles, both visually and in terms of gameplay, aiming for an elegant and gorgeous supercar feel. He also mentions recording real engine sounds at Fuji Speedway, which is intended to add to the immersive experience. He emphasizes the team's commitment to creating a game that players will genuinely enjoy and find thrilling.
This page continues the exciting reveal of AM2's upcoming supercar racing game on the Model 3 board. The first point it highlights is the sparkling real supercars. It emphasizes the stunning visual quality of the cars thanks to the Model 3 hardware, creating beautiful and realistic reflections and lighting, even comparing it to Virtua Fighter 3's visual prowess. They list examples like the Chrysler Dodge Viper, Ferrari F40, McLaren F1, Porsche 911 GT2, and Maybach, stressing the lifelike styling and handling. The second point focuses on in-game advertising, specifically mentioning Japan Airlines, or JAL. This game will feature Barcha advertising within the game world. Imagine racing and seeing a JAL jumbo jet taking off or landing near the track, with the JAL logo visible at the airport terminal. This in-game branding adds to the realism and immersion. Finally, the page talks about the incredible detail and production possible with the Model 3 board. While Daytona USA was groundbreaking, this game takes it even further. They showcase realistic water effects, dynamic lighting, and reflections. Even the courses themselves will be richly detailed, including upper-level courses featuring impressive colonnades and advanced shading effects. The overall message is that Model 3 is pushing racing game visuals to new heights, creating a truly immersive and gorgeous experience. This page continues the behind-the-scenes look at AM2's new supercar racing game, this time focusing on capturing authentic sounds at Fuji Speedway. The headline screams, "Close report! Supercars gather at Fuji Speedway, recording real sound." It explains they are aiming for true-to-life engine sounds, from version 8s to version 12s, comparing the supercar exhaust notes to beautiful melodies. They even mention a provisional title, Supercar Race, and emphasize that real cars are being used to record sounds, showing their dedication to realism. The section, Real Car Engine Sounds Are Recorded, details how they're capturing these sounds. They are using date recorders, placing microphones directly in the engine compartment of real supercars to get a direct and powerful sound. They show pictures of engineers working on a Ferrari F40 and a Porsche, recording both inside the cockpit and around the engine. Finally, the page touches on experiencing high speeds, mentioning a 280 km/h experience. A game screenshot shows the in-car view speedometer hitting 280 km/h. The text suggests they spent a full day recording sounds, indicating the game is nearing completion, and ends by saying, "Completion is near." There's also a game screenshot at the bottom showing the in-game models of cars, suggesting the sounds being recorded are for these very vehicles in the game. This page screams, "Sega finally reveals the truth about metal." It's from Sega AM3 R&D Department, number 3, and dives into the latest from the team behind the popular Last Pro character designs, which we know as Last Bronx. They mention a Roppongi evening talk meeting with someone named Kurosawa, hinting at the secrets behind the roar, and a mysterious character called Metal, who is being fully revealed. There's a cool section called Toru Kurosawa, with a striking image of a character, a serious-looking man in a purple suit. The text talks about him walking the streets of Roppongi in a purple suit, giving off an unsettling vibe. It mentions encounters in dark places and a sense of danger. Then suddenly someone calls out, "Yo, brother Can!" This seems to indicate a twist in the character's story, and a shift to a more fearful tone. The designer's words section at the bottom gives us some insight. It mentions the popularity with salarymen, and how the image of Kurosawa Takami was powerfully drawn, aiming for a hot character. They also mention Zaibatsu Saburo from Last Bronx, implying this character might be related or inspired by him. The designer, Koji Hiroshi Yano from AM3 Research Institute, is excited and asks us to look forward to it. This page delves deeper into the making of the character Toru Kurosawa, again from Sega AM3 R&D Department. Number 3. The team behind Last Bronx. The article reveals that Kurokawa's concept started with the keyword bad guy style, aiming for a mature and imposing character. Design team, comprised of mostly 20-somethings,
wanted to create someone older, leading to the idea of a man in his late 20s. The design evolved around a purple suit and a sword, with the team initially unsure if the suit would work for a fighting game character, but they decided to commit to it to create a strong visual impact. The page features concept sketches, 3D renders of Kurokawa in his suit, showcasing different angles and sword poses. The article then moves to the motion capture process, emphasizing the importance of capturing realistic sword movements. The team describes being highly enthusiastic during motion capture, generating many ideas and aiming for clean, impactful animations. They wanted to create movements that felt distinct from other characters. The piece concludes with comments from Yamashita Nobuyuki, the assistant director of Last Bronx, who discusses refining Kurokawa's motion and aiming for smooth and unique animations that would set him apart. Zaibatsu Saburo from Last Bronx is also mentioned as a possible source of inspiration for this hot character. This page is talking about the latest SEGA prizes, and it seems they are pretty cool. They are showing off Last Bronx plush dolls, which they describe as being really well made with detailed design and materials. They even mention the effort put into choosing the fabrics and the skilled handiwork to get them just right. They also highlight Evangelion keychains, calling them essential items that really capture the fan spirit.
Apparently there was a prize announcement event on November 7th.
The page then moves on to the Last Pro Illustration Corner Volume 9 from AM3, which looks like a fan art section. It's full of fan submissions, and this time the theme is Last Bronx. They're showing off some of the fan art, with short comments from the people who drew them, and the next theme is already announced as New Year's Kimono Victory. That sounds like it could be interesting. It seems like this fan art corner is pretty popular, as they mention it's being relocated due to everyone's support, so they're asking people to look forward to that. This page is a scoop revealing the evolved form of gray, now called metal, in Model 2 arcade games. It mentions that metal appears after certain conditions are met, like playing for 100 hours. We get to see screenshots of metal facing off against characters like Yusaku, Joe, and Tommy. The article highlights how Metal's appearance is quite a surprise, and his attacks are different from the standard characters. There's even an interview with Mr. Kentaro Abe from AM3, the director of Last Bronx. He talks about the secrets of Metal, like how he randomly appears if you use commands, and how difficult it is to actually make him show up. He also mentions that the idea for Metal came about when they were working on promoting Virtua Fighter 3, and they wanted to do something interesting within the game's environmental mapping. This article details the Metal transformations of characters in Model 2 arcade games. The article highlights specific features of the Metal forms, such as the emphasis on Yoko's hat and throws, Nagi's enhanced beauty and speed, Kurosawa's gray metallic look, Lisa's head-to-toe shine, Zaimoku's imposing physique and hammer attack, and the late-game appearance of a super-powered metal red eye. The developers describe the challenges of achieving realistic metallic textures and reflections across the character models. They aimed to initially add metal textures to small parts of the characters, but were surprised to find they could create fully metallic characters. They are proud of the visual quality and movement of the metal characters, encouraging players to experience them and emphasizing the technological advancements of Model 2. This SEGA Saturn soft review section highlights two new games, Virtua Cop 2 and Hyperduel. Virtua Cop 2, a light gun shooter, receives high praise for its arcade-perfect recreation and cinematic presentation, earning a 9/10. Reviewers lauded its addictive gameplay, depth, and replayability. Hyperduel, a shooter with a transformation system, garners a 7/10. While its transformation mechanic and visuals impressed, particularly the explosions, some reviewers felt it wasn't for everyone. Its old-school shooting charm was noted. Reviews come from the Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and Guest Game Writers. Both games were thoroughly reviewed, achieving 100% completion in the usage samples. This page of SEGA Saturn Magazine continues the soft review section and looks at a few more titles. First up is Tsukiyo no Kishi o Yumasen, a shogi, Japanese chess, game. The lady users found the character art appealing and beginner-friendly, appreciating the visual aids and training mode, but felt it could be repetitive. They gave it a score of 5 out of 10 and an overall score of 6.33. Next, we have a soccer game, Victory Goal, Worldwide Edition. The High Rollers thought it was well made and enjoyable, praising the smooth animations and graphics. Although they felt it might be a bit too standard, they gave it a 7 out of 10. The Game Mania group also reviewed Victory Goal, highlighting the realistic match presentation, varied player types, and strategic depth. They felt the polygon graphics were a bit rough around the edges, but still gave it a 7, and an overall score of 7.66. Finally, there's Blood Factory, an action shooting game. The guest gamers described it as a simple but engaging top-down shooter, praising the strategic elements and sense of accomplishment. They enjoyed the fast-paced action but noted the graphics were basic, also scoring it a 7 out of 10. The Game Mania group also reviewed Blood Factory and focused on the gory, tense atmosphere and strategic gameplay. While enjoying the strategic elements, they noted the simple graphics and some balance issues, ultimately giving it a 7 and an overall score of 7.33. SEGA Saturn Magazine's next page reviews 4 games. Sailor Moon Supers Various Emotion, a fighting game, received a 6/10 for its clunky controls and unappealing visuals despite the anime inspiration. Taiko Rishiden 2, a historical simulation, earned a 7/10 for its strategic gameplay, beautiful pixel art, and depth. Tante Jinguji Saburo, Mikan no Reisha, a detective adventure game, also scored a 7/10, praised for its classic adventure gameplay, compelling mystery, and mature themes. Finally, Discharge, a puzzle adventure game, received a disappointing 5/10 due to its unfinished feel, repetitive gameplay, and confusing commands. This page features reviews for 4 SEGA Saturn games. First up is Legend of Galactic Heroes, a strategy game praised by female users and guest writers, both giving it a 7/10. They highlight its deep strategic elements and appeal for fans of the anime, though one reviewer noted it could be initially confusing for newcomers. Next, Battle Backrade, or Battle Ba as it's called here, is a racing battle game. It gets a mixed reception. One reviewer who has seen good and bad multiplayer battles gives it a 6/10, noting that while car customization is good, too many players on screen can be chaotic, and single player is boring. However, reviewer Ray is more enthusiastic, awarding it an 8/10, emphasizing the fun of multiplayer, explosions, and customization. Pharaoh Resurrection, 1999 ad, receives high marks with 2 9/10 scores. Reviewers who appreciate comfortable tension and those with a spirit of exploration both loved it. They describe it as a fast-paced 3D action game with great pacing, exploration, puzzle solving, and a strong sense of immersion and atmosphere. Finally, the last game is reviewed under the category Only for You Who Has a Spirit of Exploration. One reviewer who thinks it's in the interesting category gives it a 7/10, comparing it to Doom and praising its level design and atmosphere, but criticizing its lack of originality. The Multiplayer Battles reviewer gives it a lower 6/10, noting its fast-paced 3D action and good pacing, but highlighting bugs and a lack of polish. Reviews for more SEGA Saturn games are in. Taikyoku Shogi Gokumori 2, a shogi strategy game, received mixed scores. Female and high roller gamers rated it a 7, appreciating the gameplay and AI but noting issues with kanji and the interface. Guest writers were more positive, awarding an 8 for its strong problem sets. Kuryu Sangokushi Engi, a Romance of the Three Kingdoms simulation, scored a 5 from initially intimidated but who enjoyed its real-time simulation despite long loading times. The core player gave it a 6, recommending it to fans of the series, but noting its complexity. Super Puzzle Fighter 2X was highly praised as a speed-focused puzzle game. Cute and Super Strong gave it an 8, emphasizing its addictiveness and arcade-perfect gameplay. Other reviewers gave it a 7, highlighting the fast-paced combos, appealing visuals, and excellent home console mode. Reviews for 4 SEGA Saturn games are presented. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny, received mixed scores, with female players awarding a 6 and high rollers an 8, praising the gameplay and button layout. Merity Lancer, Silver Girl Police 2086 also saw mixed reviews. Female and high roller players gave it a 6, while guest writers scored it a 7. Daiundukai was met with the most varied opinions. Female players gave it a low score of 4, high rollers a 6, and guest writers a 7, with one reviewer giving it a 7 as well. The reviews highlight differences in preferences, with female players often criticizing certain aspects, while guest writers showed more appreciation for the training and story elements. This page reviews 4 SEGA Saturn games. Crazy Ivan received positive feedback for its robot action and visual appeal, with an accessible gameplay experience and exciting stages. Space Invaders was praised for its action and updated visuals, but was criticized for deviating from the original's feel. Discworld features a dialogue-heavy, quirky style with detailed visuals and appreciated humor, despite its reliance on careful reading. Highlight offers intuitive interaction and beautiful graphics, focusing on its core gameplay concept, despite some confusing scrolling. Scores varied across different reviewer groups, with Crazy Ivan and Highlight generally receiving higher scores than Space Invaders, and Discworld earning the highest score from the lacking for today's standards category. This review covers 4 SEGA Saturn games and 2 hardware items. Funky Fantasy, a beginner-friendly card-based game with charming characters, gets mixed reviews. 6/10, 5/10. Tactics Ogre is lauded as a deep, strategic RPG, earning an 8/10. An unnamed game with customizable characters and strategic elements, possibly anime-inspired, receives a 6/10. Despite some confusing aspects. The hardware section previews the Saturn Work Processor Set, a productivity tool with word processing and drawing capabilities, releasing November 22nd. The twin-stick peripheral, designed for dual-stick games like Virtual On, is praised for its sturdy build and responsiveness, also releasing November 29th. This page dives into the world of secret techniques for a few SEGA Saturn titles. First up, for Tokyo Mahjong Land, it reveals how to access the Casino Palace by inputting a button sequence at the title screen and then pressing X on the mode select. Next, Street Fighter Alpha 2 shows off how to get extra colors for Sakura. For Player 1, it's a specific directional pad input, and for Player 2, a slightly different one. Moving on to Fighting Vipers, they are revealing the secret to seeing Honey without her skirt. Apparently, you need to beat arcade mode on very hard without continuing, and then get an OK on all of Honey's moves in training mode. Finally, for Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, they explain that if you name your leader Fu I Akuresto, you unlock a hidden stage called Dragon's Haven, and if you name them Music On, you can access a sound test. At the bottom, there's a call for readers to submit their own secret techniques for Sega Saturn, Mega Drive, and other Sega consoles. They're even offering prizes based on the bit class of the technique, with top prizes being Saturn software and book vouchers. It seems they want readers to send in their secrets to be featured in future articles. This page shines a spotlight on the illustrator Akemi Takada. Known for her character designs in famous anime and games like Mobile Police Patlabor, Urusei Yatsura, and Magical Angel Creamy Mami. The page highlights her work on Mobile Police Patlabor, specifically mentioning a Creedrom collection of 150 illustrations from the series called Eyes, which was available for Mac and Windows. Takada explains that this Creedrom is a collection of original illustrations for Patlabor that were compiled because the original artwork was becoming difficult to find. She also talks about her creative process, mentioning how she draws inspiration from travel, particularly Italy, where she enjoys sketching and taking photos of scenery. She also finds inspiration in everyday life, like walking her dog by the river and taking in the sights and smells of nature. Takada advises aspiring artists to experience a wide range of emotions and incorporate them into their creative work. Finally, at the bottom of the page, there's a small mention of Creators Bank Volume 18, which focuses on game artists. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Necronomicon. It's billed as a digital pinball game and is set to release on November 15th for 5,800 yen. The ad features a somewhat surreal image of a guy standing in a street with bubbles floating around his head and a big hole in the road in front of him, giving off a bit of an eerie vibe. The tagline at the bottom, "Sometimes you have to die to live," is pretty intriguing for a pinball game, making you wonder what kind of dark twists this one has in store. The game is published by Kaze, and they've included their company details on the side, if you're interested in contacting them directly. This page is a reader's prize page from SEGA Saturn Magazine. They're giving away a bunch of cool stuff to readers who answer a questionnaire. Closing date is December 13th. First up, 20 lucky folks can win a SEGA Saturn game of their choice. Then, 3 people can snag a Dayheart Island poster, provided by Game Arts. Following that, 5 people can win a Pukunpa poster, courtesy of Athena. For art enthusiasts,
3 Virtua Fighter 2 colored pencil sets from SEGA are up for grabs. If you're into racing, you can try to win one of 3 Street Racer Extra t-shirts from Takara. Lastly, 3 puzzle fans can win an Idol Janshi Final Romance R jigsaw puzzle from ASC2 Publishing. There's also a section listing the winners from the October 11th issue's giveaway, with names and prefectures of the winners for various prizes, including Saturn software, stickers, experience books, caps, and golf balls. The information section at the bottom mentions that Saturn sales are still strong as they approach their second year and are gearing up for the next step. The magazine itself, SEGA Saturn Magazine, is going on sale December 13th. Technosoft announced several SEGA Saturn games. Steeldom, a 3D action game with multiplayer, is out now. Thunder Force Gold Pack 1 compiles Thunder Force 2 titles with enhanced features, also available now. Hyperduel, an arcade shoot-'em-up, launched today with improved graphics and sound. Thunder Force Gold Pack 2, featuring Thunder Force AC and IV, is releasing next week. Lastly, Blast Wind, a challenging SF shooter, is planned for January 17, 1997. Technosoft also has a recruitment notice for graphic designers. This page is a promotional advertisement by Technosoft for their games. The page has a large, dynamic headline in Japanese that reads, "Fight!" above an image of a cool-looking blue and orange mecha, suggesting a focus on action and combat. The text below the mecha says, "The opponent is this guy." Technosoft is running a campaign to give away a total of 6,000 original creds. To participate, you need to send in barcodes from their games, along with your details. There are 2 different creds available, Disca and Discba. Disca is centered around arrangements of music from Thunder Force 2i, and 3,000 copies are available. To get Disca, you need to send in barcodes from either Thunder Force Gold Pack 1 or Hyperduel. The deadline for this is December 31, 1996. Discburs is focused on arrangements from Thunder Force IV, also with 3,000 copies available. Get Discburs, you need to send in barcodes from either Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 or Blast Wind. The deadline for Discburs is February 17, 1997. This is a great opportunity for fans of Technosoft shooting games to grab some exclusive music. This page is all about SEGA Saturn action. Virtua Cop 2 is screaming, "Master the Virtua Gun," and promises intense shooting action as a cop. They highlight the speed, thrilling gameplay, branching story, and the new partner character, Janet. It's a light gun shooter coming in December, priced at 5,800 yen. Next up is Die Hard Trilogy, packing 3 Die Hard games into one. It's described as action, shooting, and racing excitement, also priced at 5,800 yen and due in December. It even supports the Virtua Gun racing controller. We also see Hokkaido, billed as a Last Judgment action game, where you destroy to see the truth. This one's also a light gun shooter for 6,800 yen, coming late December, and working with the Virtua Guns. SEGA Saturn is also running a digital circus event with interactive entertainment, listing a bunch of locations and dates it's touring. And finally, they're celebrating the SEGA Saturn's 2nd anniversary with an Xmas Nights campaign, offering a limited edition Christmas nights for 20,000 yen between late November and Christmas Day.